News Now. I am Kristen Welker, live in Milwaukee at an historic moment in America on an truly extraordinary day in politics. This has been frenetic with a lot of developments. You are looking at live pictures from the convention floor where the roll call is ongoing right now. After just moments ago, former President Donald J. Trump officially got the number of delegates needed to become the Republican nominee. And in a post on Truth Social last hour, Mr. Trump announced he has chosen Ohio Senator J.D. Vance to be his running mate. Senator Vance will soon be formally nominated to become the Republican Party's vice presidential nominee. We will bring you that live when it happens in just a few moments. This opening day of the convention, of course, comes amid the aftermath of Mr. Trump narrowly surviving an assassination attempt this weekend at a campaign rally. The shocking images of a bloody Trump, first raised and surrounded by his protective detail, hanging over this entire convention, and now this entire presidential race. And I believe if we go to the floor, House Speaker Mike Johnson is officially announcing
the chair
Donald
announces
J. Trump
that President Donald J. Trump,
nominee.
having received a majority of the votes entitled to be cast at the convention, has been selected as the Republican Party nominee for President of the United States.
And with that, it is official, and you can feel the
the
excitement, the enthusiasm in the room as we continue to watch these live pictures. I want to tell you about another development today, a stunning legal turn for the former president after a Florida judge threw out the criminal case into former President Trump's mishandling of classified documents. But we do begin with the action happening right here at the convention. This was the scene on the floor just moments ago when Donald Trump officially became the Republican nominee. Take a look.
Madam Secretary and everybody in this great city, on behalf of our entire family and on behalf of the 125 delegates in the unbelievable state of Florida, we hereby nominate every single one of them for the greatest president that's ever lived, and that's Donald J. Trump, hereby declaring him the Republican nominee for President of the United States of America.
There you have the Trump children making it official with the great state of Florida, putting Donald Trump over the top of the delegates needed to officially become his party's nominee. I want to get right to our reporters on the convention floor. Garrett Hake has the very latest from the Trump campaign. Jacob Sobroff is with the delegates in the midst of the roll call vote. And I want to go to Jacob first. Jacob, as I go to you, I might have to interrupt you so we can get some more of the action on the floor, but set the scene where you are right now.
Kristen, we're here in the Ohio delegation. We have no confirmation of this, but generally when there's a scuttlebutt like this, it means someone important is coming. We do know, of course, that former President Trump has selected J.D. Vance as his running mate, the senator from the state of Ohio. Let me give you a look at what it looks like here right now. Let's turn around and show Kristen what's happening behind us. All these cameras are waiting for someone. Who it is, we know not, but Mike DeWine, actually, as a matter of fact, is right over here. Governor Mike DeWine. Let me see if I can quickly get a word with Governor DeWine. Come on this way, guys. Excuse me. Governor DeWine, are we waiting for J.D. Vance? Who are we waiting for?
Well, we'll see.
How are you feeling? We'll see. That's not a no. We'll see. How are you feeling about his selection, sir?
Well, great. I'm very happy about it. It's a great day for the state of Ohio. So it's good news. I know J.D. Before I was even governor. So, I'm just very, very pleased.
What do you make of his past criticisms of former President Trump and the fact that they're now coming together? He was a vociferous critic, as you know, of former President Trump.
We've all watched it. They're together. And obviously, President Trump would not have picked him unless he thought he was someone who would carry on and carry out, his vision for the future of the state.
Have you spoken to him since the selection?
No, I'm not.
And we'll see. I mean, we'll see sounds like a maybe. Is it maybe it's coming?
It's a maybe.
Okay. Governor Mike DeWine, thanks a lot. So, Kristen, it's an exciting time. A lot of people down here. And as Mike DeWine said, we'll see. Stay tuned.
Jacob, Governor Mike DeWine calling this great news. The pick of J.D. Vance to be Donald Trump's running mate. Of course, at just 39 years old, he's a first-term senator. An extraordinary decision that doubles down on MAGA principles, MAGA ideals, and it seems like the Ohio delegation shares the governor's excitement, Jacob.
We're moving. Kristen, forgive me, they're pushing us away. I'll be right back to you.
All right, Jacob, we will come back to you. While we wait for Jacob, and he's right in the middle of all of the excitement, of course, I want to turn to our guests here on set. Chuck Todd, NBC News chief political analyst, and Mark Short, an NBC News political analyst who knows a little something about vice presidential picks. Mark, I'm going to get to you in a minute. Chuck, let me start with you. Yes. You and I have been trying to figure out who's it going to be for weeks, if not months. It is J.D. Vance. It's a sign that Donald Trump is doubling down on his MAGA principles. The question is, from an electoral perspective, does this help him? I mean, does it help him win over Nikki Haley voters? Does it help him win over moderates, independents?
This doesn't feel like a political pick to me, or an election or a campaign pick. This feels like a messaging pick, as you put it, or, look, I think it makes makes a dramatic shift in the direction of the party. Like, if you didn't know where this party is headed, it is a much different party, a protectionist party on trade, a little bit more isolationist, depending on how your point of view on that, but a version of certainly less international expansion when it comes to American national security. Look, I think it's notable. It's the first veteran on a ticket since John McCain.
Yeah.
And I think it's notable that he chose a millennial. The generational thing, it's not, and I think you certainly can see J.D. Vance as being a very articulate spokesperson outside of the boomers. But this comes with risk, because there's a lot of paper trail on him. He's only been a senator for 2 years. He sort of is a convert to all this, right? He's not even 40. Look, Mark and I are a little bit older. Like, your life, it's funny how your own politics can shift and evolve. He's so new. He was new to the Never Trump movement in 16. Then he was new to the MAGA movement in 18. Here he is. We'll see. I think Democrats, of all the candidates that he could have picked, this is the one they hoped Trump would pick. So that tells you something. They feel like there's a lot of material to work with. And I think just like with Sarah Palin, who's the last time someone with this little electoral experience ended up on a ticket, it's a race to define him nationally, and this is going to be quite the race.
Well, and as you say that, Chuck, the Biden campaign is already saying they are going to paint him as extreme. We should note that our White House team is reporting that the Vice President Kamala Harris, has called J.D. Vance. She apparently left a message, Mark Short, wasn't able to reach him. You obviously are a top aide to former Vice President Mike Pence. You were a part of that process. You remember it well when he was chosen to be Trump's running mate. Talk a little bit about this moment, the significance of it, and what you make of the pick of J.D. Vance. As Chuck says, it's not without risks.
Well, look, I think it's a very different time in 2024 than it was in 2016. Yes. When we were here in Cleveland, don't forget, the number 2, Ted Cruz, number 2 candidate in the primary, refused to endorse Donald Trump at the convention. And so I think that Mike Pence brought many of the conservatives, the Tea Party conservatives, to the party. I don't think that's the case at this point. To Chuck's point, I think it's less of a political pick, but it's a dramatic shift in where the party is going. It's not just the isolationist foreign policy. It's not just a protectionist trade policy. It's a guy who wants a bigger regulatory state. It's a guy who's applauded Biden's FTC commissioner at a time when most Republicans are most concerned that many trade deals are getting tied up because of a burdensome regulatory environment. And so it's a very, very populist pick, in no way a traditional conservative pick.
Yeah, I mean, he was right at the center of so much of the debate over whether to send more money to Ukraine. He was absolutely opposed to it, to your point. He really underscores those isolation.
Kristen, he went to the Munich Security Conference.
Yeah.
And advocated basically for less aid for Ukraine. It was a dramatic thing for him to do, but it was really uncomfortable for most people at the Munich conference because they're not used to an American somebody coming representing the United States sort of advocating for a retreat.
Yeah, you're absolutely right on that issue. On so many other issues, Democrats are going to be looking at this pick and have plenty to work with. Let me go to Garrett Haake, who is on the convention floor as well, right in the middle of all of the action. Garrett, where are you? What are the delegates telling you where you are?
Well, Kristen, I'm in the back of the hall right now with New Mexico at the moment. I was talking to delegates as the pick was becoming news, and I heard a lot of welcome to it. I spoke to members of the Idaho delegation. I spoke to some folks in the Michigan delegation, and I think we shouldn't be surprised that the people in this room are very excited about the J.D. Vance pick. That's the idea. I mean, this is the pick of a confident campaign here who thinks that their strategy is working and they just need somebody who can help them execute it a little better. If you're the Trump campaign trying to reach these, battleground Rust Belt state voters, those young men in particular, disaffected from the Democratic Party, J.D. Vance, the only veteran of the four main players on this ticket, can be your guy. I heard that in Michigan. I heard that in Idaho. And I heard it from Laura Trump, the vice chair of the RNC and the president's daughter-in-law, who really told me that she does see this as almost a laying of hands, Donald Trump actually picking a successor, something he has not really wanted to do, but identifying somebody who can be the next generation MAGA voice in J.D. Vance.
I think you're absolutely right. And Kimberly Guilfoyle earlier during an interview with Jacob Soboroff, Garrett, really focused on that point, the importance of the vice presidential pick. Chuck, she was making the case that this pick takes on new significance in the wake of that assassination attempt against former President Trump. Yet another moment in this presidential race that we could not have imagined, and that quite frankly has upended the race once again.
No, and I also think it means more people. I mean, this is both the opportunity and risk.
Yes.
And I say the opportunity, I think there are more people in America wanting to see how Donald Trump's responding, are going to want to say, after given the events, and by the way, his age and Joe Biden's age, where the vice presidential debate will feel a little more significant. But I also want to ratchet things back here. There have been plenty of vice presidential picks that have been negative on candidates who have won the presidency anyway. Richard Nixon and Spiro Agnew, George H.W. Bush and Dan Quayle. So I am not, and some would even would argue that Joe Biden didn't pick the strongest running mate at times. So, I don't, this election isn't going to be decided by the running mates. What these running mates can do, though, is become distractions. To me, they're never net positives for a campaign. They only are either neutral or they are distractions. Yeah. And that's, you just hope it isn't too big of a distraction.
And Trump is someone, Mark Short, who you get the sense he picks a running mate almost begrudgingly. He doesn't really think he needs a running mate in some senses. It does come against, again, the backdrop of this horrific assassination attempt against the former president. We cannot forget that is sort of infusing this entire event. And one of the things I'll be watching for is the tone. Right now, it's obviously incredibly celebratory. They are celebrating the fact that Donald Trump has officially become their party's nominee. But I think in the speeches, it will be fascinating to see. He said he's rewritten his speech to be one of unity.
Right. Well, look, I think that J.D. Vance, I don't think hurts Trump politically. I accept Chuck's point. I don't know what he really adds to it. But I think this race can be about the top two of the ticket. It gets very polarizing. But he is a rags to riches story. He's a man who served the Marines. He served our country. He's an incredibly articulate spokesman. I do go back to our first point, though. It is a dramatic shift in what the Republican Party believes and stands for. And I think that can't be underscored enough. It's a direct signal that we're headed in a far more populist direction with our policy than the traditional conservatism that this party has stood for so many decades.
Mark, you were saying this to me. You actually think he hired a spokesperson. that's how he almost views J.D. Vance as a spokesperson for the movement.
He's incredibly articulate, and he can represent the president's viewpoints. And I think in many ways that is what he saw as the advantage in J.D. Vance, is somebody who can go out there and be his surrogate.
Almost what Pete Buttigieg, the role Pete Buttigieg plays for Joe Biden.
Well, and we've seen J.D. Vance. We've seen, quite frankly, all of the vice presidential candidates out on the circuit, running the traps, doing the tough interviews. Garrett, before I let you go, because I know it's very loud where you are, talk a little bit about your understanding of how the horrific assassination attempt against former President Trump might impact, might infuse this convention. As you have reported, he is overhauling his speech, and yet we don't necessarily expect every speech to be changed.
No, that's right, Kristen. And I think we should probably adjust our standards accordingly for what Donald Trump's idea of a speech more about unity will be about. I mean, this is what he said. He said he's basically taken out a speech that he thought was too tough, and now he wants to unite the country. A few hours later, he sent out a Truth Social post about the documents case getting thrown out, in which he used a lot of the same divisive language for which he's become known, talking about hoaxes and witch hunts and Joe Biden-led conspiracies. So his idea of a unifying message can often mean unify around me where I am, as opposed to I'm going to put my arms around you and we're all going to move closer together. So I think we should probably moderate our expectations in that way. And I think just even looking at the speakers tonight, for example, somebody like a Glenn Youngkin offers a very different sense of a unifying figure than does Marjorie Taylor Greene, both of whom on the speaker's card tonight. There's sort of only so much you can move a party that has become so aggressive in sort of its natural posture back towards a kinder, gentler, big tent welcome, which is, I think, what obviously you want your convention to present when you're trying to reach some of those voters who may not have been paying attention until later in the political year.
It's a really fascinating point, Garrett, and it is why we will be parsing every single word that the former president utters when he delivers his speech here on Thursday night. And Garrett, as you were speaking, we learned that former President Trump called J.D. Vance with the news that he was selecting him as his running mate 20 minutes, just 20 minutes before announcing it on social media, an indication that they did not want this news to break. And I think an indication of some of the deliberations that were happening behind the scenes inside the Trump campaign about who the running mate should be for former President Trump. Let's go back out to Jacob Soboroff. He is on the convention floor still. Jacob, what do you got?
Kristen, the expectation, although not confirmed, is that J.D. Vance, largely the expectation is, will emerge from this area here and come down the aisle towards the Ohio delegation. We don't know that for certain, but the amount of activity that we're seeing in this area right now is indicative of a high-profile guest about to enter the convention floor. You can see state troopers here, other security officials, people lined up all around. And there's a lot of anticipation to see former President Trump's pick as his vice presidential running mate. Of course, there's a lot of questions that we all have for J.D. Vance, but to give people a little peek behind the curtain, they're keeping us very far away from where he would be, relatively speaking. Remember, J.D. Vance, as I was talking about with Governor Mike DeWine of Ohio, was vociferously opposed to former President Trump, using rhetoric that I think could be called harsh even today. At one point, using language that referenced Adolf Hitler. He's since disavowed those views, and perhaps that's part of the conversation about why he's reconciled with former President Trump. We hope to hear from him about that, what has brought them together. Of course, in the wake of the assassination attempt of former President Trump, he spoke out on social media as well, blaming the Democrats. Will he address any of that tonight? We don't know for sure, but we hope to have an opportunity to catch him as he comes in here in just a little bit.
All right, Jacob Soboroff, thank you so much for your reporting from the convention floor. And with that, this celebratory nature here on the convention floor is happening, as we have been mentioning, at a somber time as well, just 2 days after that assassination attempt on former President Trump. I now want to turn to Tom Winter, who has the very latest on the investigation. Tom, what can you tell us? I know you've got some new information that you've been working on.
That's right, Kristen. It's a 180 from the environment that you're experiencing and the environment that law enforcement is conducting itself right now. We're told that the FBI has been able to access the cell phone of Thomas Crooks. He's the individual individual that they say shot at President Trump just 2 days ago. And in part of accessing that, they've been examining the contents of the phone. And so far, and this is preliminary, so the investigation's still in its early stages, but so far they've found nothing on that phone that points to a motive, And I think one of the things that folks are having a hard time understanding, and it's understandable, is what is this idea with motive? He fired a gun at the former president of the United States and now Republican nominee. What is there to guess at? This has to be politically motivated. And I think it's important to remind people that over the years, a number of assassination attempts, including the one, the most recent assassination attempt on a president or former president, Ronald Reagan, the shooter there had an effort to try to impress a Hollywood actress. And that was what he said his motive was for doing it. So the FBI certainly wants to get to the bottom of that. They want to try to rule out with absolute certainty that anybody else could have been involved in this. Right now, they don't believe so, but it's still in the early investigative stages. A couple other updates from my colleagues, Jonathan Dienst, Andrew Blankstein, and myself. Apparently, the shooter was able to purchase or had delivered to him a significant amount of ammunition on the day of the shooting and leading up to the shooting. That's what law enforcement's trying to determine. When did the ammunition come in? When was it around? The multiple law enforcement officials also telling us that approximately a dozen guns were found in the home, and they're also looking into whether or not the father of the shooter, upon hearing about the shooting involving Trump, noticed that one of his guns was missing and noticed that his son was missing and may have contacted law enforcement. So those are a couple of new investigative avenues or new developments just over the last hour or so. And again, reporting with myself, my colleagues, Jonathan Dienst and Andrew Blankstein. And we're going to continue to track this throughout the day in the investigation. The FBI out with a statement late today confirming they were able to access the phone and that they have completed their searches of both his car at the scene of the shooting as well as his home, Kristen.
Tom Winter, thank you. And as you and the team have been reporting, of course, the family of the shooter has been cooperating with authorities. Tom Winter, we really appreciate those new developments. And as we continue to wait for who Jacob Soboroff promises will be a big guest, potentially Senator J.D. Vance himself coming out. Our senior Washington correspondent, Hallie Jackson, joins the table. Hallie, we're just learning that former President Trump called J.D. Vance 20 minutes before he announced.
Are you surprised?
No, but it makes me feel better because Hallie and I were furiously working our sources trying to confirm it was him.
Let me tell you where you want to be on convention day. It's backstage with Welker and me. Okay. No, I mean, listen, this is very classic, I think, Donald Trump. And I think it is also why in public settings you had his senior aides, his staffers, when asked about his VP pick, saying, well, until he says it himself. Yes. And what did we learn in our years covering Donald Trump in the White House? He never wanted to get ahead of it because he could change his mind on a dime. And that's not just a cliche, or I guess it is. It's a cliche for a reason. It is because oftentimes some of the criticism leveled against him is that he went with the last voice in his ear. So you had a lot of people, and you well know this, at the White House jockeying to try to be that last voice in his ear. So it is not surprising to me that it went up to the wire. It is also not surprising to me that the announcement came from Donald Trump himself on Truth Social. Not a leak, right? I mean, there was widespread prediction that this was it. Once we had reported that it wasn't going to be Marco Rubio, that it wasn't going to be Doug Burgum. The only other person on the short list that I think had been a serious contender was, of course, Senator Vance. So all of it, I think, tracks with the way that the former president has also been teasing out this announcement for weeks. I mean, do you remember last week? I think it was 7 days ago now, when he was in Florida, home state, of course, of Senator Marco Rubio, going, well, I don't know. I mean, he really wanted to build up the drama here. And tonight, we now know who the pick is.
Yeah, and he did build up the drama. There's no doubt about that. Chuck, in addition to you and Mark and I were talking about his foreign policy views and how he does fit into Donald Trump's isolationist vision of the world. But when it comes to an issue like abortion, he was not where Trump was initially. In fact, he was supportive of a Texas law that does not include restrictions. And that's something that in these final days, his detractors have been trying to push out to the media to say, hey, look, he's too far right when it comes to the issue of abortion.
By the way, his detractors meaning people inside the Trump campaign who were advocating against him. I mean, that was what was remarkable about this, is that how many of the people worried about November were looking for reasons to persuade him against Vance. Those that are worried, are worried about 2028, they were fine with Vance. But it is fascinating to me that the most powerful arguments we were hearing against Vance were not coming from Democrats. It was coming from inside the House. But that was, that's the way Trump world operates, and Trump doesn't mind it. Like, we've all learned this. They will debate through leagues. And you would see these debates, and then, the worst thing to happen to Doug Burgum is Rupert Murdoch came out for him. We know Trump hates that perception that somehow Fox in particular has some sort of influence. So that felt like a kiss of death. And then, look, I buy the idea because, it's my understanding, it was really Susie Wiles and Chris LaCivita who are big Rubio advocates. And I think that there really was I think this constitutional issue was a real. How are you going to make Marco Rubio leave the state? Well, it was just an odd thing to do. So I buy that he might have been the actual person.
That was part of the reporting that I had from a source familiar with the conversations, and it was days of discussion. Could they get it worked out? Could they get the legalities done? And ultimately, the decision was they could try, and it might work. But in this instance, Mike,
I don't think Mark believes a lick of that.
Mark,
you don't believe a lick of it, do you?
No.
I know he does.
I think it's been Vance all along. But I also think that on Marco, the bigger issue is legally they could justify it. Their concern was that Democrats would have a reason not to certify the election. If Rubio is on the ticket, the Constitution says you can't have VP and Vice President from the same state.
It wouldn't create legal issues.
It would give them the concern. I don't think it was the legality. It was the politics of saying now Democrats will vote against certifying.
But Mark, politically speaking, to Chuck's point, some people inside the campaign, some Trump allies, were saying Rubio is the strongest pick electorally. He is an incredible fundraiser. He helps you energize key constituents. And that wasn't persuasive to Trump. As Chuck notes, this was not a political pick in J.D. Vance.
I agree with that. I think Marco, I said this on your show a few weeks ago, that I think Marco provided the most balance. He provided a lot more depth of what the options were. But I think that, again, where I think that this party is now going is a far more populist track, and that's what J.D. Vance measured. And only in a world where he probably was a Hillary Clinton voter in 2016 could he now be vice president for Donald Trump.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll pause it for just a moment. Chuck and Hallie, you are sticking around with me. Mark, thank you so much for being here. Coming up, we are just moments away from Senator J.D. Vance officially receiving the VP nomination. Florida Congressman Carlos Jimenez joins me on set next with his view of the ticket, his reaction in this historic race for president. Stay with us. You're watching Meet the Press Now, special coverage of the Republican National Convention.
report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
And welcome back. You are watching NBC News Now's special coverage of the first day of the 2024 Republican National Convention from Milwaukee. You're looking live as we get ready for the official announcement of Senator J.D. Vance as Donald Trump's running mate. Back with me now for more is Jacob Soboroff. He is on the convention floor waiting for Senator Vance to walk out. Set the scene, Jacob. Are we any closer to seeing him?
It feels that way, Kristen. I think you know, in a previous life, I was an advanced person to former Mayor Mike Bloomberg in New York City. My job was to set up moments like this as candidates walked out or the mayor walked out himself. This is Advance 101. They've pushed everyone back. They've got security detail, both state, local. It appears to be federal. They're waiting in the corner. By all indications, this is where we believe J.D. Vance will walk out onto the floor to make his first appearance as the vice presidential running mate to former President Donald Trump. Let Chris Jackson give you a look at all the people here who are waiting to see J.D. Vance if and when he does walk out into this alleyway here and up towards the stage. I'm, in relation to where you are, I'm on the opposite side of the convention floor, almost all the way in the corner. There's an access way here. And so I think the idea would be when J.D. Vance walks through those doors right there, through the black scrim, he will, if he does indeed enter through that door, walk up this red carpet, down here to the left, towards the Ohio delegation, where you can see the assembled crowd of not just reporters, but people from his delegation waiting for him. And then we'll see if he makes his way to the stage and if he addresses the assembled audience here, Kristen. It has to be only a matter of minutes at this point.
It has to be a matter of minutes, Jacob. You're right there in the middle of all of the action. I know when he walks out, you'll be ready with your questions, and we'll get right back to you, Jacob. Thanks so much for your reporting from the floor. Joining me now right here on set in Milwaukee is Florida Republican Congressman Carlos Jimenez. Congressman, thank you so much for joining me. Really appreciate it.
My pleasure.
So let me get your reaction to the news of the day, the fact that Donald Trump, the Republican nominee now officially, has chosen J.D. Vance to be his running mate. I know you were obviously pulling for Senator Marco Rubio. Yeah. We were just talking about why electorally he may have been an incredibly strong choice. What's your reaction? Are you disappointed?
No. I mean, look, I was pulling for Marco Rubio. I thought he would have been, a really great choice. But I also said we have a really deep bench and that we're going to be we're going to be uniting. We're all united, around the president, and we're going to be uniting around this ticket. Now we know what the ticket's going to be, and we're going to go out and make sure that this ticket, President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance, gets sworn in on January 2025.
Of course, we were just talking about the fact that critics of J.D. Vance inside the Republican Party were concerned that he wouldn't necessarily bolster the ticket, that he basically represents the future of the MAGA movement. He's obviously got a lot of support from Donald Trump Jr., for example, some other folks inside Donald Trump's orbit. But does he help expand the electoral map? Ohio would go for Trump, it would seem, regardless.
Well, he comes from the Midwest, and we know that we need to make sure that we get states. Ohio is, I think, pretty much, what we're going to be okay with. But Wisconsin, Michigan, et cetera, those are states that we need, for Donald Trump to win. And I think that J.D. Vance, gives us an opportunity in those states. He's the future of the party. He's a young guy. He's 40 years old. Veteran, Marine Corps corporal, but also pretty savvy. He's got a degree from Yale Law School, so he's a smart guy, an author, venture capitalist, and knows how to talk to young people. So yeah, I think he can expand the base in that way. And I look forward to working with him, and especially after he becomes vice president.
Let me ask you about that. Do you have any concerns that he's untested? As you say, he's young. He's only in his second year in the Senate. Is there a concern that if there is, for example, a crisis on the world stage, that he wouldn't have the foreign policy heft that a Marco Rubio, for example, would bring to the ticket?
Look, everybody brings different strengths to the ticket. So every one of these vice presidential candidates bring a different strength. He's going to be learning. It's an apprenticeship.
Yes,
right? Under
the ultimate
Trump.
apprenticeship.
Exactly. And so, I expect a 4-year apprenticeship. And then I believe he'll probably be, if Donald Trump becomes the president, which I believe he will be, he'll probably be the presumptive nominee, but he'll have 4 years under his belt. Under Donald Trump, and he'll continue that. We need to change the direction of this country, and not just in 4 years. It's going to take longer. People may disagree with me on that, but I am convinced that we need to change the direction of this country. Donald Trump will start that process, and J.D. Vance or somebody else will finish it, for President Trump.
Let me talk to you about the broader context in which we are sitting here. This comes, of course, just days after the assassination attempt against former President Trump. He has talked about the fact that he believes he was saved by God. I've been talking to folks who are close to him who say he is more contemplative now. He feels like he's gotten a second lease on life. He says he's overhauling his speech. How do you think the horrific events that unfolded in Pennsylvania will impact his speech and, quite frankly, this entire convention?
I think anytime you go through an experience like that, when you're that close to dying, I think that it has to change. It has to make you more spiritual. If he hadn't turned his head at the time. And so faith, intervention by God, the grace of God. By the grace of God, he is alive. And so that will, I think, I know him, not the politician. I've played some rounds of golf with him. It's a little bit different than what a lot of people portray him to be. And so what I think, here's what I think. America is facing some great challenges, not only internally, but also around the world. And the only way that America is going to survive and overcome those challenges is united. So I would expect that you're going to see a message of unity coming from our nominee. And I expect that there will be a change, a little bit, some change in his message. And I think it'll be one of unity. We have to come together. America is stronger when we're together. And believe me, America needs to be strong because we are facing some great challenges.
You have been critical of former President Trump, some of his rhetoric in the past when you have felt it has not been a unifying message. Do you think beyond this week we will see him modify his message, his tone?
Again, I think that this incident has to have had some kind of an impact on him. Look, what I've said is I may not agree with some things he said. I do agree with a lot. But I do believe what he does, okay? I believe in his policies, and that's what's more important to me than anything else. On the other hand, President Biden might say the right thing, but I disagree vehemently with what he does. And so for me, it's more important what you do, not what you say. And President Trump has proven time and time again what he does is right for this country.
And of course, there is a debate inside the Democratic Party about whether President Biden should stay at the top of the ticket. Now, to some extent, that debate has been stalled in the wake of the horrific events in Pennsylvania. It's not clear how much momentum it will continue to have moving forward. But is there a concern inside the Republican Party about what might happen if he does pass the torch to a Vice President Kamala Harris or someone else inside the party?
Well, if he decides that he's not capable of being the nominee, and he's probably not capable of being the president, right? So if he passes that torch, then that's a process. But if it's somehow a revolution inside the Democrat Party, that somehow they're going to overthrow Joe Biden, isn't that the party that says that we're somehow a threat to democracy? Wasn't he democratically elected as your nominee? And so, it's kind of hypocritical, I think. And so until Joe Biden decides that he no longer wants to be the candidate, the nominee, I think the Democrats need to follow the will of their voters, and he's the nominee. Now, if he decides that he's not capable of it, he probably needs to pass that on to Kamala Harris as the vice president, and then she becomes the presumptive nominee.
All right. Congressman Jimenez, thank you so much.
My pleasure.
It's great to be with you. Really appreciate your perspective today. And we will be right back after a quick break. Stay with us. You're watching Meet the Press now.
We report live from Tel Aviv. From Juarez, Mexico, top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
And welcome back. You are watching special coverage of the Republican National Convention from Milwaukee right here on NBC News Now. We want to get back to the action, and Jacob Soboroff, who is on the convention floor. And Jacob, as we are having this conversation, the headline here is that former President Donald Trump has officially been nominated to be his party's nominee, and he announced Senator J.D. Vance as his running mate from the great state of Ohio. And you are there waiting for J.D. Vance to walk out. Any word on when he's coming out?
Kristen, I'm sorry that we're still looking at a door, but looking at a door has never been so exciting. What you're looking at right now is the staging area from the senator from the great state of Ohio, J.D. Vance, to emerge and either walk to the Ohio delegation or take the stage as the official pick as the vice presidential running mate, the nominee to run with former President Donald Trump to become potentially the next president and vice president of the United States. Of course, they are very aligned on issues related to the economy. Donald Trump has spent a considerable amount of time in the Rust Belt. J.D. Vance talks a lot about the decimated manufacturing industry where he comes from in Ohio. We've all spent a lot of time there, and obviously that is going to be very central to the economic message of this campaign. We'll get a better idea when J.D. Vance emerges from behind the black drapery over there, if indeed that's where he's coming from. And let me give you one more look as a reset here of what we expect J.D. Vance to do when he enters through those doors in a matter of moments. He'll come through here and he'll either walk up in this area here through this overhang, or he'll come right by us and walk up towards the Ohio delegation. You can see the stage in the distance. Look, it looks like a little commotion here. Let's see if we can get. See, we're watching advanced people do their jobs. Doesn't seem like anything yet, Kristen, but we will continue to keep an eye on this very closely, and we will do our best to pull over the senator from the great state of Ohio when he walks out to accept that nomination as soon as we lay eyes on him.
All right, and Jacob, we will come back to you as soon as you give us the high sign that you see any action there at that door. Thank you so much, Jacob. Well, as this Republican National Convention kicks off here in Milwaukee, Donald Trump has scored a major legal victory in Florida, where a judge dismissed the classified documents case against the former president. In a 93-page decision, Judge Aileen Cannon, who was appointed by Donald Trump, ruled that the appointment of special counsel Jack Smith, who brought the case, was unconstitutional. Now, Cannon argues that Smith had not been appointed by the president or confirmed by the Senate. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian joins me. Also with me is Chuck Rosenberg, former U.S. attorney, former senior FBI official, and current NBC News legal analyst. Thanks so much to both of you for being here. Ken, let me start with you. What is the Justice Department's likely next step? Are we anticipating that it will appeal this ruling?
That's what we think will happen, Kristen. It's interesting. I've been waiting for a few hours for the Justice Department to issue a statement in reaction to this, and they have not done so yet. I know that lawyers are cloistered behind closed doors working on how they are going to react to this. But I also know they profoundly disagree with this ruling, which goes against 25 years of tradition of using the special counsel regulation to appoint special counsels, and goes against 4 or 5 other federal judges that have heard similar arguments and ruled in the exact opposite direction, including a Trump-appointed judge in Washington, D.C., when Robert Mueller's appointment was challenged on these same grounds. Because the logic of this decision would say that Robert Mueller was also improperly appointed as a special counsel because he wasn't appointed by the president or confirmed by the Senate either. So this is a highly technical argument. It's a 92-page decision. Judge Cannon cites a lot of case law. It's not entirely implausible, but it's just very strange that she's the only judge in 25 years to come out this way. And it's dismissing the entire case. It's totally gone. All the hearings are canceled. The motions are moot. And so now the Justice Department has to decide whether they appeal, or they have other options, too. They could refile the case with the U.S. attorney in Miami, but we'll have to wait and see what they do.
We will. Do you anticipate it'll go to the Supreme Court, Ken?
Yes, because however the 11th Circuit rules, whether they overturn Judge Cannon or uphold her, the losing side is likely to appeal. This is a significant issue that goes beyond this case because this is the way that we appoint special counsels in this country after the independent counsel law lapsed in 1999. And without this regulation, the Justice Department would be unable to appoint special counsels unless Congress passes a law. Merrick Garland and other attorney generals have found the need to do that. So it's a larger issue than just this one case.
Chuck, let me go to you. Can you put this into a broader context? Because legal analysts were saying that they were quite surprised that Judge Cannon took this step. Why is this outside of what folks were anticipating?
Sure, Kristen. Well, as Ken so ably described, this issue has been raised multiple times over the past several decades, and each and every time the special counsel regulations were found to be valid. The appointment of a special counsel was found to be lawful, proper, and constitutional. So in a broader context, Judge Cannon is on a bit of a legal island by herself. It doesn't mean she's wrong, although I think she is, respectfully. And it doesn't necessarily tell you what the 11th Circuit, the Court of Appeals, that sits over her will do. And it certainly doesn't tell you what the Supreme Court will do. By the way, I think Ken is quite right that the case will go to the Supreme Court with one caveat. That is, if the case still exists. If Mr. Trump is elected again as president, it's entirely possible, plausible, perhaps even likely, that he will dismiss the case. And if the case is dismissed, and there is nothing pending for either the 11th Circuit or the Supreme Court to decide.
Chuck, what might this mean for the other cases pending against former President Trump? Obviously, there's the election interference case. There's the case in Georgia that was brought in a different matter. But what might this mean for the other case that was brought by Jack Smith?
Yeah, so if it means anything for any case, it's only the one that Jack Smith brought in a different jurisdiction in the District of Columbia. But, Kristen, I don't think it means anything for that case, and here's why. Number one, it's been challenged in D.C. in various cases, and the D.C. courts, including the D.C. Court of Appeals, has found that the appointment of special counsel, these regulations are constitutional. Moreover, a federal judge sitting in Florida has absolutely no authority over a federal judge sitting anywhere else in the United States. She's not an appellate court. She's certainly not the Supreme Court. She's just a trial judge, a federal trial judge, but just a trial judge in a completely different district. So I don't think it has any precedential value. Does it have any persuasive value? I think not. Again, the D.C. federal courts have already ruled on this issue, and their rulings are all contrary to what Judge Cannon just did.
You are watching Senator J.D. Vance walk out onto the convention floor, holding his wife's hand. He has just been named as Donald Trump's running mate. 39 years old, senator from the great state of Ohio, author of Hillbilly Elegy, someone who was once one of Donald Trump's fiercest critics, now one of his biggest supporters, biggest defenders, poised to accept his party's nomination to be Donald Trump's vice presidential nominee. You can see the excitement, the frankly enthusiasm in the room is palpable. Let's go back to Jacob Soboroff. Jacob, what was it like as he walked out, as we watched these pictures unfold?
You said
He's there.
Kristen, you said it.
everyone.
There is excitement and there is enthusiasm. You saw him walk out with his wife. And to me, honestly, the striking part of this was I've never seen J.D. Vance in person. At least I can't recall a moment that I have. He has a youthful look and a youthful energy to him. And I know we'll get into policy. We'll get into the politics of this moment in just a little bit. But it's a different look. It's a younger look. And when you will ultimately see Vice President Kamala Harris go up against J.D. Vance, that is the next generation of American politics. And with this decision, former President Trump has chosen someone of our generation, a millennial, someone who was born in the 1980s at the latest. At the latest. And so J.D. Vance is now out there on the convention floor, and all I can see is people wanting to grab him, do selfies with him. Like I said, he's from the Rust Belt. He's from the heartland of America. We'll be talking a lot more about that in the manufacturing issues, immigration, everything that he said about the shooting with former President Trump and the way that he assigns blame. But now's the moment for him to walk out here and be in the spotlight for the first time as former President Trump's selection to become his vice presidential running mate, Kristen.
Well, it is an historic moment as we watch J.D. Vance shake hands, hug, high five the delegates, holding his wife's hand there on the convention floor. As we watch this scene unfold, I want to go to Scott Walker, former governor of Wisconsin. Governor, thanks for being here.
My pleasure. Good to be here. Exciting night.
It's exciting.
Already.
I know. A lot has happened today. Let's talk about what's happened today. Donald Trump is now your party's official nominee to be president of the United States, and he announced his running mate in a Truth Social post. And
classic Trump, right?
Classic Trump, just about 20 minutes after he called J.D. Vance and made him know it was official. What's your reaction to this pick?
I think it's exciting. Obviously, as a Midwesterner, we're here in my home area, on home turf, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We couldn't be more thrilled to have a Midwesterner in the ticket. But I think more than that, you even hear it with the music, you think about that book that he wrote about his family's life. I think a lot of Americans who don't know much about him will be amazed to think this is someone whose family dealt with addiction. This is someone who lived in the depth of poverty and despair. And a lot of Americans feel abandoned by politicians of both parties in Washington. This pick, I think the more they get to know about J.D. Vance, will appeal to them.
What do you make, let me follow up with you on that point on the politics of this pick, because he's widely seen as the future of the MAGA movement. A Trump campaign official once explained the different choices Trump was mulling as J.D. Vance is the future. Senator Marco Rubio would have potentially helped electorally quite a bit. And North Dakota Governor North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum was seen as a safe pick, someone who would never upstage Trump. This is a 39-year-old senator in his second year of serving in the U.S. Senate. Do you think he helps politically?
Yeah, I think, again, for those two reasons, Midwest, battleground states, Michigan, Wisconsin, key states, obviously Ohio, I think is going to be in the bag already, but even more so now. But I think more important than that, it's a generational pick. It's saying with all the talk about age and questioning that going forward, this is somebody who's that next generation, but not just some young rising star. As he mentioned in his book, this is someone who suffered through a lot. His family suffered through a lot. I think that, for America lost 100,000 people to overdoses last year. When people hear that this is someone who doesn't just talk about it, he has lived it, he can appeal, he can connect with those voters, that's really powerful.
The Biden campaign has already indicated, according to our team of reporters at the White House, that they are going to define J.D. Vance as being extreme. They will argue he is extreme on abortion, for example. He made comments in the wake of the Texas law, the abortion ban being passed, does not include exceptions. He downplayed the fact that it doesn't include exceptions. That's outside of where Trump is. Trump is very much someone who says that exceptions are key and this should be left up to the states. He's espoused that position. He's now closer to Trump. But what do you make of that? Could that be a drag on the
Donald Trump is the nominee of this party. It's his agenda going forward, win or lose. And I think that's clear. Just like Kamala Harris, Newsweek identified her 4 years ago as to the left of Bernie Sanders in terms of being liberal on the issues. So both of these candidates, Kamala Harris and J.D. Vance, are both the nominees going forward of their respective presidential nominee. They'll adopt the policies that Biden and Trump have.
Governor, let's talk about this moment in which we find ourselves, because there's a lot of excitement right now on the convention floor, understandably, and yet it comes at a somber moment, not only for your party, but for this country, quite frankly, in the wake of the assassination attempt against former President Trump. How do you think that will impact the proceedings here?
It's really overwhelming. It's changed everything from the moment delegates started to come in yesterday as we welcomed them to Wisconsin. Obviously, a sense of grace and appreciation that by God's grace, the former president, and I say that not just because he's my nominee, but I was upset years ago when someone got through the North Lawn at the White House when Barack Obama was president. We don't want that of any American president or former president. But I think here it's a renewed sense of focus. I still remember as a kid when Ronald Reagan was shot and how that made me feel, how scared America was, and then how strong he was after that. That was part of his divine plan to move the country and the world forward. I'm hopeful that we'll hear about that in the coming days from President Trump.
It's our reporting that the former president is rewriting his speech. He said that. He has said that he feels as though he was saved by God. I've spoken to people who have been in touch with him who say he seems more contemplative. What do you expect we'll hear from his speech now, Governor?
I think he'll talk about unity, but not just bland comments about that, but I think about what it meant to him. I hope he shares personally what it was like with that literally near-death experience. I think it probably had an impact on this VP pick in the sense that he thought, well, it's time to set up the next generation. I'm not going to be around. My generation's not going to be around. We want to set a vice president who's going to be someone who can carry the torch forward, at least in the next 4 years, if not beyond that. So I think it's very contemplative, but I also think he's not going to back away from being a fighter. We saw it on that stage Saturday night. The key is, from winning in Wisconsin and elsewhere, he's got to be a fighter for everyday Americans, for the people who feel forgotten, and that's what he won with in 2016, and I think he's capable of doing it again now.
Governor Scott Walker, thank you so much for being here. We're going to go back to the convention floor. They're about to officially nominate Senator J.D. Vance as the vice presidential nominee to Donald J. Trump.
Preside over the Senate and to be ready to lead our nation at a moment's notice. Such a man must have an America First attitude in his heart. He must, amen. He must embrace his obligation to the American family, the American worker, and the American soldier. He must believe that America is exceptional. And be prepared, in the tradition of our founders, to pledge his life, his fortune, his sacred honor to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. He must share the values and principles of our presidential nominee and be trusted to faithfully implement the will of the people. J.D. Vance is such a man.
J.D., 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 J.D.
A man who loves America and will represent our people with moral courage, strength, and honor. J.D. is a living embodiment of the American dream. He came from humble beginnings, and even as his life took him to places he might have never imagined, he never forgot where he came from. Ohio values are in his blood. He served our nation in the United States Marine Corps. He is a graduate of The Ohio State University. He graduated summa cum laude from Yale Law School and is the author of the best-selling book Hillbilly Elegy. And he is a crusader for the people of the Ohio in the United States Senate. He has never forgotten the working people of our country, and he never will. He fought to bring investment to Middle America as a businessman and has fought to defend them every single day in the Senate. And this I know. He will faithfully stand by President Donald Trump's side as they win this election and change the course of our nation. They will change the course of our nation to the benefit of all American citizens and truly make our country great again. It is therefore my honor to nominate Ohio Senator J.D. Vance for the office of Vice President of the United States of America.
Delegates and alternates, pursuant to Rule 40A, a motion to nominate by acclamation is now in order. The chair now recognizes Delegate Bernie Moreno, Senate candidate from Ohio, for the purpose of making a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Bernie Moreno. I'm honored to be the Republican nominee for the U.S. Senate from the great state of Ohio. I know firsthand that my dear friend J.D. is a selfless and brilliant fighter. He is a patriot who loves America. He loves Ohio. He loves his family. He's a great father. He's a great man. And that's what we need in this nation today. The J.D. Vance, America First, is not just a slogan. It's his North Star. He has followed it every moment of his life and career. He knows what it's like to live in poverty, forgotten by Washington politicians. He is dedicated to ensure that no American is ever forgotten again. Madam Chair, it is a great honor to move that J.D. Vance be nominated by acclamation by this Republican National Convention as its candidate for the office of Vice President of the United States of America.
Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the motion that Senator J.D. Vance be nominated by acclamation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Delegates and alternates, ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to announce that Senator J.D. Vance has the overwhelming support of this convention to be the next Vice President of the United States. The chair is pleased to make the following appointments to the Escort Committee for Senator J.D. Vance, his vice presidential nominee. Usha Vance, thank you, and God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back Speaker Johnson.
All right. What a great night. Pursuant to Rule 40D of the rules of the Republican Party, I formally declare President Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance as the Republican nominees for President and Vice President of the United States.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back RNC Chairman Michael Whatley.
What a great afternoon for the Republican Party, and what a great afternoon for America. It is now time to take the official convention photograph. If all of the delegates would please stand and turn to the center camera directly opposite the stage, we will take the official photograph.
I'm Hallie Jackson, live from the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee, and you have just been watching the ticket now becoming official for the Republican Party, with Senator J.D. Vance now formally becoming former President Donald Trump's pick to be his running mate. You heard Speaker Mike Johnson announce it there, and you saw those moments of Senator Vance, and you're looking at him live now on the left side of your screen, on the convention floor, the hugs, the selfies, the waves, the high fives. This is now the ticket, Trump Vance. We've already seen some of the images of the campaign plane getting repainted. You've seen folks on the convention floor writing Vance's name in Sharpie on those Trump Vance signs tonight. It is a significant moment now in this campaign. And I want to get right to our Garrett Hake, who's down on the floor. Garrett, give us a sense of what you've seen and how close you are to the new vice presidential candidate.
Hallie, I'm pretty far back in the crowd here now with my people here in the Texas delegation, but you don't have to be close to J.D. Vance to understand the excitement that he's generating for this ticket. I mean, if you think about where we are in this race, you've got a race between two such known commodities, frankly, so disliked by partisans on the other side, people so dug in and so well known about the two candidates at the top of the ticket. J.D. Vance represents an unknown. For Republicans, they see him as a breath of fresh air. For Democrats, he's sort of a new figure that they're going to look for a handle on to try to attack, but you heard it here in the room. You certainly felt it on the floor, those chants of JD for a nominee who will go by his initials. And I think sort of like that grassroots enthusiasm that you alluded to with scribbling his name in on the signs, which I think is also a point about how tightly the Trump campaign wanted to control this moment, control this announcement, to bottle up this energy and use it exactly as they could, Hallie.
And you have seen those moments, the cheers, that ovation for Senator Vance as his name was announced. I'm joined, of course, by our moderator of Meet the Press, Kristen Welker, who is here with me, elevated now from the floor, Kristen. And to Garrett's point here, this was a carefully choreographed rollout here with the former president apparently calling J.D. Vance only about 20 minutes before that public announcement, according to a source familiar.
That's right. And Hallie, this is a decision that he grappled with for quite some time. There was a sense that in the wake of the assassination attempt against him that he grappled with it some more. This is a significant pick. It's a generational pick. He is 39 years old. He's only been in the Senate for 2 years. And so there are questions about how he helps electorally, but this is the pick.
Thank you so much. We're going to stand by now for an NBC News special report right now.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Lester Holt.
Good afternoon. We're coming on the air from breaking news. Former President Trump his pick for vice presidential nominee J.D. Vance has officially been nominated. The senator from Ohio is now officially on the ticket. Mr. Trump announced his nominee earlier today, and according to NBC News sources, only called him 20 minutes before making the announcement. That came just moments before the Republican convention officially nominated Mr. Trump as their nominee for president. I'm here at the White House this afternoon because I just interviewed President Biden. I asked him about Vance. We'll have some of that interview in just a moment. But first, let's get to Vaughn Hilliard on the convention floor in Milwaukee. Vaughn?
Lester, just moments ago, the author of Hillbilly Elegy and the senator who was elected just 18 months ago. He was formally, by the voice vote of acclamation here by the more than 2,000 delegates here in downtown Milwaukee, to be the running mate and vice presidential candidate to Donald Trump. J.D. Vance, the Ohio senator, just moments ago coming in here to greet members of the Ohio delegation here before making his way out. He is slated to make his vice presidential acceptance speech on Wednesday night, before Donald Trump makes his acceptance speech on Thursday night. I was talking to a Senate colleague of J.D. Vance who told me that he was on the phone with Donald Trump just earlier this morning. This was Tommy Tuberville, a senator from Alabama. He said he was on the phone with him this morning, Donald Trump, when Trump indicated to him that he was still making his determination, about over here. Lester, I would send it back to you.
All right, Vaughn, thank you. Turning now to that first look at my exclusive interview with President Biden moments ago here at the White House. I asked the president about heated political rhetoric after he called on all Americans to tone it down in a primetime Oval Office address last night, which was in response to Saturday night's assassination attempt on former President Trump. Right now, we have President Biden's first reaction in an unscripted setting. Here's part of our conversation. Well, let's talk about the conversation this has started, and it's really about language, what we say out loud and the consequences of those. You called your opponent an existential threat on a call a week ago. You said it's time to put Trump in the bullseye. There's some dispute about the context, but I think you appreciate that.
I didn't say crosshairs. I was talking about focus on. Look, the truth of the matter was, what I guess I was talking about at the time was, there was very little focus on Trump's agenda.
Yeah, the term is bullseye.
It was a mistake to use the word. I didn't say crosshairs. I meant bullseye. I meant focus on him. Focus on what he's doing. Focus on his policies. Focus on the number of lies he told in the debate. Focus. I mean, there's a whole range of things that, look, I'm not the guy that said, I want to be a dictator on day one. I'm not the guy that refused to accept the outcome of the election. I'm not the guy who said that won't accept the outcome of this election automatically. You can't only love your country when you win. And so the focus was on what he's saying, and I mean, the idea.
But have you taken a step back and done a little soul searching on things that you may have said that could incite people who are not balanced?
Well, I don't think, look, how do you talk about the threat to democracy, which is real, when a president says things like he says? Do you just not say anything because it may incite somebody? Look, I have not engaged in that rhetoric. Now, my opponent is engaged in that rhetoric. He talks about there'll be a bloodbath if he loses, talking about how he's going to forgive all the, actually I guess, suspend the sentences of all those who were arrested and sentenced to go to jail because of what happened in the Capitol. I'm not out there making fun of, like, remember the picture of Donald Trump when Nancy Pelosi's husband was hit with a hammer, joking about it?
That's part of my conversation with the president here at the White House. We'll have much more of it. The exclusive interview tonight on NBC Nightly News. Also, we'll air the full unedited version in a primetime special at 9 p.m. Eastern. And don't miss our coverage of the first night of the Republican National Convention, which kicks off at 9:30 Eastern Time. That concludes this NBC News special report. I'm Lester Holt. Thank you for watching.
You have been watching that NBC News special report. I'm Hallie Jackson, live from the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee with these big breaking news updates in the presidential election. Not just what you just saw, Lester's exclusive interview with President Biden at this critical moment in the race, just about 48 hours, too, after the attempted assassination of his political rival, former President Donald Trump, and just minutes, of course, simultaneously, likely, as the rollout was happening for the former president's running mate, who we now know officially is Senator J.D. Vance. Both men formally nominated. They are no longer the presumptive ticket. They are the official ticket here this hour. And you can see that moment where Senator Vance came walking out accompanied by his wife, our Jacob Soboroff, trying to get that question in. I want to bring in now some of the folks who are joining us here as we continue our breaking news coverage. Tom Yamas is here with us in the booth. Kristen Welker is here with us in the booth. And I want to start with that interview with President Biden and Lester Holt, where you heard the president say that it was a mistake to use the word bullseye. This is a word that, a phrase that the president had said apparently in a donor call or a private call about a week ago that some conservatives pointed to in the aftermath of this attempted assassination, Kristen.
They did, and it was notable to hear him try to clarify those remarks. He said, look, I was saying let's put the focus on his policies. He then went on to draw a pretty sharp contrast with the former president as it relates to the different ways in which they speak about this moment. He talked about the fact that former President Trump has used language that has been viewed as being violent rhetoric by some. And so I thought that was notable. He's not backing away from drawing that contrast, but I think that's where this becomes complicated for President Biden. How does he continue to strike that note of unity that he struck in the Oval Office, in his Oval Office address, and at the same time try to draw that sharp contrast while he tries to win the White House back again? So remember, Donald Trump saying he's changing his speech here at the Republican National Convention. He says it's going to be a more unifying speech. He says he was saved by God after that assassination attempt. It will be very interesting to see what that means from Donald Trump's perspective. But we are learning that from the perspective of President Biden, he's not backing away from drawing that very sharp contrast as it relates to political rhetoric.
Just an extraordinary confluence of events here on the start of what is a critical week in any presidential campaign, but especially so on this one. Tom, fresh back from Butler, Pennsylvania, of course, the site of that attempted assassination against former President Trump, something that has permeated this convention, even with that typical party atmosphere you might normally see. Those cheers for J.D. Vance as he came walking out, the theatrics of the rollout of that VP pick. And yet some delegates, one telling our team, you know, his family was a little concerned about him coming here to Milwaukee, but he wanted to be here to show support for this Republican ticket as it is now official.
You know, it's kind of strange times we're living in right now. Just 2 days ago, a former president was almost assassinated. Yeah. And there has been so much news. We're now talking about his running mate, right? It's almost, I don't want to say we forgot.
And by the way, the federal classified documents case.
The federal classified documents case as well. There's so much news. People always say sometimes former President Trump can step on his own news cycle. But from talking to people who are familiar with his decision, he wanted to be completely in control of this moment. And I think he is right now. I think for a lot of Republicans, the choice of J.D. Vance, and you guys have said this, is to sort of reinvigorate, to make sure that that MAGA mantle is passed on. And it's funny, you walk into this convention center, and when I walked in, the first thing you see is just red hats, red T-shirts, red jackets. It's all MAGA all the time. And I have new reporting. I understand there were deep conversations in the family, and there was a split in the Trump family, right? There were members of the Trump family that were pushing hard for Senator Marco Rubio, and then there were members of the Trump family that were pushing hard for Senator J.D. Vance. We know that Don Jr. ultimately ultimately won that argument, which is interesting. And he went public with it. He essentially said, listen, Senator Marco Rubio is a very talented senator, but he's also the establishment. You know, he is not like us. He is not the MAGA movement, even though he has a close relationship with the Trump family. And ultimately, former President Trump listened to him. The interesting part is that even the First Lady, I understand, weighed in on this conversation. And you saw that the statement she put out there, she wanted to tone the rhetoric down. And I bring this up because the choice of J.D. Vance is interesting because J.D. Vance does not tone it down. J.D. Vance was the first one out there who was attacking President Biden. He will be the bulldog. Yeah. Not that Donald Trump needs a bulldog, but he will be the bulldog in this scenario. And let me tell you something else. Don't be surprised if former President Trump sort of, I don't want to say sits back, but if he takes a step back, tries to be more measured, and he lets Senator Vance do all his dirty work.
Yeah, what's so fascinating about Tom's reporting is the fact that the divide in the family is the divide that the Republican Party was having and Trump allies were having about J.D. Vance. This concern that doubling down on MAGA could be too risky. Does it help electorally? You heard Governor Scott Walker in the previous hour argue, no, actually, it may help in the Midwest, but Marco Rubio is someone who has foreign policy experience, and he's seen as someone who can fundraise in an extremely robust way.
And in some of my conversations with sources, there was the thinking, right, and Tom, you referenced this, that Senator Vance could help with turnout in some of these critical Rust Belt states like Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. I want to go to our colleague Gabe Gutierrez, who has some reporting for us after that exclusive interview between President Biden and Lester Holt. And this issue, Gabe, of threats to democracy, the way that the Biden campaign has framed this race as existential in so many ways.
Yeah, that's right, Hallie. And look, you were just talking about it with Tom, and we just heard in that clip from Lester's interview, look, it's clear that President Biden doesn't plan on really changing his messaging. But what's interesting is that earlier this afternoon, the White House press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre, was pressed on this by reporters. And what she was trying to argue was that it is legitimate to call out someone's agenda and even their character. Reporters pressed her, though, what about the language, calling somebody a threat to democracy? That, many people consider, is going that extra step. Now, Karine Jean-Pierre didn't have a strong answer on that. The only thing she said is that the Biden campaign, or Biden administration, did not want to politicize the moment, but she would not commit to the president changing his language at all. And we just heard from the president himself, it doesn't seem like he's modifying it at all. As you and Tom have been discussing, will be interesting to see how former President Trump's speech at this convention, if he changes his rhetoric at all. But as of now, it seems like the president, the Biden administration, they are still continuing to use that language that some people argue may have contributed to the moment that we're in now.
Can I bring up a point, though, following Gabe's reporting? And I was watching you two watching the Biden interview. We can't forget the reason why President Biden is doing that interview is to show America that he can be the commander-in-chief, that he can stand another 4 years. And let's be very honest here. When you watch the president speak, even in this setting, even in the middle of the day, you have to really listen to understand and to follow him at points. He was trying to make a valid point, which he was trying to say that former President Trump turns up the temperature, and maybe he shouldn't have said what he said, but it took him so long to sort of get there. And I think the American people are watching that as well. Whether it's right or whether it's wrong, America's now obviously talking about what happened to former President Trump.
Democrats are watching it very closely as well.
You're right. And part of the criticism around those close to President Biden is that if Americans perhaps had seen the president more regularly, you might be used to those kind of cadences. We have seen a lot of different presidents speak in a lot of different ways stylistically. But of course, as you well know, both of you, there had been a critique that simply the president wasn't put out there enough. He wasn't put on the stage enough. He was, in effect, essentially, quote unquote, bubble wrapped. I want to just nod to what's happening right now. If you've noticed, we no longer have to shout over the music that is playing on the stage behind us here, and that is because we're in a bit of a lull. You saw the big moment of the day, the big opener of the convention, that critical roll call officially nominating former President Trump and Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, now officially the Trump-Vance ticket. Looks a little different now. The vibes are a little different. People are milling around. It's a bit of a break before we head into the next session. That is the key primetime session. And of course, the question, we have seen J.D. Vance. Will we see Donald Trump? I want to go down to the floor for a second because now you can actually probably hear what Vaughn Hilliard has to say. Vaughn, I understand you're with the delegate down there. Talk us through it.
Right. This is essentially the dinner break here before those primetime speeches come in. And of course, there was a lot of anticipation over who that VP running mate was going to be. I was told that he was making up his mind as soon as this morning, which left sort of the big question mark for all the delegates as well. I want to introduce you to Leanne, Pat, and Mary, North Carolina delegates. Mary, when did you first become familiar with who J.D. Vance was?
When I read his book, Hillbilly Elegy.
And now he is the vice presidential running mate for Donald Trump. What do you make of that selection?
I think he's got a broad experience, life experience. He's particularly involved with the military, which I think is very important, which we haven't had in an administration in several years. And that's going to be more important as time marches on. He has a broad experience with coming up from a humble background and moving into all areas of our family and social issues and social life. So
was this generally well received?
Yes. And Trump likes surprises. You know, he does like surprises.
And you guys trust Donald Trump's pick?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
You guys, thank you. Enjoy the rest of the week. All righty. Thank you. Hallie, guys.
Vaughn Hilliard down there on the floor. And listen, people come for in part, the theatrics of this moment. And you look at people, you referenced it, Tom, people dressed in red, almost uniformly, sort of echoing what we've often seen from former President Trump. It's a moment here for people to come together. And in so many ways, this convention is Donald Trump's stamp on the Republican Party. His grip on the Republican Party is very clear.
It is, Hallie, and think about how much more unified the Republican Party is than the first time that Donald Trump won the nomination back in 2016 when you had Ted Cruz who delivered a speech back.
We were all there, I think, in the convention hall. Yeah, exactly.
Endorse him when he delivered his speech. This is a very different moment. Yes, it's such a different moment for so many reasons because Donald Trump has unified this party largely and because, again, we sit here in the wake of that assassination attempt. We cannot overstate the massive impact, I think, that it will have on this election, on this moment. And of course, the big question, what will that mean for Donald Trump's speech? What will it mean for this race? I go back to the point that Tom was just making, which is we were watching President Biden's comments so closely because there is this big debate in the Democratic Party about whether he should continue to be the nominee. And the debate felt like it was reaching a fever pitch until the assassination attempt. Now, it seems, at least for now, it has been stalled a bit. We'll have to see if they pick back up with that debate, Tom. But that's why we make the point. Everyone's watching President Biden's interview with Lester very carefully, including and especially Democrats.
I got to tell you, it is so weird to be here just because we came and we left Butler, Pennsylvania this morning. Sadness, grief, confusion. A community that's been rocked. And there was a lot of people at home that watched that and lived that with everyone else. And you come here, and I don't want to say people have forgotten it because they have not, but it is just so weird to kind of see both those worlds that are happening simultaneously. The Republicans obviously have to put on a convention. They have to be excited about this. On the point of Senator J.D. Vance, just like every other running mate, America's going to have to get to know him. If you don't follow politics, if you're not hardcore Republican, you probably don't know who Senator J.D. Vance is. To me, the most fascinating calculation that former President Trump, I think, made is that he looked at the electoral map, right? He's polling a little bit better with Hispanics and blacks than he did before. He's peeling away a little bit from President Biden. The thinking was if he gets Senator Marco Rubio, he could maybe pull in some more Hispanic voters. You'd have a running mate who can give interviews fully in Spanish. You could hit all those Spanish markets. Also, some of the establishment likes him as well. But he picked Senator J.D. Vance, and you guys have made this point because of sort of that blue wall, right? Those Midwestern states. So you must think they're looking at the map and they're thinking Western Pennsylvania, where this just happened, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin. Those are the states that are going to decide this. It's those voters that are going to decide this, and maybe that's more important.
And you're right, and I think we'll pay such close attention to those voters, and it's also a generational pick. The fact that he's 39 years old, the fact that so many Americans are saying they're fed up with this rematch. This is a fresh face, to your point.
It is a good point.
People will be learning about him for the first time.
One of the other interesting pieces to this, though, is that folks who maybe didn't follow politics or don't follow politics might have known about J.D. Vance because he had a level of fame and celebrity because of his book, because of Hillbilly Elegy. And it was interesting to hear that delegate tell Vaughn that is how J.D. Vance's name first came on our radar. Of course, it was a very different, from a political sense, J.D. Vance during that era, he has had a dramatic shift in the way that he talks about Donald Trump and the way that he positions himself against the former president. And you are already seeing the Biden campaign take aim at that. You can bet that that is going to be a key line of attack from the Biden folks. And if we do end up seeing a debate between those vice presidential candidates, Kamala Harris and J.D. Vance, sure to come up. We're going to sneak in a very quick break while the delegates are taking their dinner break. But don't go anywhere. We've got a lot of folks to talk to, making some news when we come back right here during our special coverage alongside Tom Yamas and Kristen Welker right here on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
We are back live at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. You have been watching all of this unfold, the nomination officially of what we now know is the Trump-Vance ticket. All of it, of course, against the backdrop of that attempted assassination against former President Trump just about 48 hours ago. You are now seeing, of course, on the backdrop of all of this in Milwaukee, protesters marching through downtown against the Republican agenda, demonstrating against that as the convention's getting started today, with the organizers making a deal with the city to be near the arena where the convention's happening. Protesters say they were unfazed by what happened on Saturday, that shooting at the rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. NBC's Maggie Vespa has been marching with some of those demonstrators. She is joining us now. Talk to us about what you heard, what you saw, and how that assassination attempt played into their thinking, if at all, to come here to Milwaukee today.
Yeah, Hallie, it was definitely top of mind, which will shock no one. I mean, looking at that video and by our own estimates, we had easily over 1,000 people marching through a very hot, very muggy Milwaukee. It's pretty much died down, as you can see here, but the video is striking. The name of this event is called the Coalition to March on the RNC 2024. And as you said, they're kind of holistically protesting the entire GOP agenda, a number of issues, as we'll walk through in a bit. But you know, obviously, again, top of mind, safety for them, just like for everyone else. Obviously, those people felt well enough to come out and protest, to come out and march and participate in this event, which has been planned for months, if not years. But when we asked them about whether or not, it was kind of in the back of their minds, whether or not they hesitated or thought twice about coming once they saw what happened over the weekend, we kind of got mixed answers. Here's what one person had to say about sort of how that weighs on her mind as today progressed.
People here are facing violence every day, right? By the denied health care, access to wages, jobs, housing, the policing and militarization of our communities here. That's why people are out here, right? To build a future free of violence.
Yeah, so in short, we heard a lot of that. People saying basically, hey, what you saw over the weekend is, for instance, what a lot of Americans face for people of color or other communities who are more marginalized. They were quick to kind of pivot, in other words, back to the issues. We did hear from a few people who said, yeah, it gave me pause. Someone said, I'm kind of looking up more. Someone said, I'm nervous. I'm glad to see law enforcement out more. For what it's worth, this is the only organized protest this entire week that we know about here in Milwaukee. More could obviously pop up, and more than 100 groups and individuals actually registered with the city. But no one's been putting out press releases saying, hey, we're expecting a big crowd. This was on day one. It was largely peaceful, no big disruptions, but definitely mixed emotions out there, Hallie, as people march through.
Maggie Vespa live for us outside the convention center where we are now, of course, where, as you see it over our shoulder, the Republican National Convention is beginning its first day here on Monday. Each night of this convention has a different theme. This is something we've talked about before, notwithstanding, obviously, what you imagine we will, of course, hear about, which is that attempted assassination against former President Trump. Organizers say that they are still essentially full steam ahead, that today's events will be dedicated to the economy in part, an issue that we know from polling is top of mind for most voters. Many Americans say that that is the biggest issue that will get them out to the polls alongside immigration in some surveys. We also know that the former president has given, and the president, have some broad strokes of their economic plans out. For that, I want to bring in Christine Romans, who is joining us now on all things economy. So, Christine, what's so interesting, let's say we were talking a week ago about this particular night and about these particular speeches and what we expect to hear. It would be, I think, a very different conversation if Saturday obviously had not happened, that attempted assassination against the former president. It will obviously have an impact on the tone tonight. We understand from sources that there are some speakers who are reworking speeches. You also have guidance, apparently, from some organizers that not every speech should or needs to touch on what happened on Saturday. Right. All of that said, we expect the focus on the economy to continue to be a theme tonight. Talk us through how you see the evening unfolding and why it matters so much to Americans.
So inflation and immigration, these are 2 points that the campaign really wants to hit on tonight. And talking about how those two things have really sapped the purchasing power of American families. I think you will hear from people tonight who have been personally affected by a housing crunch in this country and by high mortgage rates and by really high housing costs that have made it very difficult for first-time home buyers to get into the market. So you're going to see them try to make America wealthy again, to try to go back to the Trump years, paint them really as a golden era in the American economy. And also you'll hear this week, I think, but certainly tonight as well, what this presidential candidate would like to do again. Aggressive tariffs, extending those 2017 tax hikes, mass deportations. This is something that he has really promised on the campaign trail. A tighter control over the Federal Reserve. And he has said he wants to make America produce energy again. Well, a few problems here. A lot of economists think that many of these plans would be inflationary, especially the mass deportations, plus very, very disruptive for the American economy. On those higher energy production and cutting regulations, the president was known for cutting a lot of regulations. But I will point out we are on track for record U.S. oil production this year and again next year. The U.S. is drill, baby, drill kind of already here. Also, in terms of the exact policies the president would enact, they're very careful about not giving too many specifics and saying what President Trump says is what the country will do, that it needs to come out of his mouth to be an actual policy. But those tariffs, something the former president called himself tariff man when he was president the first time, that's something that really alarms the business community. Tariffs are essentially taxes that are passed on to consumers, which would raise prices. So that's sort of the broad brushstroke, I think, of where the former president stands on his plans and what you'll hear tonight.
There is clearly a political overlay, Christine. You and I are typically talking during our show in non-convention weeks about this question of what the Fed may do. May they cut interest rates, for example, looking at how inflation is, looking at those cooling numbers here. Whatever happens between now and the roughly 100 days until Election Day is going to have an impact on this race by that measure as well.
Absolutely, and you know, this is a former president who has been very critical of Jay Powell and the Federal Reserve, and you've got a Fed that is basically right on the verge of being able to start cutting interest rates after keeping them very, very high for the past couple of years, painfully high for some businesses and families, and maybe just starting to lower those a little bit heading toward the election. You've got a still sturdy job market, you've got cooling inflation, you've got an economy that is strong but downshifting, and so you might be in a position here where the Fed starts to cut interest rates. I will say something that's so interesting. You also have record highs for the Dow. The NASDAQ and the S&P have done very, very well. You know, for typical buy and hold investors like most people are in their retirement accounts, it has been an amazing 5 or 6 years. The S&P is up 85% over 5 years. So the economy is doing well, Wall Street's doing well, but Main Street investors with money in the stock market have been doing well as well. And I don't think you'll hear much about that tonight.
Christine Romans, always glad to have you. Thank you very much for being with us. I want to bring in now a couple of folks who understand both politics and the economy. That is Mark Short and David Plouffe. Thank you both for being with us. And let me broaden out this conversation. Mark, I'll start with you here on set. If folks don't know you from your work here on NBC News Now, they probably have seen you on CNBC because this is a topic that you are familiar with here from the economic perspective. Talk to me about how you see that having an impact on this race.
Well, I think it is still the driver as far as a lot of the polls say that the economy is number one. Inflation, I think, is something that is 20% over the course of Biden's presidency that I think still hangs over a lot of consumers. And I do believe that much of the Trump tax relief deregulatory agenda helped to accelerate economic growth during the first 4 years of the Trump presidency. But Hallie, as we talked about earlier, the agenda for Trump 2.0 is very different than the economic agenda of Trump 1.0. Trump 2.0 is promising significant tariffs, which I think in the first administration were used targeted to try to bring changes to China. Now we're talking across the board 10% that some estimates say would kill 500,000 jobs even before there's retaliatory tariffs put in place. And I think you have as well a regulatory agenda that could be different. It was very deregulatory in the first administration, but you know, Senator Vance is praised Joe Biden's FTC commissioner, has praised a lot of the regulatory efforts, particularly in the rail industry. And so I think that the Trump 2.0 maybe isn't what Trump 1.0 was as it comes to the economy.
Mark Short, thank you very much. David Plouffe, you're joining us now. It's good to be with you. Let me ask you this, and I want to broaden the conversation to something that we started off this hour with, that NBC News special report, not just on Ohio Senator J.D. Vance formally receiving that nomination for vice president here at the Republican National Convention, but the first interview now between, the first, I should say, piece of the interview between my colleague Lester Holt, the anchor of Nightly News, and President Biden here, this exclusive. I want to play for folks who may have missed it, part of the conversation, and then I'll come back to you. Here it is.
Well, let's talk about the conversation this has started, and it's really about language, what we say out loud and the consequences of those. You called your opponent an existential threat on a call a week ago. You said it's time to put Trump in the bullseye. There's some dispute about the context, but I think you appreciate that.
I didn't say
words
crosshairs. I was talking about focus on. Look, the truth of the matter was, what I guess I was talking about at the time was there was very little focus on Trump's agenda.
Yeah, the term was bullseye.
It was a mistake to use the word. I didn't say crosshairs. I meant bullseye. I meant focus on him. Focus on what he's doing. Focus on his policies. Focus on the number of lies he told in the debate. Focus. I mean, there's a whole range of things that, look, I'm not the guy that said, I want to be a dictator on day one. I'm not the guy that refused to accept the outcome of the election. I'm not the guy who said that wouldn't accept the outcome of this election automatically. You can't only love your country when you win. And so the focus was on what he's saying, and I mean, the idea.
But have you taken a step back and done a little soul searching on things that you may have said that could incite people who are not balanced?
Well, I don't think, look, how do you talk about the threat to democracy, which is real, when a president says things like he says? Do you just not say anything because it may incite somebody? Look, I have not engaged in that rhetoric. Now, my opponent is engaged in that rhetoric. He talks about there'll be a bloodbath if he loses, talking about how he's going to forgive all the, actually, I guess, suspend the sentences of all those who were arrested and sentenced to go to jail because of what happened in the Capitol. I'm not out there making fun of, like, remember the picture of Donald Trump when Nancy Pelosi's husband was hit with a hammer, joking about it.
David, I wonder your reaction to what you've heard now from President Biden.
Well, I think that was a question Lester was definitely going to ask him, and I think that was a good answer. I think I'll be interested this week. There's a lot of head faking going on, and I think some of the media are falling for it, that this is going to be a new and gentler Trump. I think his pick of J.D. Vance would certainly counter that argument. And there's no doubt, listen, Donald Trump's rise and his continued power is in part, in large part, driven by hate and division and derision. So it'd be great if all leaders, this is going to be a fierce campaign, big debates around the economy, as Mark was just talking about, healthcare, immigration, democracy, foreign policy. They should be spirited. Hopefully everybody can be a little careful about their language because of what happened Saturday and really the lead up to that. But at the end of the day, I think, listen, as a former political practitioner, Donald Trump actually would have an easy time this week, saying one or two things that might create a permission structure for voters that are still not voting for him, who may be unhappy with Joe Biden. I doubt he's going to do that. J.D. Vance is kind of a doubling down of MAGA. And I do think Biden's focus on Trump's record is really important because he is an incumbent who's got challenging approval ratings. Any incumbent in today's world only survives if they turn it into a searing choice, not a referendum on that, no matter what's going on. And I think that's what he has to do. And in a way, Vance helps because I think he is going to be down the line, not just supportive of Trump's policies, but he's talked about overturning the Constitution. And so I think that at the end of the day, Biden should be able to take advantage of that.
David Plouffe, thank you so much. Mark Short, thanks to you as well. We've got a lot more news to get to, including some breaking news coming into us in literally just the last maybe 90 seconds or so. And that is this. The Justice Department, according to a special counsel spokesperson, has authorized the special counsel to appeal that stunning court order by Judge Cannon, who was appointed by Mr. Trump, that essentially threw out the entire classified documents case against the former president. The judge saying that because Jack Smith was named by the Department of Justice and not President Biden himself, his appointment violates the Constitution. We thought from the jump, as soon as we learned about this, that there would be an appeal lodged. Now we know that appears to be where it's headed, with that confirmation now from that special counsel spokesperson. We're going to have more on that coming up right after this quick break. But before that, too, I'm looking at Vivek Ramaswamy, who is joining us here on set. We're going to have him in just a second. Don't go anywhere, as we are live from Milwaukee, the first day of the Republican National Convention. Our special coverage continues on NBC News Now in just a sec.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
We are back live from Milwaukee, joined now by former presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy, who is here with us on set. It's good to see you again.
It's good to see you.
So big news of the day, obviously, is the nomination of somebody who you know pretty well, your former law school classmate, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance. Your reaction?
That's right. And I have a different dimension of knowing J.D. for a long time out of politics. We used to watch Cincinnati Bengals games back in law school in New Haven bars. We didn't even talk politics back then. But what I can say is he's a genuine person. He is somebody who actually cares about this country. He's in public service for the right reasons. We grew up not that far from each other, even in Southwest Ohio. And I could say one of the things about my relationship with him is we've agreed on most things, but even when we disagree, we push each other a little bit. And that's so missing in our American politics today is original thinkers who are energetic, who are intelligent, who care about the country. He's been one of the most successful senators, in my opinion. He's probably been our strongest fighter in the Senate. And I think he's going to make for an outstanding vice president. I truly believe that.
Your name at one point had been floated on that, let's call it, long list for vice president. I think even when you were running for president, you fielded that question quite a bit.
I got a lot.
You would serve as VP. We now know who the pick will be. Politically, from that perspective, there has been some talk that maybe somebody like a Marco Rubio could serve the former president better as it relates to pulling in voters who may not have otherwise gone for him. How does J.D. Vance help the ticket?
So I don't really view it necessarily that way. A lot of an analysis, or what you say, pundits would check the box on what ethnicity or whatever. I think you look at it more in a bigger way that J.D. brings a lot of intangibles to the table. He's an American dream story. That speaks to me, but it speaks to a lot of other people like me in the country. I'm the kid of legal immigrants who came here. My parents did with no money. I've lived the American dream. J.D. was born in humble circumstances. He's lived the American dream as well. His wife, Usha, is somebody who's a friend of our family as well. She was also a law school classmate. I think she could be a big attribute in this campaign in reaching non-traditional voters. And even further for J.D. himself, he is somebody who has a unique vantage point for bringing in new voters. Here's what it is. He wasn't somebody who was a Donald Trump evangelist back in 2016. So I think that's actually
quite the opposite.
Yeah, well, I acknowledge that. But what I would say is he can actually reach a lot of other people who also weren't in the Donald Trump camp in 2016. And in a very personal and authentic way, he can say, look, here's why I moved. And here's why I want you to come with us as well. So I think that's unique.
You're saying that you think his evolution on the former president could actually be relatable to some independents?
Yes, I think it could actually be an attribute to bringing independents and even some Democrats in. A lot of working class Democrats, a lot of union members across the country. Trump is already strong with a lot of those audiences, but J.D., I think, plays even further to those strengths. And I think there's a good chance this Trump-Vance ticket could be the most formidable presidential ticket, certainly in my lifetime. And I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing them succeed at a big scale in saving the country.
If they do succeed in November, it would obviously open up a Senate seat in Ohio. Would you consider it?
I haven't gotten that question today at all, actually. No, the reality is it's hot off the press. To be frank, I would strongly consider it if I were asked to serve, but I would also want to have a serious conversation with President Trump about the other ways I could have an impact on the country. My top passion is taking on the regulatory state. I think that's a nonpartisan issue that's actually impeding our economy, in some ways even threatens the American model of self-governance. I think that administrative state is far too big. There are ways to address that from the executive branch. There are also things that need to be done from Congress and the Senate, too. So I look forward to those conversations after President Trump is successfully reelected with J.D. Vance.
I'll ask because I've got to check the box. Has anybody reached out to you from Governor DeWine's office to broach this issue yet?
I have not discussed this with Governor DeWine.
Anybody from his office?
I haven't discussed it with President DeWine. I haven't discussed it with Governor DeWine. But I look forward to evaluating what the future holds in store. I would strongly consider it if asked, but I think there are a lot of other ways to serve this country. And this isn't about what comes after victory. This is about what our path is to victory in November.
To that point, and then I'll move on, but I want to ask you, talk about the ways that you think you can serve former President Trump. Chief of Staff in the White House, is that something that has been brought up to you as a possible role?
We've talked about a lot of different possibilities from the cabinet. President Trump and I have had, we talk regularly. I spoke to him, actually most recently, it was after midnight on the night that he suffered that injury, that tragedy, and the assassination attempt on Saturday night. One of the things I admire about him is he's always strong, he's always energetic. And I think we get along, and we want to save the country together. But that's going to come in a lot of different forms. So we've talked about different ideas potentially in a cabinet to other ways of driving change. And, today I think adds one more development that'll give us a lot to consider.
Let's go back to that conversation that you had with the former president after that
Sure.
assassination attempt against him in Butler, Pennsylvania at that rally on Saturday. Can you give us some insight? We have seen a couple of print interviews that are new out today that he had conducted with a couple of folks who were on the plane as he flew to Milwaukee. Give us some insight into his thinking, into his state of mind at this critical moment.
I think his headspace is exactly where it needs to be, to lead this country, not lead the Republican Party, but to lead the United States of America. Joe Biden did pledge to unite the country. I think it's fair to say that had he succeeded in that, we wouldn't be where we are right now. But I think what we're going to see from Donald Trump in a second term, and even for the remainder of this race, is something far beyond even what we saw in that first term. Success is unifying. Excellence is unifying. And I think Donald Trump is actually going to be the president who will unite this country. And I know that sounds counterintuitive to a lot of people, especially to perhaps this audience. But the reality is unity is not just going to come through words. I think unity will come through action. I think his focus on the economy, his focus on illegal immigration, that unites a lot of different Americans. And the good news is Saturday, what happened was a near tragedy. But if there's one silver lining that comes out of it, and I hope that some silver lining can come out of that tragedy, it can be that all Americans reject this idea of not just political violence, but the idea that you can disagree with somebody vigorously, but still not view them as your enemy, still indeed respect them as a fellow citizen. And do both parties need to do better on that? Absolutely. But I think one of the things we in the Republican Party can do is focus on our own agenda rather than just villainizing the other side.
To your point, though, on this turn to unity, if you will, on this pivot to unity, if you will, setting aside whether or not it's surprising, that's not for me to say, looking at past history, looking at whether past is precedent. I've covered the former president, as you know, for many years, and was told fairly regularly during his time in the White House that there would be a unifying moment ahead, and then that rarely materialized with a person in office who was, as we know, Donald Trump to be, defiant, as he is in the face of this, as you call it, near tragedy, this assassination attempt against him. So, yes, he's talking about ripping up his convention speech and rewriting it to make it more unifying, but then posting online on Truth Social in ways that sound a lot like, Friday Donald Trump. How do you see that playing out?
So I don't think this is going to be a fake, artificial, short-term national unity, because that won't last anyway. This is not a kumbaya, let's use flowery words and hold hands. I think it's going to be deeper than that. I think it's going to be a national unity that comes from the fact that you may not agree with everything Donald Trump says, but you will still know that he will defend to the death your right to say it. And I think that's a different message. That's what I miss. That's the America that I think many of us in this country miss, where we can get together at the dinner table, we can disagree vehemently, but still view an ideology as the enemy, not our fellow neighbor, not our fellow citizen. And can both parties do a better job of that? Absolutely. Do we have an opportunity to do it at this convention? I think we do. I'll be speaking tomorrow night. President Trump's on Thursday night. And I hope that's what Americans take away from seeing a different type and a different side of Donald Trump that I know he cares about national unity. But I hope more Americans are able to see it.
Very quickly, do you anticipate we may see him even tonight?
I hope so. I think the more we see of him, the better. He's a man of the people, and the more we break the normal convention norms, I think the better off it'll be.
Vivek Ramaswamy, thank you so much for your time and for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Making some news there. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We're going to be right back with more coverage from here in Milwaukee at the Republican National Convention. See you in a sec.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments.
Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments.
Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
I'm Hallie Jackson, live from the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee as our special coverage of the first night of the Republican National Convention continues here. You are looking at Senator J.D. Vance, the Ohio freshman, walking in within just the last hour or so, set to receive that nomination officially as Donald Trump's running mate. That happened in a moment that saw an ovation for what is now the Trump-Vance ticket formally and officially. No longer the presumptive nominees. They are the party's pick for the White House come November. The question now, how does this campaign play out, and how does this convention play out over the course of the next week? Just 48 hours removed now from that assassination attempt against former President Trump at the rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. We have got our entire team here live on the ground covering every angle, including our moderator of Meet the Press, Kristen Welker, our chief political correspondent, Chuck Todd, our senior national correspondent, Tom Yamas, all with us here. And this is going to be the posture for the next week as we are watching so much news being made and history being made as well. Kristen, we have not seen, obviously we talked about the backdrop of what happened Saturday leading to this moment now, the vice presidential pick. We haven't seen a vice presidential pick rolled out on the floor of the convention in 4 decades like this.
It was so significant, and it quite frankly was a moment of jubilation here in the convention hall, a very different tone, of course, than the somber events that we've been tracking over the past several days, Hallie. And this is a pick that we were anticipating, but it is still extremely significant because some within the party think it's a little risky. J.D. Vance, 39 years old, in his second year of being a U.S. senator. This is a generational pick, someone who is a nod to the next generation. There are questions about whether he really helps with the electoral map. A lot of people say Marco Rubio would have done more to help Donald Trump in that regard. But look, this is someone who is viewed as the future of the MAGA movement. You talk about The Apprentice. This is a sign that Donald Trump is quite literally bringing an apprentice with him of sorts if he does, in fact, become president. Again, someone who will carry that torch of the MAGA movement, someone who has an isolationist foreign policy, someone who's a former Trump critic,
that's right,
by the way, Hallie, and now one of his fiercest defenders.
To that point, Kristen, and bringing Chuck and Tom into the conversation, I was just chatting with Vivek Ramaswamy, and he suggested that perhaps the way that J.D. Vance has evolved on Donald Trump could actually be potentially relatable to some people in America, some of those small slice of independent voters who perhaps feel the same way that J.D. Vance did 8-10 years ago.
It's an interesting theory if he leans into it. Right? I just don't know.
It's hard to think about J.D. Vance, given everything he said publicly about former President Trump in the last couple of years, coming out and reminding people of the things he said previously.
Right. Instead, I believe he said he wished the president had amnesia and didn't remember what he had to say in 2016. Look, I go back to, this is such an important message that Donald Trump has sent the rest of the Republican Party. There is no more, he is the establishment. MAGA is the establishment now. There is no more free market conservative wing of the party. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. It's here. There are people here that represent it. But think about where we are, the home state of Paul Ryan. This, in theory, would have been Paul Ryan's convention had Mitt Romney been elected, and we might be sitting here, and Paul Ryan
on Earth 6.
Right, on Earth 6 or 7. The point is, wow, has the Republican Party, when you think about where they were in 2012, Donald Trump comes in 2016, and within 8 years, he has just totally marginalized the business wing of the party. I mean, this is a much different, the message he's sending is that. This is not an electoral map thing. This is a more of like, this is who the party is now. This is my party, and the people I'm going to pick are the ones that can best articulate my vision. And that's what he sees in J.D. Vance. Someone said to me, he's a spokesperson. Almost the way Pete Buttigieg has served as a spokesperson for Joe Biden as sort of semi the next generation in the cabinet. That's what Vance is going to be. And I think what Trump likes about Vance is that I think the Yale law degree brings an intellectual heft in his mind to Trumpism. Now, some people will say there really isn't an intellectual through line to Trumpism. It's just a series of Trump's ids or whatever he thinks it is. But in some ways, J.D. Vance has given, he's a better defender sometimes of Trump's policies than Trump himself is.
And yet, pulling back for a second, Tom, the word that keeps coming up for me sitting here is incongruous. Because here we are. At this table, we've probably covered, I don't know, dozens of conventions at this point. Oh. Chuck, you're behind many of those. And they're always intended to be, whichever side of the aisle you're on, a pretty good time. It's meant to be a party. It's meant to be a celebration of the official nominee, if you will, and of the official ticket. But here, what has permeated so much of the discussion, you hear it from delegates, you hear it from lawmakers and politicians that we've all been talking to, is the attempted assassination on Donald Trump. We have not heard from him on camera publicly in a formal way since that happened on Saturday night, Tom, and there is a sense of change here at this moment.
Yeah, and I was talking about this, right? It was so weird to walk into this convention hall and everybody was smiling. There was energy, there was excitement, the red hats, the red jackets. I just left Butler, Pennsylvania, where people were sad, they were depressed, they were confused. They didn't understand what just had happened. And they were so disappointed that someone from their community had perpetrated this horrific crime. It's strange being here. At the same time, we talk about voters and who's going to turn out, right? And the president himself has talked about this now in interviews, that the image of him with his fist raised post-assassination attempt, he called it himself iconic. We're going to have to wait and see. But that no doubt has rallied a lot of Republicans around him. Now with the pick of J.D. Vance, it's funny, I'm kind of reliving 2016 again in my head. People are like, oh, maybe he'll pick a moderate. Maybe he'll pick Governor Chris Christie. You know, oh, he's going to try to get more viewers. He leaned into Mike Pence at the time, who was even more conservative than he was.
Sure, but it did help shore up his conservative evangelical
conservatives, but he went more conservative. He didn't try to get the center of the party. And with J.D. Vance, it's the same play. He's almost, I don't want to say he's doubling down on the MAGA movement, but he sort of is. Is he going to drive out more people in the rural communities, which we've talked about in Top Story all the time? He's going to bring those people out. And I made the larger point that I wonder if he made the calculation. If you looked at the electorate and he said, I'm actually doing great with minority voters, much better than I was doing in 2016 and 2020. Maybe Senator Marco Rubio doesn't push me over the edge, but maybe J.D. Vance gets me voters who weren't going to come out. I know it may sound strange because people love people who vote for Donald Trump. They love him. They show up to those rallies, thousands deep. But maybe he gets voters that aren't part of the process now, that are going to double down, who saw all the events that happened on Saturday, are upset, and are going to make their voices heard in November.
When we look at this, and I want our team to roll some of that video of J.D. Vance receiving the nomination officially, because it was clearly an emotional moment for somebody who is, listen, 39 years old. Talk about next generation. At least that is what he hopes, and what Donald Trump Jr., who, as we all know, and I'm told, has been advocating both publicly and privately for J.D. Vance. Kristen, the Biden campaign is also preparing for what is now the Trump-Vance ticket. Talk us through how that dynamic plays out.
Well, they've already come out and said they're going to paint him as being extreme. And there are a range of different ways in which they are going to do that. They will likely note that he was out front when it came to arguing against more aid to Ukraine. He has also been someone who has been to the right of Donald Trump on the issue of abortion. Someone who, when he was asked about the Texas abortion law, he said of that law that does not include exceptions for rape and incest, that pregnancy in those instances would be, quote unquote, inconvenient. And that is just not where Trump is on that issue. He's been, of course, very clear that it's a states' rights issue from his perspective. He's also told his party that this is an issue that could cost them votes. So you can bet that the Biden campaign is going to focus on some of that past rhetoric from J.D. Vance as it relates to issues like abortion and other matters to try to make the case that he is, quote, unquote, extreme.
Look, it's important to note, and we all, I think, have similar sourcing on this, that there were a lot of people in the Trump campaign advocating against Vance. Not because they worried that he would serve as a, you sort of look at it this way. A friend of mine always likes to say, in football, when the opponent goes for it on fourth down, are you happy or sad? And if you're always terrified when the team you're playing goes for it because you're like, oh no, I wanted him to punt and give me the ball. The Biden campaign really was rooting for Vance. That's who they wanted. They didn't want Rubio and they didn't want Burgum. They thought neither one of them did anything for them. But they see Vance as an opportunity to bring in what they think are more radical parts of Project 2025 and that whole thing. And that's what they want to do. And then at the same time, distract Trump a lot with all these old clips of Vance saying he's unfit to serve and all of that. A TV ad that I'm sure we're going to see air probably before the week's over.
We've probably had 3,000 conversations about the moment that former President Trump has changed, he has evolved. But I do want to point out a couple things. Since the debate, he has taken a step back. He has been able to, quote unquote, control himself, let Biden step over his own news. He hasn't gotten in the way. He had this apprentice VP pick game play out the way he wanted it. He didn't tweet it out. He didn't lose control. He almost got killed on Saturday. Still didn't say anything. Came here on Monday. The plan, I don't know if it worked, but this was just a plan, and it was executed.
Well, Tom, Chuck, Kristen, I want to say thanks to all of you. I have to excuse myself momentarily. Kristen and I are going to be right back. We're going to turn it over to your capable hands for more coverage coming up as we now continue, of course, with all of this significant news happening here in Milwaukee.
And I'll pick it up, Hallie. Thank you for that. As we've been reporting, Senator J.D. Vance, of course, from Ohio, now former President Trump's running mate. Here at the RNC, it's officially the Trump-Vance ticket. So who exactly is J.D. Vance? Gabe Gutierrez has more.
He is the junior senator from Ohio with only 2 years in government. But J.D. Vance is one of former President Trump's biggest defenders.
I want to help Donald Trump get elected because it's really important that he become the next president.
In the Senate,
how can we defend Ukraine's borders when we're not even defending our own American border?
And on the campaign trail.
The question is, are we going to send America First fighters to Washington, D.C.?
He's one of the leading voices of Trump's MAGA America First movement, not holding back and pushing the former president's agenda.
Republicans, we need to govern like we won the majority the American people gave us, not like a bunch of cowards.
But that hasn't always been the case. This was Vance in 2016.
I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him.
He was deeply critical of Trump then, but here's Vance just 6 years later.
The president is right. I wasn't always nice, but the simple fact is he's the best president of my lifetime, and he revealed the corruption in this country like nobody else.
Running for Senate in 2022 in Ohio as an extremely pro-Trump candidate.
I was wrong about Donald Trump. I didn't think he was going to be a good president, Brett. He was a great president.
Vance shot to fame as the author of Hillbilly Elegy, a memoir about his upbringing in a poor, hard-hit part of Ohio. He then enlisted in the Marines, went to Yale Law School and to venture capital, and then to the Senate, his first role in government. On the major issues, Vance has said he would support a national ban on abortion after 15 weeks, but is for exceptions, including for rape and the life of the mother. On immigration, Vance has called for finishing Trump's southern border wall. And on the issue of the 2020 presidential election, then Senate candidate Vance suggested he would have supported fraudulent slates of pro-Trump electors.
If I had been vice president, I would have told the states like Pennsylvania, Georgia, and so many others that we needed to have multiple slates of electors, and I think the U.S. Congress should have fought over it from there. That is
now the father of two, just 39 years old, after not even a full 2 years in government, is set to step onto the biggest political stage in the world.
All right, we thank Gabe for that report. Chuck Todd, our chief political analyst, is back with me. Chuck, this was a couple decades ago, maybe when you got into politics, maybe when I started as an embed, we would call Senator J.D. Vance a political neophyte. Yeah. But that doesn't really matter anymore, right? A political neophyte became the head of the Republican Party, became the president. What is he up against, and what will he learn, do you think, over the next few months?
Well, I think, look, we talk about vetting. right? What this magical word vetting, and what it is really, you know, they're going to go. Everybody's going to go through his life. We all are. You're going to go through parts. You're going to find out stuff about yourself as the running mate that you didn't know. And when you have somebody, I mean, this was the advantage of Doug Burgum and Marco Rubio. They'd run for president before. They'd you knew what the flaws were. There wasn't going to be any surprises. Now, what the campaign is supposed to do all these things and make sure that there's no surprises. But being new on the scene, you know, the last time we had a candidate with this little political electoral experience was Sarah Palin. And we saw there was initial interest. So the good news is there's initial interest. Who is this guy? Who is this woman? But there's a race to define them. And that's what you're going to see here, a race by Democrats to define them. Republicans are going to want to define them a certain way. Look, with Palin, I would argue on balance, it hurt McCain. It didn't help him. Paul Ryan was, I think, a negative for Mitt Romney, because what did Democrats do? They took Ryan's plans on Medicare and made him own it. And that's going to be what Democrats try to do with J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance was a bit more of a blunt speaker. You know, you heard it in Gabe's piece. I think they can sort of make hay out of it. I do want to always press pause on these conversations, though. The most humiliating vice presidential debate that I ever witnessed was what Lloyd Benson did to Dan Quayle.
Right.
And it didn't matter one iota. Dan Quayle was not seen as qualified to be president. Voters didn't think he should be vice president, and it didn't matter at all. George H.W. Bush won. It's the largest landslide we've had, most recent landslide we've had.
You know, I do want to ask you, remind our viewers, will America even get a vice presidential debate?
It's an interesting question.
If Kamala Harris is still if she's still there, when I say still there, she might be the actual nominee.
Yeah.
But if she's still the running mate, the vice president, will she go up against Senator J.D. Vance?
And that's a great question, because I think right now, you know, I don't think this Biden question is done. I think the Biden question is still a real question, and there's obviously, I guess there's a debate scheduled for the end of this month, maybe
September,
one in August, perhaps. I think that's a fair question. I wouldn't bet on it, but I think it's less likely J.D. Vance debates Kamala Harris and more likely Donald Trump debates Kamala Harris.
That could be. I did want to ask you about that. It's interesting. Because of all the news that's happened, I don't want to say we've forgotten, because we haven't. I know Democrats haven't forgotten, but we were in this news cycle of, is President Biden going to be the nominee?
Right.
The horrific events of Saturday happened, and that's been put on the back burner. I was reminding Kristen and Hallie that the reason why Biden did that interview with Lester Holt today is to reassure voters and reassure America he's still all there. Is that test still happening?
Oh, I think it is, 100%. And look, it's beyond that. There's a lot of Democratic campaigns that are polling Kamala Harris right now. You have people inside the Biden-Harris ticket that are looking at Harris at the top of the ticket. Who does she bring? Look, they're seeing some stuff that we saw, and there's a debate right now. Does she help House candidates, right? If you're a House Democrat and you're hoping to win the House, what may be better for a presidential may not be the same as what's better for the House candidate. If she helps get some base turnout, more African-American voters to the Democratic ticket, even in losing, some House Democrats might prefer to lose with Harris than lose with Biden.
I know you've done a lot of reporting on this. Have the questions, the rumors, the innuendos that there might be another Democratic nominee, it might not be her, has that sort of...
It's almost dead because logistically, forget the fight that this could happen, just logistically, if Democrats... They've become an oddly pragmatic party. This is, when they want to be orderly about this, and everything I hear, it's like, if this happens, they're hoping to do it before the convention. They don't want the convention to be where this takes place. They want the convention to be where they showcase
a public fight where there might be.
Exactly. They'd like to use the convention to showcase the new ticket if there is one.
We have a clip. This is President Biden speaking with our Lester Holt earlier today. Let's take a look.
Well, let's talk about the conversation this has started, and it's really about language, what we say out loud and the consequences of those. You called your opponent an existential threat on a call a week ago. You said it's time to put Trump in the bullseye. There's some dispute about the context, but I think you appreciate that.
I didn't say crosshairs. I was talking about focus on. Look, the truth of the matter was, what I guess I was talking about at the time was, there was very little focus on Trump's agenda.
Yeah, the term is bullseye.
It was a mistake to use the word. I didn't say crosshairs. I meant bullseye. I meant focus on him. Focus on what he's doing. Focus on his policies. Focus on the number of lies he told in the debate. Focus. I mean, there's a whole range of things that, look, I'm not the guy that said, I want to be a dictator on day one. I'm not the guy that refused to accept the outcome of the election. I'm not the guy who said that won't accept the outcome of this election automatically. You can't only love your country when you win. And so the focus was on what he's saying, and I mean, the idea.
But have you taken a step back and done a little soul searching on things that you may have said that could incite people who are not balanced?
Well, I don't think, look, how do you talk about the threat to democracy, which is real, when a president says things like he says? Do you just not say anything because it may incite somebody? Look, I've not engaged in that rhetoric. Now, my opponent is engaged in that rhetoric. He talks about there'll be a bloodbath if he loses, talking about how he's going to forgive all the, actually, I guess, suspend the sentences of all those who were arrested and sentenced to go to jail because of what happened in the Capitol. I'm not out there making fun of, like, remember the picture of Donald Trump when Nancy Pelosi's husband was hit with a hammer, joking about it.
And White House correspondent Ali Rafa is going to join us now with more on that interview. Ali, you know, once these interviews come out, good press teams, good political teams are quick to call people like you and start the spinning and say, he was great, he was strong. Are you already getting that? What is the Biden-Harris re-elect team saying so far about the interview, if anything?
Well, it's interesting, Tom, because you heard the president admit that it was a, quote, mistake to make that a bullseye comment at that fundraiser recently and telling donors that he said that he meant it in the context of refocusing the Democratic Party on Trump. But what's interesting about this is that the press secretary was asked during today's White House press briefing whether, in the wake of that monumental Oval Office address that the president delivered last night, whether he regrets any of the rhetoric he has used, not just against former President Trump, but other rivals in the 2024 race, whether the messaging, the tone of his campaign will change moving forward in the wake of that address, and the president trying to tamp down this heated rhetoric, trying to condemn this violence in this rhetoric. And she simply said that this is not the time to politicize this moment. She said that the president is going to continue drawing a contrast between what he has done the last 3.5 years versus what they say a backwards focused second Trump administration would focus on. And she repeated multiple times the president's desire to tamp down this rhetoric in the country right now. And so this is going to continue being this very difficult balancing act for the Biden campaign, for the president, because remember, the president has said multiple times that it was the Charlottesville riots that inspired him and motivated him to run in 2020. He has repeatedly used the January 6th attack on the Capitol as sort of the theme and the mood of his administration. And so this is a very delicate dance that they're doing, trying to figure out how hard and how sharply to hit former President Trump and his campaign, while also staying above the fray as commander-in-chief and not now the two-time rival of former President Trump, and not to appear hypocritical in the wake of that Oval Office address, in the wake of this assassination attempt on former President Trump, as the president continues to stress this need for unity in this country.
Ali Rafa for us. Ali, we appreciate all your reporting. We thank you for that. I'm looking out on the convention floor. I'm trying to find our NBC correspondent, Garrett Hake. He's a tall drink of water, but I can't seem to see where he is right now. I heard he was down there. Wait, I see him now. Wait, he's in the booth. Is that him? Garrett, can you hear me?
Yeah, Tom, I am across, basically next to the stage in a position just off stage. I'll be watching the speakers tonight from about a 90-degree angle from their backs above the floor, able to keep an eye out not just on the speakers but on the delegates themselves and see how they're reacting to what's going to be a pretty diverse cross-section, if you will, of the Republican Party tonight. Anytime you've got Marjorie Taylor Greene in the undercard and Glenn Youngkin in prime time, you're really seeing a pretty wide swath of Republicans. And I suppose that's the point here on night one with all the news happening in the early part of the day.
You know, Garrett, I was in that same position in 2016, and I'll never forget when Senator Ted Cruz came out and he delivered this speech, and essentially at the end didn't give his endorsement to former President Trump. He said, vote your conscience, and then everyone started to boo him. And I called it his Stone Cold Steve Austin movie, walked off the stage. Do we expect any drama at this convention?
That was a major heel turn moment, and those of us reading ahead of Ted Cruz, knowing it was coming, could feel the tension build in the room. I don't know that we're going to see anything like that. I mean, the difference between that convention and this one is we're really in a situation now where Donald Trump is in complete control, not just of this convention, but of this Republican Party. The pick of J.D. Vance today obviously cements that. It makes it even more clear. But there's no more Republican resistance to Donald Trump in any meaningful way. I mean, I saw Asa Hutchinson, who ran against Trump and basically, described him as a threat to the country in much the same terms as most Democrats, posing for selfies in the hallway here. Obviously, Tom, he won't be speaking tonight. Nikki Haley, probably the closest thing to a remaining Trump critic, who is expected to speak tomorrow, I believe, may come slightly closer to that, but I have a hard time imagining the Trump team would let her within a few miles of this building without complete oversight of her script. I think really perhaps the closest we're going to see to anything like that has already happened on the floor. That's when Mitch McConnell, the Senate Minority Leader, was on the floor to deliver Kentucky's delegate votes to Donald Trump. He was lustily booed by a crowd here who has distanced themselves from him on everything from the response to January 6th to especially his foreign policy, a much more kind of old school Republican Reagan-like foreign policy than anything espoused by Donald Trump or his new running mate, J.D. Vance.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens with Nikki Haley. I won't be surprised if we hear a little bit of booing, maybe some murmurs. You never know, though, right? She still had 20% of the electorate, the Republican electorate, who was still backing her even after she dropped out of the race in certain states. Garrett, before you go, what was the talk to me about sort of the vibe check when the news broke that it was Senator J.D. Vance? Were people excited? Were they excited once he walked in? Can you get a sense if he sort of electrified the ticket, or are people like, meh, we'll take him?
Well, look, there was a definite buzz in the room, in part because of the manner in which the news broke. With Donald Trump posting it on social media, you could hear just kind of word of mouth from people handing their phones to the folks next to them, starting to talk about the idea that it would be Vance. I think a lot of folks had expected that outcome, or at least folks in this room had hoped for it. I mean, remember, Vance is a new face to much of the world politically, but very much a known commodity in the MAGA movement, the American First movement. This is somebody who is a true believer, like these delegates. I think by the time he came onto the floor, that energy had built up considerably. He got a very warm welcome, as I'm sure he will when he accepts the nomination on Wednesday night. But I think it's important to remember, J.D. Vance's job is not to win over the people in this room. It's going to be to reach voters who perhaps might not have the same appeal, might not find the same appeal from Donald Trump, or get those kind of wavering folks to actually turn out and vote. That's a different mission than getting this room amped up.
Garrett Hake, hope you have a lot of coffee. I know you're going to be a busy guy all week. We appreciate all your reporting. A stunning ruling today and a huge legal win for former President Trump, with a federal judge throwing out the entire classified documents case, saying the appointment of the special counsel who brought the case was unconstitutional. Judge Eileen Cannon, who was appointed by Mr. Trump, says that because Jack Smith was named by the DOJ and not the president, his appointment violates the Constitution. Attorney General Merrick Garland will likely appeal this decision, but today's ruling all but guarantees that there won't be a trial on classified documents until after the November election. Danny Savalos, one of our legal eagles, joins us now. Danny, I do want to ask you about this. Does the judge have a point, or did this come out of nowhere?
It didn't come out of nowhere. This argument's been made for many months now, and it's been tossed around in different circles. Even the opinion itself today cites a law review article, an academic article that's been arguing for some time now that even special counsel Mueller's appointment was unlawful, or unconstitutional, I should say. And the argument basically is that the Appointments Clause of the Constitution has certain requirements, and those were not met here. For example, when a U.S. attorney is appointed, the president nominates and the Senate gives its advice and consent. Similar process for Supreme Court justices and all federal judges. The challenge here is that the special counsel didn't fall within any of the statutory grants of authority for the special counsel. At least that's what Judge Cannon concluded. Even though this issue has been taken up by other courts that do not have precedential or controlling authority over this particular court in Florida, other courts have reached different results, which really signals that this case, if and when it's appealed, is probably heading towards the high court.
Do we know a timeline on that? We just said this likely is not going to be decided before the election, but do we know how far down the road this legal can be kicked?
It is the eternal question with all things appeals in federal court and state court, which is how long will this take? And the answer is it is completely dependent upon the courthouse, the judge's practices, and the particular case. And in this case, Judge Cannon has moved relatively slowly compared to other federal court judges. And so the appeals process could take as long or as quickly as the appeals court handles it.
Danny Savalos, we appreciate you as always. We thank you for all your help on this and explaining this case, which was such stunning breaking news because of all the legal trouble the former president has faced, especially so close to Election Day. Danny, we always thank you for joining us. I'm sure we're going to see a lot of you throughout the week talking about these things, and we will be right back.
Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
And welcome to our special coverage at the Republican National Convention. I'm Tom Yamas. We want to get right to NBC's Dasha Burns, who is here in Milwaukee. She joins me live outside the convention center right now. You know, Dasha, it is strange. You and I were just in Pennsylvania, in Butler, Pennsylvania, and the mood here is so much different. People obviously not forgetting what happened there, but sort of trying to rejoice here and trying to celebrate the nominee and now the ticket, essentially, right? President Trump and his former President Trump and his running mate, Senator J.D. Vance. I know you were part of our reporting team when we were trying to nail down exactly who Trump was going to pick. Talk to me from your conversations inside Trump world and the Republican Party. How did the president get to J.D. Vance?
Yeah, Tom, just to touch on your point about the juxtaposition between what we experienced over the weekend and today, you know, I asked some of the delegates on the floor about that, and it seemed like they were taking the lead from their party leader, from former President Trump, who, as you know, that iconic photo of him with the fists in the air saying fight, fight, fight in the aftermath. They feel like they, too, want to project strength, and celebration in this case is a way to do that. The senator from Ohio, J.D. Vance, of course, he was on that list that we've talked about many times now. J.D. Vance, Senator Marco Rubio of Florida, and North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum. There were pros and cons for all of them. There were different factions of Trump world pushing for each one of them. Doug Burgum was largely viewed as the more safe choice, the person who would not overshadow former President Trump, who would be loyal. Florida Senator Marco Rubio was viewed as somebody. I'll send it back to you, Tom. I know we have some news.
All right, Dasha Burns, we appreciate all your reporting. We're going to hear from you a lot over the next few hours. I want to bring it, and to be completely transparent here, we're obviously in a very fluid situation. As you look at the video of Senator J.D. Vance when he entered the convention hall right there to cheers, we have our good friend Jacob Soboroff, who's down, I understand, on the convention floor, I think, right now, with Kevin McCarthy, if that's correct, Jacob?
Yeah, Tom, that's right. I'm here with former Speaker Kevin McCarthy. Let's go around this way. We'll get a chance to say hello to him as soon as he's wrapping up his interview. He just walked in here to the convention floor, and you guys know how it is. All of a sudden, there's a crush of people. I'm going to let you listen in a little bit to what he's saying right now, but then we'll grab him as soon as he's wrapped up.
An open border with inflation going forward. I mean, people really want to look to not only just have a strong leader, but someone that will represent them, someone they'll fight for them. And I think when you look at the Trump-Vance ticket, it's much stronger than what we've had right now.
And have you spoken to the former president since that incident on
Yeah, I talked to him yesterday. And in talking to the president, he was telling me about even literally hearing the bullet by his ear and going through. And the president was still being the president, even though it was a life-threatening. And knowing that he was so just a small movement, he wouldn't be alive today. And his first concerns was about the individual who had got killed that day and those who got wounded. But then he was still the president, explaining to me that he learned from the doctor that there's a lot of blood in your ear. And you don't really know that. I didn't know that before. Then he would say, now, Kevin, you'll learn because you have big, beautiful ears, right? So you'll learn that one day. But no, he was still looking through there. And really what you're hearing from him, the word unite, he's really taking this moment in stride, understanding what it meant, right? He didn't run from it. He stood up to fight for the American public, and he wants to unite all Americans.
Speaker, we're live also on NBC right now. Can I ask you quickly, we've heard a lot about change. The former president's posture is going to change in the wake of this assassination attempt. What do you think that change is going to look like?
I think with the president, I don't take it as a change. I take it as always an improvement, right? You learn from your experience. Think about if someone, a life-threatening experience like that, and someone actually lost their life there. He understands the value of it, and he picked himself up. Where here's a sick person comes in, tries to destroy America and democracy itself, that he's willing to fight for it. I think the thing you're hearing from the president, too, is also learning from tone, right? How can I bring more people in and unite them from this experience at the same time? And I think those are the things you'll hear from him.
You use the word tone. Do you think there'll be a policy shift in any way, in any type of policy? Obviously, immigration policy was very divisive during the administration. We've heard a lot about abortion during this campaign. Is there going to be any type of policy shift in order to unify the country? Or what did he say about what that means to him?
I don't see how the president has to change his policies to unite. I mean, the president wouldn't be leading right now, and the current President Biden wouldn't be such low approval rating if his policies were wanted. I mean, I think this is really good and healthy for America to have a debate on policy. Do you want your border wide open, or do you want a secure border? Do you want to curb inflation, or do you want inflation to still be rampant? Do you like the idea that Putin has invaded other countries, but the only time he didn't invade anywhere is when President Trump was in? Do you like the idea that you had 5 embassies that had to be evacuated under Biden, and you didn't under Trump? Did you like the idea that North Korea is testing missiles again, but they didn't under President Trump? So I think that debate of policies was really what the country's looking for, and less about personality.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Mr. Speaker, thanks very much. Tom, I'm going to send it back to you, former Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy.
Jacob Silveroff, we appreciate you. We thank you for that. I'm joined now live by Wall Street Journal senior political correspondent Molly Ball and Mark Short, former chief of staff to Mike Pence, also an NBC News contributor. Thank you both for being here. Molly, I'm going to start with you. You just finished a lengthy profile on Senator J.D. Vance, now on the ticket with former President Trump. What did you learn?
Well, Senator Vance, in his very short time in elected politics, less than 2 years, has really become the sort of chief ideologue and propagandist for this new populist conservatism that represents the way that Trump has reshaped the party. It's a type of conservative philosophy that is much less about the sort of small government and fiscal responsibility and internationalist perspective of the old Republican Party. I think we can see with him being picked that, you know, Trump's takeover of the party is complete, and he's picked someone who is philosophically very much in his image, someone who sees potentially a muscular role for the state in the economy, who supports things like tariffs, and who went even further than Trump to oppose aid to Ukraine when it was up for debate in the Senate.
Mark, you were there for the process with former Vice President Mike Pence. Is this a good choice, and why do you think Donald Trump picked J.D. Vance?
I think J.D. Vance offers a rags to riches story. He's somebody who comes from Appalachia. I think people are familiar with that part of his life. A Marine who served our country. I think he is, in effect, the strongest surrogate for Trump's policies, as Molly was saying. I don't know what it really does politically, but I also don't know that it would have mattered in this case. I think you have two well-known...
You don't think he brings in any more votes in any of those states, the blue wall states, the Michigan, the Wisconsin, the states that decide the election?
Trump already has.
You think he already has them? You don't think there's any more reinvigorating of those voters?
No, I think that he's looking for a surrogate, and I think in many ways he's got his best surrogate on these issues. I think, as Molly says, it's a stark contrast to where the party is today. I don't accept the populist conservatism. I think that's an oxymoron. I think it's fully populist at this point. And I think when you go through the positions that J.D. Vance has spearheaded for the president on significant tariffs, on basically, as you said, we had a deregulatory agenda. J.D. Vance has praised Biden's regulatory agenda in many cases. And I think you look, as you said, on Ukraine. I mean, Kevin's just talking about the lack of attack from Russian aggression, but J.D. Vance is the one who's most anxious to just give up the territory that Russia's already taken.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting debate if it happens. See what happens. Molly, we thank you. Mark, we thank you as well. We're going to take a quick break. Stay right with us.
roar to shore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
You've spoken with him. Give us a sense into his mindset.
I think like anybody, if you came that close to losing your life, you reflect on that. His first reflection was the man who lost his life and those who got injured that day. But he'd tell me about literally hearing the bullet, the sound ripping into the ear, and then he was still Trump being Trump, saying, you know, I learned there's a lot of blood in the end. Now, Kevin, you have big, beautiful ears. You'd really bleed, you know. But the one thing, it resonates, you hear the word unite more. I think he's going to take this moment and the reflection of it to improve in the areas to bring more people together to understand what that really meant.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
See you. I'm sure I'll see you a bunch.
Oh, that's good.
Hi. Hey, folks. We're back here. I was just interviewing. I know you chatted with former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy not too long ago. We were just talking a bit about his thoughts on J.D. Vance, of course, now the official nominee for vice president, and, of course, the attempted assassination just about 48 hours ago now against former President Trump. I want to walk you over. We've got a lot of delegates here in the hall, and you can tell that it's kind of picking back up a little bit. The music is back up. The crowds are filling back in. I'm going to guide our amazing photographer, Mark Ringo, back this way. Forgive my back. But I wanted to get a sense from folks as we're down here on the floor as to how this moment feels, as to what this is like, given the events that have made history now over the course of the last couple of days here. And one of the things that I consistently hear, and I'm going to have Mark and I kind of backpedal over this way, one of the things that I consistently hear about is people saying, the attempted assassination is top of mind for so many of them. This mood, however, is still celebratory. It is still a moment to come together, and there's a theme that I've heard again and again, and that theme is unity. The idea that the former president has said he ripped up that convention speech. He's rewriting it. He said it was a rip-roar, in his words, extremely tough on President Biden. Now, he says in this new series of interviews that's out that he wants to extend that olive branch. You're seeing that in a couple of different ways. So, for example, Nikki Haley, his former political rival, has been invited to speak on stage not too long from now. And you've also got, of course, that meeting, according to the Kennedy campaign, that happened between former President Trump and Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the independent candidate for president. I want to introduce you here to Daryl from North Carolina. And Daryl, you and I were chatting just a couple of minutes ago about this moment, the Trump-Vance ticket, and your thoughts on the next generation of Republicans.
Yes, I thought the Vance selection was a perfect selection. I think it was great to bring in that new, younger voter to the Republican Party and show them that we are not the party of, you know, all these things the Democrats try to say we are, that we are the party of the future and the party of now.
What is the message that you want to see from former President Trump this week?
Unification. I think what he went through Saturday was just horrific. That should never happen in the country that we live in. But for him to go through that and the way he went through it, to me, how he just responded so quickly, that's to me a sign of a leader. The John Wayne kind of guy we've always looked for in America is a lead America, is that John Wayne guy that just fights for, you know, for American freedom. So, and that's the most important thing to me is freedom in America.
Daryl, thank you so much for your thoughts. I really appreciate that. I know that my friend and colleague, Jacob Soboroff, is on the floor, but I've also found another colleague, Vaughn Hilliard. Stand by. We'll come to you in a second. But Sobo, I hear you're chatting with another delegate somewhere around here. Talk us through it.
Just like the Oscars, Hallie, they need seat fillers when delegates get up to go do things. I've now joined the Ohio delegation. I'm chit-chatting with them about what is really, in all seriousness, a very big night with J.D. Vance, the senator from your great state, becoming the vice presidential nominee after being picked by former President Trump. Tell me your name. What do you do? What's your reaction to the selection of J.D. Vance?
My name is Allison Zwicker, and I'm here from Youngstown, Ohio. So J.D. is like a native to us. We're so proud of him. I can't be happier.
How do you square the circle to J.D. Vance? At one point, he wasn't supportive of Donald Trump. I don't think that's a secret. He said some pretty nasty things about him. He's come sort of full circle and has really embraced him. What do you make of that?
Well, I honestly think that there's a lot of people that didn't support Donald Trump.
Were you one of them?
No, I went in 2016, I was a supporter.
You're a diehard.
I'm a diehard Trump girl, yes.
I got to ask you about the attempted assassination of former President Trump over the weekend. An awful moment for the country, obviously a terrifying moment for former President Trump and his family. Everybody's talking about that this is going to change the sort of the tone and the tenor of the race. Do you think so? And if so, how so?
Well, it was very sobering to be coming in. We were in South Dakota, heard the news. We were flying in the next day. It did change the mood a little bit, but now I feel like we're stronger than ever. We have more resolve than ever before, and we just love our president, how strong he is.
Do you think change is possible, the tone and the tenor of the race, or is it going to all go back to how it was before?
You know, I would love to see everybody be a little bit more unified. It's a shame that we're so polarized anymore, and no one can come together. And that needs to change. It really does.
I think it's hard to disagree with that. Really nice to talk to you. Have a fun time at the convention, and congratulations to your great state.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you, Hallie. Back to you.
Jacob Soboroff, thank you so much. Not too far behind me there with the Ohio delegation. I teased Vaughn Hilliard would be joining us, and here he is. And Vaughn, you've been doing so much reporting, including talking with somebody who has been one of the, I think, most publicly outspoken advocates for Ohio Senator J.D. Vance to get on the ticket, and that is the former president's son, Donald Trump Jr. He's campaigned with him. He has tweeted and put out videos about him online about what he believes, what a patriot he would be on the ticket. You talked with Donald Trump Jr. not too long ago. Walk us through it.
Right. Don Jr., I think, is an important person in this family dynamic because he, more than the rest of the family, has been very involved politically, right? While Eric and him are still involved in the Trump organization, Don Jr. has been out on the campaign trail, campaigning for down-ballot candidates, Senate candidates, House candidates. One of those people back in 2022 was J.D. Vance himself. It was just 2 years ago that he narrowly won a Republican primary, and Donald Trump endorsed him again at the urging of Don Jr. It was a crowded matchup in Ohio for that Republican seat, and with the backing of Don Jr., at the urging of Don Jr. and Donald Trump's endorsement, ultimately J.D. Vance became the guy, and over the last 2 years, they've shared an advisor, a political advisor, and really they have been really connected at the hip in terms of their messaging. And the message after the apparent assassination there, the attempted assassination on Saturday from Don Jr., placing the blame on Joe Biden and Democrats' messaging, was exactly what we heard from J.D. Vance. And just 2 days ago, it was on social media that Don Jr. was still pressing J.D. Vance to be the pick. Don Jr. got his man, and they're similar ages. And so I think generationally, Don Jr. feels like he has somebody who is not only a political ally, but also a friend in this role.
And I see one of the delegates behind you, Vaughn, holding up, hi there, ma'am. Ma'am, holding up one of these signs. Do you mind if I take a look at your sign? We're live on NBC News now.
Absolutely.
What's your name?
I'm Sarah Reedy Jones from Charlotte, North Carolina.
Hi, Sarah. Thank you so much for joining us. I saw your sign. This is the theme of tonight. Obviously, there is so much hanging over tonight after that attempted assassination just 48 hours ago. And yet, officials have said they will continue with the programming, including an issue that is important to so many voters, and that is the economy. I see you wrote in here the word please.
Absolutely. I am a new mom. 3 weeks ago, I adopted a son, and thank you. And we are feeling the difference. Like, we are making choices now. We're looking at peanut butter versus going out, you know. So talking about how we can bring that economic prosperity, because 4 years ago it was different. And so I want, as a mom and as a family, to say, can we do better? So
thank you so much for chatting with us. The impromptu live interview, I appreciate it. That's how it happens here on the convention floor. We're going to sneak in a very quick break, but don't go anywhere. Our special coverage live from Milwaukee on NBC News Now continues right after this.
The paper towel will absorb the acid.
That's crazy.
Green tea to calm acne.
Top magnifier. We can zoom in. Oh, look at that.
The steam from the ice takes out all the wrinkles.
The way to get it out is to use the shell that is left over. It works every single time.
This is my favorite tip of the day.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant.
Personal finance is personal. You don't want to do what somebody else is doing.
Oh, that's genius. You just saved me $40.
That's a good idea.
The paper towel will absorb the acid.
That's crazy.
Green tea to calm acne.
Top magnifier. We can zoom in. Oh, look at that.
The steam from the ice takes out all the wrinkles. The way to get it out is to use the shell that is left over. It works every single time.
This is my favorite tip of the day.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant.
Personal finance is personal. You don't want to do what somebody else is doing.
Oh, that's genius. You just saved me $40.
That's a good idea.
The paper towel will absorb the acid.
That's crazy.
Green tea to calm acne.
Top magnifier. We can zoom in. Oh, look at that.
The steam from the ice takes out all the wrinkles. The way to get it out is to use the shell that is left over. It works every single time.
This is my favorite tip of the day.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant.
Personal finance is personal. You don't want to do what somebody else is doing.
Oh, that's genius. You just saved me $40.
That's a good idea.
We are back now with our live coverage here of the Republican National Convention, and this is the stage where it's all going to go down, where we expect to see, of course, former President Trump make his remarks, his new running mate, now officially no longer the presumptive nominee, J.D. Vance, the senator from Ohio, just to give you the land. The Ohio delegation is back that way. And Jacob Soboroff is sitting with, Jacob, if I had to guess, maybe the Texas delegation, given the atmospherics over there?
How could you have ever guessed, Allie? How could you have ever guessed? Here I am in the middle of I will never forget in 2016 being in the middle of the Texas delegation. And the number one clue, are these technically Stetsons or what do you call these hats?
They are not Stetsons, but...
Can you tell I'm from LA?
Yeah, LA. Oh, woohoo!
Let me ask. We joke, but this is a very serious time. The former president of the United States survived an assassination attempt. He's said he wants to bring the country together. How are you feeling about sort of the state of the race and the state of the party right now?
The state of the Republican Party? I think we're very united. I think we're ready to do what we need to do to make sure that America becomes the country that we want it to be, and I think Trump's the man to do it.
What do you do for a living?
Oh, I'm a retired female Army veteran.
Thank you for your service.
And I'm a Bexar County Republican women president.
What are the issues that are most important to you coming from, you said Bexar County?
Yes, I'm coming from Bexar County.
What are the issues that matter most to you? Why are you here supporting former President Trump and now Ohio Senator J.D. Vance?
Oh, they are wonderful. I'm going to tell you, it's God sent that we still have President Trump in order for him to be our president. He's already won because of this attempt on his life. So they just messed up. He is the president, next president. And the border is my concern, and veteran benefits, veterans. He's always taken care of us. He did when he was in office. I know some bills that he passed that I really enjoyed, like we can go anywhere to receive medical care, where veterans used to have to wait and die.
And I've heard that issue all over the country. And I have to thank you as well. Of course, Hallie, the border is a key issue, obviously, in Texas. 2/3 of the border in the United States run through one of the biggest states in the union. I'm grateful to be here with my friends from the Texas delegation. I'm going to send it back over to you, right over there.
The big secret is we're looking at Jacob Soboroff right now with the Texas delegation. Jacob, make your way on over here, pal. Come on over for a second.
Excuse me, guys.
What's so interesting as we have this conversation, and hopefully you can hear us okay, because the vibe is getting rowdy over here. The issue of immigration and the issue of economy, of course, the top issues that Americans say are driving them to the polls come November. Jacob has made his way over to us. And Jacob, one of the things I wanted to ask you, you've covered a lot of conventions. How does this one feel at all different to you based on your experience, based on the events of the last week or so?
You know, Allie, one of the things that I've been thinking about is
I'm going to hand your mic off because we can't do this. Better, go.
One of the things I've been thinking about is how when we were all here in 2016, is that we would hear from folks like Stephen Miller, who was always the warm-up act, to former President Trump. But then,
speaking of immigration.
Yeah, speaking of immigration, and then Trump himself. And we would hear sort of euphemistically about the policies that they were thinking about enacting. They would talk often about ending catch and release. We're talking about immigration with the folks from Texas. Ending catch and release ultimately ended up being the family separation policy. And of course, I covered that very closely. 5,000 children were separated from their parents deliberately by the administration. And what I wonder is there something like that we should be listening for that we don't know is coming from this administration, that what they're going to be talking about up there will ultimately become the signature policy of this administration? I think not everybody knew what the incoming Trump administration was going to do back in 2016. Now we know them. But what might we hear over the course of these next few days? It's something that we could be talking about over the course of the next 4 years. And I don't think we'll know the answer to that until we're to Friday and beyond.
Jacob Soboroff, thank you. I'm going to let you go do what you do so well. I'll give you your microphone back. Your producer, Arnie Hekala, has it. Go for it over there.
Thank you.
Jacob. We'll talk more tonight. One of the key issues, of course, as Jacob talks about, is the policy piece of this, in many ways laid out on this stage behind me here. I'd move around and show you, but I'm a little bit tucked in at this point, given the crowd of people coming back in, and that is because the primetime session now of the Republican National Convention's first night is set to kick off just minutes from now. We've already seen some of the most critical highlights, of course, of this first day. That is the official nomination, that roll call vote of former President Donald Trump, putting him, as they say, over the top for the delegates that he needed to officially get that nomination. The third time in his political career that has happened. Of course, the first under circumstances like these, just days removed from that assassination attempt against him. We're going to have much more coverage continuing right here on NBC News right now.
Thank you for that. We'll see you in an hour as we continue our special coverage of the Republican National Convention. Right now, we're coming to you live from Milwaukee as night one of the RNC is well underway. But let's get right to tonight's breaking headlines. A historic and unprecedented evening already unfolding. Former President Trump announcing Ohio Senator J.D. Vance will be his running mate. Vance's name already plastered on Trump's plane. Take a look at this. I shouldn't call it Trump's plane, really. It's going to be the campaign plane. It says Trump Vance right there. The Ohio senator reportedly finding out he was the VP pick just 20 minutes before it was made public. That decision as former President Trump officially became the Republican presidential nominee. This afternoon, the Florida delegation putting him over the top. The moment seen all over the country. Former President Trump clinching the nomination just 2 days after the shocking assassination attempt on his life. A gunman opening fire at a campaign rally on Saturday, striking the former president in the ear, coming within inches of killing him, probably less than that. One spectator killed, 2 others gravely injured. Tonight, we are learning more details about the shooter as the FBI continues its investigation into a possible motive, while lawmakers launch their own probes into major security failures. And the question still top of mind, how that suspect, armed with an AR-15 style rifle, was able to get so close. Plus, the stunning legal win for the former president, Judge Aileen Cannon, dismissing the classified documents case against him. Back here in Milwaukee, take a live look at the convention floor. That's not it, but the excitement is building right here. Here it is. Tonight, you'll hear from several notable members of the Republican Party. We're also hearing from President Biden in his first sit-down interview since former President Trump's assassination attempt.
Has this shooting changed the trajectory of this race?
I don't know, and you don't know either.
More on Lester Holt's exclusive sit-down with the president in a moment. We have a lot to get to on this historic night. Kicking things off for us is Dasha Burns, who joins us live from the convention floor just behind us down here at the RNC. She is with the Florida delegation right now. Dasha, I can see you right there, set up with your photographer. I do want to ask you, it was surreal to me to leave Butler, Pennsylvania. You and I were just speaking last night. You were there when it happened. You witnessed it in real time. It was such a horrific event. And you walk in here, you see the excitement, you see the joy. Of course, what happened is at the back of everyone's mind. But it's got to be strange, Dasha, for you to be here right now to see this convention after what we just saw in Butler.
Yeah, Tom, it's kind of hard to hold both things together at once, right? The energy here and the tragedy that we just witnessed. And I got to tell you, the vibe here is energetic. It is so juxtaposed to the conversations I've been having just over the last 48 hours with witnesses. Today, I'm having conversations with delegates who are thrilled to be here, who are thrilled to celebrate this new ticket. You can see behind me, there's a band that's been playing. I've seen some delegates who have been dancing, who have been cheering, again, celebrating. And at the same time, it's not lost on anyone what just happened. We did watch the Pennsylvania delegation during that roll call, Tom. And I spoke to some of those delegates afterwards who told me that that moment took on a completely new resonance. And now the lights are going down as I believe we're about to see a little bit of action here, Tom. I'm good. Just going to move us over out of the way from the corridor here.
And of course, we're covering a convention, so they're going to be moving you around. You are on the convention floor. And we do want to be transparent with our viewers. Things are very fluid. Sometimes we're going to be dipping in to what's happening on the stage. Sometimes we're going to be talking to reporters like Dasha. Dasha, you were part of our reporting team confirming that former President Trump was looking to get his vice presidential pick. We learned early that it wasn't going to be Senator Rubio today. How did former President Trump land on J.D. Vance?
Well, J.D. Vance has long had a relationship with his son, Don Jr., so he was advocating heavily for his friend, Senator J.D. Vance, throughout this entire process. At the same time, you notice his age. It's so interesting to see a J.D. Vance up on that stage when we do see so many older faces. And then there's this fresh-faced junior senator from Ohio that is really a standout in this crowd. At the same time, he's also from Ohio, which is a state in that critical blue wall, close to Pennsylvania, close to Michigan, close to Minnesota, which is a state that has typically leaned Democratic, but that the former president wants to win. And perhaps most critically of all, especially in this moment, oh, hey, we got some sparkles saying hello to us. Hello. Particularly in this moment, he is somebody that is seen as the future of the Trump wing of the party, the future of the America First movement. He's someone who has connected with the base in a way that none of the other candidates we've named did. And I think that, from the sources I've been speaking with, has been a big factor here, Tom.
Dasha, you know, that woman just behind you, she sort of captures the convention atmosphere. Is there any chance you could talk to her, the woman who was dressed in the red, white, and blue sparkle? Is there a chance you could talk to her and ask her what she thinks about this convention?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I see you're all decked out in your glitter today. Absolutely. How are you feeling? What is the energy here? How do you describe that?
Oh, my goodness. I'm just taking it all in like a sponge. It just feels so good to be a part of history.
You know, we just witnessed some tragic events over the weekend, the attempted assassination of the former president. How does it feel to be here in this moment after witnessing this historic tragic event?
Oh, my goodness. Once again, it's just history in the making. Everything is just, I'm still pretty shaken by it, just how close, how we almost lost him, you know. Yeah, it's just
call to order is coming, so I'm going to let you go and watch it. Thank you
Dasha,
so much.
thank you.
Tom, back
it's a
to you.
sentiment a lot of people are feeling here at the RNC. The RNC chair, Michael Whatley, has taken the stage. He's about to call this session of the convention to order. Let's listen in.
For Republican National Convention. To give the invocation, please welcome Most Reverend Jerome Listecki, Catholic Archbishop of Milwaukee.
And let us pray. Lord, we thank you for our nation. Our founding fathers held these truths self-evident, that all are created equal, endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, including life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. For 248 years, we have sustained this vision to guard the dignity of every life from conception to natural death, to protect their liberty, especially to speak freely and to worship you, and to support their pursuit of happiness through this life to the next. We pray that you assist our elected officials and candidates always to protect our freedoms, to preserve our democracy, and to govern fairly. Grant them the wisdom every day to place the good of our nation above personal interests and to cherish our union. Teach us all to respect justice and our equality before the law. Lord, protect our military. Teach us gratitude, that we may never forget their selfless sacrifice, and protect also our first responders, police, firefighters, and EMTs, for their bravery too gives us peace. There is a sacrifice that all Americans make to participate in the political process. We ask you to receive his servant, Corey Compantadere, and we pray for those who were injured, demonstrating their commitment to our...
We have just been listening to the Archbishop of Milwaukee as he's delivering the invocation here at the Republican National Convention as things have just kicked off tonight on night one. Garrett Haake is just to the right of where the Archbishop is right now. And Garrett, obviously, we're keeping our voices low because they are in the middle of prayer. I can't help but note that, yeah, Garrett, you're on right now. I can't help but note that something that the Archbishop was talking about as in the middle of the prayer here, it's something that Senator J.D. Vance is going to have to talk about as well. And it's going to be about the issue of women's rights. And the Archbishop made it a point to deliver that and the stance of the Republican Party in the middle of this prayer.
Look, I think this is going to be a point of some tension across the length of this convention, obviously with the Republican Party making some changes to their platform this year about what their view on abortion is. Typically, the Republican Party platform has called for a federal abortion ban or efforts to achieve one. This year, in keeping with the position of the nominee, Donald Trump, that language has been dropped. Someone else who's going to have to drop that kind of language, J.D. Vance, who has voted for and advocated for a federal abortion ban in the past. He now says he supports the same exceptions that Donald Trump does and that he believes it's a matter that should be left to the states. But look for Democrats to try to exploit both the Republican Party's past positions here officially on that, as well as J.D. Vance's positions, given what they believe is the incredible political salience of that issue going forward.
All right, Garrett Haake for us. Garrett, we appreciate that. I want to bring in Hogan Gidley. He's a former under press secretary in the Trump administration, joining us here for our special coverage of the Republican National Convention. Hogan, as they're going to deliver the Pledge of Allegiance here at the Republican National Convention. Hogan, I do want to ask you, were you surprised about Senator J.D. Vance?
Not really. I mean, obviously, he was on the short list. We've been talking about these people now for quite some time. I think Donald Trump, as he is wanting to do, waited to the last minute. He made this decision. He alone did that, in that apprentice style that he likes that's proved so popular on NBC, for example. So I thought it was a really home run pick for him. A lot of people I've been talking to, and I've been here just for an hour, are all abuzz about it, real excited about the potential.
What does he add to the ticket?
So much. Someone from such a humble beginning, someone who can articulate how he himself was against Donald Trump and then realized how good the policies were, met him, got to know him, and understood that the American people were better off with lower taxes and a closed border and no wars around the world. And because he changed his mind about Donald Trump, he's going to be a good advocate for those who are still in the middle and not really sure about going and taking a second look at Donald Trump or even voting for him for the first time.
MSNBC anchor Simone Sanders joins us now. Simone, what can you tell us about how Democrats are going to respond and sort of, I don't know if the word is attack anymore, right? Because people say they want to turn the temperature down. But if you were working right now with the Democrats, what would you say about J.D. Vance? What are his vulnerabilities?
Well, I think we can look to what we've heard from Democrats thus far. And a lot of Democrats have highlighted, as Garrett noted, Senator Vance's take on his stance on abortion, how it differs from what the current Republican Party apparatus and platform says that it believes. His right wing, what Democrats have, I've seen, said they're painting him as extreme. The Biden campaign put out a statement from the Biden campaign chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon, that spoke just to that. And so I think you can expect to hear that line of language. And also, I think tying J.D. Vance to Project 2025, something that the Trump campaign, specifically Trump's senior advisors, Chris LaSavita and Susie Wiles, have noted that they would like to distance Donald Trump and the campaign from. There was an Axios report I believe it was on July 10th, that talked about the strategy that the Trump campaign was laying out. And I think you're going to see Democrats juxtapose what the Trump campaign says they would like to do with the actual, record and rhetoric of some of the folks on the stage throughout the convention, but also their nominee, J.D. Vance. So quite interesting, early days. I am looking forward, Tom, to that vice presidential debate if it happens.
Simone, if there is a vice presidential debate, and that's still unclear if it's going to happen, how do you think he'd stack up against Vice President Harris? He's obviously incredibly young. He's a political neophyte, but he does speak for many who believe in the populist movement in this country.
Yeah, and look, I don't think populism, frankly, is unique to Republicans or conservative politics, right? Bernie Sanders, for example, as a populist, exposes many populist policies, economic populists, and I think you are going to hear from the Biden campaign going forward a lot of populism. So when it comes to that vice presidential debate, the thing about that is about policy. And if, in fact, it does go forward, J.D. Vance is going to have to account for his own record, but also the record and how that juxtaposes with the Trump campaign and Donald Trump himself. I also think he's going to have to answer for his comments immediately after the assassination attempt of the former president, where online he very, I would argue recklessly, noted that Biden and the Biden campaign is to blame for this. So
was he out of line? Do you think he was out of line?
I think it was entirely just beneath the office of obviously the vice presidency, but absolutely any elected official and leader in this country. You know, there has been a lot of, you can say that rhetoric has led to actions, but Joe Biden, and as everybody knows, I used to work for him, and the vice president, they have never condoned political violence. You know, when there were parts of the Democratic Party apparatus that were fervently calling to defund the police, it was the then candidate Biden that was standing behind the police officers and noting that that is not the language to use and to take the temperature down, and noting political violence is not ever the answer. So I was very dismayed to see that, and I think, and I hope at least, we're going to see Senator Vance aggressively walk those comments back. It was too far.
Thank you, Simone. Tricia McLaughlin joins us. You're an Ohio Republican communications specialist. You know Senator J.D. Vance inside and out. How do you think he's going to do on the campaign trail? How do you think he will be as sort of the chief surrogate for former President Trump?
Well, I think he's going to be a brilliant debater. He did live the American dream. I think a lot of your audience has probably even read Hillbilly Elegy or seen the movie. He's very much can speak to those Rust Belt voters that Donald Trump doesn't. He can just energize them even more. But I think what this is really a sign of, Tom, is that Donald Trump is very confident in his election prospects here. J.D. Vance doesn't bring necessarily anything really new to the base besides energizing it. But what he does do is brings another 4 or 8 more years to the Trump legacy. He'll carry that MAGA mantle.
Okay, why do you think he made the political calculation? Because from my reporting, the sources I was talking to, it came down to Senator Marco Rubio and Senator J.D. Vance, that there were members of the Trump family in the Rubio camp. There were members of the Trump family in the J.D. Vance camp, namely Don Jr., who was the biggest supporter. He ultimately won that family. I don't want to say an argument, but that family debate. There were also issues about whether they could do it because Senator Rubio lives in the state of Florida and the election laws. But don't you think that President Trump, former President Trump, looked at the electoral map and he said, maybe Rubio can give us some Hispanic voters. I'm going to get all the voters, as Tricia said, that J.D. Vance could bring us. Why do you think he ended up with J.D. Vance?
Look, I think he also wants someone who can be president on day one. I think that's important.
You think Senator Marco Rubio can't?
I'm not saying he can't, but these are things that you would look at. Also, he does want the MAGA agenda, the America First movement, to continue past the next 4 years.
Somebody who's authentically MAGA.
Someone who is authentically MAGA, who not only supports that agenda, but supports Donald Trump and has his back and is loyal. These are things you look for in a vice president. Listen, we can talk about geography all day, but it's been a long time since any presidential nominee has taken someone that geographically would have helped them out. Joe Biden wasn't losing California.
Yeah.
He needed somebody younger. Donald Trump understands where he is now, having just survived an assassination attempt. He wants someone who's younger, so the country understands that,
But we
too.
talk about authentically MAGA, right? And Tricia brought up, or maybe it was Simone brought up, you know, Senator J.D. Vance has had this political road to Damascus, right? Where he had this conversion. Where he was not for Donald Trump, and then he became for Donald Trump. Hold on. In a quick 2 years, there was a very big, quick turnaround, right?
Sure.
The Wall Street Journal editorial page has come down hard on him for this, right? Because he seems to evolve politically wherever it fits whatever wherever he wants it, where he wants to go eventually with his record. Do you think that former President Trump thinks that he's authentically his sort of next generation of the type of leadership that Trump was?
Well, if you're going to sit here and try and tell me that no one who's elected to office ever acts politically, then we got a whole other situation here. Let's not also forget, Kamala Harris called Joe Biden a segregationist and a sex criminal from a debate stage. So these people always have conversions at some point. But let's remember, Donald Trump is at the top of this ticket. So the things J.D. Vance has in his own mind and in his own heart that may differ from the president, he's got to tuck in and follow and toe the line that Donald Trump has.
Our Lester Holt sat down for an exclusive interview with President Biden at the White House today. We have a clip that I want to play for this panel. Get your reaction on the flip side. Let's play that.
Just shortly before you and I sat down, former President Trump named his vice presidential pick, J.D. Vance. What does that tell you, his qualities? What does that tell you about former President Trump's values in terms of who he will surround himself with in a next administration should he win?
Well, it's not unusual. He's going to surround himself with people who agree completely with him. Have a voting record, like support him. Even though if you go back and listen to the things that J.D. Vance said about Trump.
Simone, I want to ask you, part of this interview, the reason why President Biden sat down for this interview was to prove to the American people and really the Democratic Party that he could still be commander-in-chief in 4 years. And the more of the clips that I've seen from the interview so far, every time the president speaks, and again, we are at the convention, so it is a little bit hard to hear, but even with that question, which some would argue he should be ready for, he should be ready to answer, it seemed like he had to struggle a little bit to get to that answer. What are your thoughts?
To me, that sounded like the Joe Biden that I know. I don't think he struggled. I think, frankly, that is how the president talks, right? He's not quick on the draw, if you will, with his words. He speaks with a lower tone, more measured. I think there are times where he gets extremely animated. During that last press conference he had, talking about guns and gun violence and children in this country was one of those really animating times where he raised his voice. So I don't read too much into that. I do think, though, that when it comes to, and I'm looking forward to seeing Lester's entire interview, but I do think, though, when it comes to J.D. Vance and the campaign and the president's prospects in November, what I have heard from a lot of Democrats is they want to see him fight. And I think if you juxtapose the Joe Biden that we've seen in some of these clips in the interview from the Joe Biden this past weekend in North Carolina, in Michigan, on the stage at a big rally, the energy level was different. And so I think, I don't know if the president maybe has a more somber demeanor given the events of the last 48 hours, but this is one of many, many more interviews the president is going to continue, I think, to do, because he does want to demonstrate and tell folks out there so they can see him that, hey, I'm in this race and I'm happy to answer the questions. And I think that's very important for rank and file Democrats and voters across the country to see.
Tricia, every minute that goes by, every day that goes by, that President Biden is still the nominee, it's good for him? He could run out the clock, essentially. Do you think it's going to work?
No, I don't. I think no matter who the Democrats put up with at this point, it's going to be Donald Trump. He's going to win. I mean,
I get that, and I know you're going to say that, but I'm saying, do you think he's still going to be the nominee, President Biden?
Yes. I mean,
you don't think they're going to switch?
No, I don't. He's weathered the media storm for the most part. We don't have back-to-back, day-to-day coverage of people talking about Joe Biden's cognitive abilities. He has the coffers and he has the delegates. I mean, that's a huge technical problem to switch that much money over from Biden to another candidate.
Hogan, if you were advising President Biden, I know you would never do this in your life because of your line of work, but if you were telling him, would you tell him to stay in the race, keep fighting?
Of course. Why wouldn't you? I mean, as Tricia said, you've got the delegates. The tide has kind of receded a little bit. You're weathering the storm. You talk about being a fighter. You talk about taking punches. You talk about getting knocked down and getting back up. What better way to say to the establishment and the people in your party, listen, I know there are some questions and concerns, but I beat Donald Trump once. I'll do it again. That's what he's saying. Now, I think it's folly and I think it's foolish, but that's not the point.
Simone, same question to you. Do you hope he stays as the nominee? Do you hope he runs again against former President Trump?
Look, I think the reality is, Tom, is that he is staying. And I have long since said, even before the president announced his reelection, that if he wanted to run for reelection, he should. And there was a primary process and the voters voted. The point about the delegates that Hogan and Trish are making are very, very important. The delegates, this is a process. Just like right now we are at the RNC watching the process unfold. There was a reason J.D. Vance had to be announced at the time that he was, because there is a process. There are legal things that have to happen within the party apparatus. Given the Democrats' process, Joe Biden has the delegates. And only one of two ways will he not have those delegates. If he releases them, which he has said he is not going to do, or if 2,000 delegates revolt, essentially, and say they're going to go with someone else that is not even on the ballot yet. So I think these are two very unlikely scenarios. And I think Democrats, every day that they continue to talk about the viability or lack thereof of their nominee, damages him and potentially other down-ballot Democrats in a general election.
You think Vice President Kamala Harris would be a good candidate to run against former President Trump if this does happen and the switch does occur?
I think that the vice president would be a formidable candidate, but again, Tom, I think it's the Biden-Harris ticket, and I think that she has been prosecuting the case against the former president on the campaign trail, and now to juxtapose a Vice President Harris with a potential Vice President J.D. Vance, it is a split screen that I think is going to be very, very clear for voters. Just as we've been talking, the Biden campaign sent out a fundraising email from Vice President Harris talking about J.D. Vance, making that split screen clear, and the topic was about abortion.
Okay. Hogan, we experienced, the entire nation experienced a horrific event on Saturday with the attempted assassination against former President Trump. A Trump supporter ended up dying, a father who's protecting his family, 2 others gravely injured. Have you had a chance to speak to anybody in the family, had a chance to speak to former President Trump about what happened?
Not to the family. I texted the president, of course, the night it happened. I realized he was okay first. I talked to a lot of people close to the campaign and on the campaign about the moment. They were all just shocked, obviously. They weren't surprised. But for the most part, when you took a look at Donald Trump taking gunfire, getting shot, getting pushed down, standing up, that iconic picture that now is everywhere with his fist in the air, screaming, fight, fight, fight. The guy is a legend. He is a leader. He's a gangster. And I think that really helps solidify his position, not just in this party, but it made the American people stand up and go, wait a minute. There's something bigger at play here, and we need to galvanize behind Donald Trump.
Hogan, we thank you for those thoughts. We want to dip in now to the convention floor. Republican Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin has taken the podium. Let's listen in.
Good, decent, hardworking, and very nice people of Wisconsin in the U.S. Senate. Like most Americans, they believe the purpose of government is to help improve lives, not make them more difficult. Unfortunately, Vice President Harris and President Biden have made our lives less safe and far more expensive. In other words, a lot more difficult. Back in 2008, Joe Biden ran out a ticket promising to, quote, fundamentally transform America, unquote. They weren't joking. That was the Democrats' new radical far-left agenda. Today's Democrat Party is not the party of our parents and grandparents. That party cared about workers and people struggling to get by. Now they are the party of open borders, reckless spending, weaponized government, and weakness on the world stage. This fringe agenda includes biological males competing against girls and the sexualization and indoctrination of our children. Today's Democrat agenda, their policies, are a clear and present danger to America, to our institutions, our values, and our people. Democrats have forgotten American families. They have abandoned the hardworking middle class. But with President Trump and Republicans, those forgotten Americans are forgotten no more. Republicans are the party of opportunity, liberty, and prosperity for all. We proved we know how to make life better for all Americans, and we can do it again. with a secure border, smaller government, less regulation, and lower taxes. Republicans understand that Americans don't want welfare, they want work. They don't want woke equity, they want God-given equality. They want the promise of our founding documents, the right to pursue happiness. That's what Republicans will deliver. We've repaired the damage caused by Democrats before, and we will do it again. We will complete the mission President Trump first articulated in 2016, to make America great again. Thank you, and God bless you. Thank you.
Listen, we're going to break. We've just been listening to Senator Ron Johnson addressing the convention here in Milwaukee. He's the hometown hero. There's a video playing right now. It is called the DJT dance video. It's essentially a compilation of Donald Trump, the former president, dancing. I don't think this is a fake. This is actually, those are real dance moves. A quick reminder, if you are watching our coverage, we are going to dip into some of the Republican speeches. We are going to do the exact same thing during the Democratic National Convention. We want to be very clear on that. But we are covering this live news event right now as it happens. Here in Milwaukee, the Republican National Convention, our special coverage continues right after this break. If you know country music, you know that is the famous singer-songwriter Chris Janson with All-American Guy. We are back now live from the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. We want to turn now to NBC correspondent Jacob Soveroff, who's on the floor among the delegates. Jacob, it is so loud right now. I hope you can hear me and you can hear this question. Talk to me about the energy at the moment right now on the floor.
Tom, it's really been extraordinary, particularly in the wake of the attempted assassination of former President Trump. I watched your coverage wall to wall over the course of the last couple of days, as did, I believe, the nation and many people in this room. And I do think, in talking to people, in some measure, this is a release for a very, very tense time for not just Republicans, but for everybody in the United States of America. There is no doubt that this will all come back around to politics and policy. And in fact, some of the conversations that I've had over the course of the last couple hours have indeed come around, including with former Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, who I spoke to last time you and I were on the air together. And he, in fact, indicated that former President Trump's reported desire to move away from divisiveness and confrontation may not necessarily, according to his conversations with him, extend to the policies that he was putting forward. And I'll be interested to see, Tom, tonight, what that means for the speakers that are going to come to the stage. We just heard, of course, as you mentioned, from Ron Johnson, the senator from this state. Marjorie Taylor Greene, I believe we're also going to hear from tonight. Tim Scott, Kristi Noem, Marsha Blackburn, who we, I believe, heard from at some point this evening as well. Some of the familiar faces and names, bold-faced names of the Republican Party, known for this MAGA type of Republican politics. The Democrats call it extreme, Republicans call it mainstream. But I will say, as you can tell, the vibes here are not vibes that you might think. Maybe it was the vibes before the attempted assassination of former President Trump. Everybody, I think, is trying to recapture those feelings tonight. And certainly, good moods are being had right now on the floor here, Tom.
Jacob, there's a man who's dancing along with the music just behind you, an older gentleman. He's out there on the floor. Is there any chance you could talk to him and ask him about the mood and if he's excited and happy to be here at the convention tonight? You see him right there, the one and only.
I got to say, Tom Yamas, our anchor extraordinaire, back up in the booth right behind us right now, actually. You could probably wave to him. There's Tom up there. Hey, there he is. Yeah. Tom has seen your dance moves, and he said that man is not only a great dancer, but he's a Politico. He wants to hear from you. How are you feeling about tonight? In all seriousness, how are you feeling about the party in the wake of the assassination attempt? How are you feeling about the convention?
Well, Trump had an angel on his shoulder that night. So God bless, God bless everybody, and especially ones that passed and everything. But I'm feeling great about this. So we're from upstate New York, Yates County, heart of the Finger Lakes wine country. We are here to put Trump in office and J.D. Vance with him, and we're all fired up, ready to go.
Well, you're getting, not only are you you're doing your politics, but you're getting your steps in with all this dancing. So I'm going to let you get back to it.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Bless.
Okay, God bless you, Tom.
Get an audition.
2016. Can somebody please?
Tom, I'm going to send it back up to you in the booth.
Jacob Soveroff, we appreciate you. We thank you for talking to that. Always great to capture some of that atmosphere here on the convention floor. We're going to have much more tonight as our special coverage of the RNC continues. More from Milwaukee right when we come back. We are back now with our continuing special coverage of the Republican National Convention, coming to you live from Milwaukee as the first night of the RNC kicks off. And we're following a number of major headlines at this hour. First, after months of speculation, former President Trump announcing Ohio Senator J.D. Vance as his pick for vice president. The convention coming on the heels of the assassination attempt on former President Trump. That moment forever altering the course of American history and undoubtedly the state of the presidential race. And right now, security in and around the convention center, as you can imagine, is heightened. Earlier, thousands of demonstrators descended on downtown Milwaukee. More on that in a moment. But we should say, for the most part, those protests have not been serious. In the wake of the assassination attempt against former President Trump just days ago, we're going to have much more on everything coming from the convention, including thoughts on that. I want to get over to Carlos Curbelo, who's one of our NBC News analysts who joins us tonight from Telemundo Studios in Miami. And Simone is going to join us back as well. I wanted to bring you guys in because we're about to hear from Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene. And the reason why I want to talk to both of you is because both parties, at least in the public and to the media, they've expressed a desire to maybe turn the temperature down. Carlos, do you think that's going to happen? Do you think that's possible with someone like Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene? And I ask you this as someone who is a Republican.
Well, Tom, certainly she's not the best messenger at a time like this. We'll see. I'm sure that they have reviewed her remarks, and I'm sure that they will be appropriate given the sobriety of this moment, even though you do hear a lot of cheering and a lot of joy there at that convention hall. We are in the wake of this assassination attempt. And what you do see at the convention, Tom, and it's remarkable, I've attended a few of these now, the populist Republican Party is on full display, and Marjorie Taylor Greene is certainly one of the most prominent voices in that new Republican Party. I imagine that her comments tonight will be tame. They will fit the occasion, but there's always a risk when Marjorie Taylor Greene is in front of a microphone.
Simone, your thoughts?
I mean, I agree with Carlos because Marjorie Taylor Greene has not necessarily been a beacon of taking the temperature down, right? There are many times, whether it is her comments in Congress or her comments on social media are inflammatory. So while I'm absolutely sure the convention team, the Trump team, everyone had reviewed all the speeches, once someone gets up there in front of the microphone, you would hope that they follow the teleprompter. You know, I was a convention staffer for the 2016 convention. You hope they follow the teleprompter, but every now and then folks go off script. So I'll be watching to see what Marjorie Taylor Greene has to say.
Carlos, you were at one time at odds with former President Trump. You were a Republican representative who your views did not align with former President Trump. You were at odds with him to the point where you had a very difficult race, and people like former President Trump didn't come out there to assist you, but you didn't want his assistance, to be clear. Many Republicans were like you, but they have evolved on former President Trump. Have you evolved as well?
Tom, I take Donald Trump for who he is. I mean, this is his Republican Party right now. Clearly, Donald Trump is someone who has inspired a lot of people. He has some virtues which will be on display this week in Wisconsin, but he also has some flaws. I mean, the events of recent days certainly give us a reset in American politics, but they don't erase the past. And while Donald Trump and Joe Biden's big issues and their flaws haven't been top of mind in recent days, you know, the Donald Trump and what he's done in the past and the way he's divided the country, Joe Biden, you know, and the difficult time he's going through and the fact that he probably isn't well suited to serve another 4 years as president, those truths remain. So it's not a matter of making up or not. It's a matter of recognizing the full truth and weighing former President Trump and President Biden for who they are and what they mean to this country at this time.
Does it pain you when you see images like we were just taking there of the floor of the Republican National Convention? You see so many red hats, red T-shirts, red jackets. It is the sign of the MAGA movement. It's what people wear. It is their color. You mentioned this is Donald Trump's Republican Party. Does that pain you?
No, it doesn't pain me at all, Tom. Donald Trump has a unique set of characteristics. He has captured the imaginations, the passion of a lot of people in this country. He has pushed some people away from the Republican Party, but I think objectively we have to recognize that he has welcomed a lot of people into the Republican Party that were not part of the coalition before, especially thinking about a lot of Hispanic and African-American voters that Republicans are now more credibly competing for than they used to in the past. So, look, Donald Trump has come this far. He has had a lot of struggles. He has persevered. And look at where he is today. So we just got to recognize that for better or worse, it is what it is.
You know, Carlos is my friend, but I'm going to put my skeptical hat on here as a journalist. He's also a politician, and I say that just because
a good one. He's a good one.
Do you think? Do you think the Republican Party is more united than the Democrats right now?
I think when it comes to speaking about their nominee in this moment, yes, as I alluded to in our last conversation. But when you look at I'm looking at the primary campaigns that were ran, Tom, and in the primary election after primary election in the Republican Party primary, Nikki Haley, even after she was off of the ballot, continued to get some 15, 20, in some states, in some counties, 25, 30% of the vote in some of these states. That, to me, indicates that Donald Trump actually has some issues within the fractures of his coalition. People can say what they would like about, the Democrats and their current airing of their dirty laundry in public for all of us to see. But when it came to the primaries, overwhelmingly, Joe Biden won those primaries. There was notably that vote of no confidence in the Michigan primary that should not be overlooked. And so I would say that conventions are an opportunity to put the breadth and depth of your party's coalition on display. It is a decision that the Trump campaign and the convention organizers have made to put this lineup in the way that it has. Ron Johnson, connected to January 6th, then followed by Marjorie Taylor Greene in terms of speaking. That, to me, does not indicate an expansion of the coalition.
All right, Simone, we thank you, and Carlos, you guys stand by for us. They've just announced that Georgia Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene has just taken the stage. Let's listen in.
Thank you. Today is a celebration. The American spirit is alive and well. And we have once again nominated for president the founding father of the America First movement, Donald John Trump. Unfortunately, this is also a somber moment for our nation. 2 days ago, evil came for the man we admire and love so much. I thank God that his hand was on President Trump. And I pray for the family of Corey Comprator, who was killed at the rally, and for other attendees who were wounded. Corey embodied the spirit of America First. He displayed the ultimate show of love when he shielded his wife and daughter, sacrificing his own life. He reminded America of what we must be, a people who will do whatever it takes to defend the people and the nation that we love. Thank you. I love you too. We will honor Corey's memory by building the country he wanted, the country he wanted for his children, and a government worthy of the American people. For far too long, the establishment in Washington has sold us out. They promised unity and delivered division. They promised peace and brought war. They promised normalcy and gave us Transgender Visibility Day on Easter Sunday. And let me state this clearly. There are only two genders. And we are made in God's image. Amen. And we won't shy away from speaking that simple truth ever. The Democrats ripped open our borders and allowed millions of illegal aliens to pour in, driving up the cost of housing and health care while slashing American wages and eliminating jobs. They claim that our economy is thriving, yet hundreds of thousands of American-born workers lost their jobs these past few years. The Democrats' economy is of, by, and for illegal aliens. Our open borders have also unleashed the worst drug crisis in American history. Yet while hundreds of thousands of Americans are suffering, the Democrats spent over $175 billion, your tax dollars, to secure Ukraine's borders. But they tell us the border wall is too expensive. But an American government that serves the interests not of the wealthy, the globalist, or the powerful few, but of all hardworking Americans is within our grasp. Donald Trump has and he will make America successful again. He will make us wealthy again. And as God as my witness, he will finally give us the country we deserve. Because Donald John Trump is the leader America deserves. God bless the American people. God bless President Trump, and God bless the United States of America.
We've just been listening to Marjorie Taylor Greene, the representative from Georgia. A reminder to our viewers, we are watching live coverage of the Republican National Convention. And just like we are carrying speeches here at the RNC Live, we are going to be carrying speeches live at the DNC as well. Matt Gorman has joined our panel now. We still have Carlos Curbelo in Miami and Simone Sanders out of Washington. Simone, I want to give the floor to you first. What was your take on Marjorie Taylor Greene there? She had a lot to say, specifically geared and pointed towards Democrats, specifically on social issues.
Absolutely. I would note, I think it was one of the more tame speeches that we've heard from Marjorie Taylor Greene. She was very much so adhering to that prompter. I think this was a lot of, again, red meat for the base, which makes sense, right? At conventions, these are the supporters. You want to fire up the base, and I definitely think she did that in these comments and refrained from calling out Democrats by name specifically. She had a lot of positives that she went to at the end about former President Trump. And I think that is the kind of language, again, that the Trump campaign has said that people will hear in this convention. So I think they are off to a good start, and that's a lot for me to say.
Yeah, that's actually a lot for you to say. I'm very surprised. Matt Gorman, I want to bring you in now. You just listened to that speech. There has been a lot of focus on Ukraine and the funding in Ukraine. She made the point that the U.S. has spent $175 billion to secure, I shouldn't say she made the point, this was her argument, to secure Ukraine's borders and not to secure our own borders. J.D. Vance is somebody else who thinks that we have spent too much in Ukraine. Is that where the Republican Party is going? And if former President Donald Trump is reelected, will we pull out of helping Ukraine?
Well, we'll see about the latter there, but one of the biggest takeaways from being on the road with Tim Scott was exactly that. The anger among the GOP base, whether it didn't matter if you're in Iowa, New Hampshire, any state we traveled to, the wall and immigration and relating it to Ukraine, there was a powerful anger there. You picked it up when you're on the road quite a bit.
Yeah, Carlos, back over to you. Wasn't sure what we were going to expect from Marjorie Taylor Greene. We had talked about both sides trying to tone down the temperature a little bit. Do you agree with Simone that this was not maybe Marjorie Taylor Greene out of 10, but she was getting pretty close?
Well, Tom, I'd say that for Marjorie Taylor Greene, this was actually a tame and conciliatory speech. I mean, we've heard some of the things she says. We've heard her insult her colleagues on the Hill. So Marjorie Taylor Greene was in her best behavior tonight. But it'll be interesting to see how this convention is structured, Tom. Obviously, they're playing for the base tonight. A lot of red meat. J.D. Vance is a base pick. It is not a pick to expand the coalition. It is not a pick to bring balance to the ticket. It's doubling down on MAGA, on Trumpism. We'll see as we move closer to Thursday and that big speech by Donald Trump, how and when and if they try to expand the tent and welcome more people in and reach some of those middle-of-the-road voters. There aren't very many of them left, but they are decisive. Let's see when they start reaching out to them. They're certainly not doing that tonight.
Matt, you worked on Senator Tim Scott's presidential campaign. He was unsuccessful. As you look over the convention floor right now, I pointed this out, lots of red hats, lots of red shirts, red jackets. I've said this before. It's called the Republican National Committee. It's more like the Trump National Committee. Yes. This is Trump's convention. Are you okay as a Republican where the party has gone and that he has a firm grip on the party now?
It's the reality. Whether you like it or not, that's where the base is. And look, I think we talk about what you're going to hear from the speeches. The Trump team from the top down, whether it's a little bit more of a focus on unity, maybe that's why it was the 10 for Marjorie Taylor Greene, all throughout this convention, they will make sure that nothing will distract from Trump's week. This is his convention, and where this party is going, it's really up to the voters. And I think with a pick like Vance, it's a legacy pick for Trump more than anything.
All right, Matt Gorman, Simone, Carlos, stand by for us. Our special coverage of night one of the RNC continues. We will have much more from Milwaukee when we come right back.
Democracy is happening now. Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come. Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024, who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back now with NBC News special coverage of the Republican National Convention. I want to get over to NBC's Vaughn Hilliard, who joins us live now from above the convention floor. Vaughn, talk to us. You've been working the delegates, talking to them. What has the reaction been like with the VP pick of Senator J.D. Vance from Ohio?
Right, I was talking to some delegates just a bit ago, and they made it clear that a great many of the folks here became familiar with J.D. Vance through Hillbilly Elegy. And of course, that was a book that became nationally renowned, read widely, and it ultimately led him to prominence on national TV, oftentimes appearing on our own network, NBC News, back in 2016, talking about Donald Trump in a more critical way. But frankly, it's reflective of a great share of the Republican Party. A lot of the delegates, you and I, we were both here 8 years ago at the Republican convention when it was in Cleveland. And you'll recall folks like Ted Cruz, when he took the stage, he was booed when he told folks to vote their conscience. And there were many in the Republican Party that questioned whether they could vote for Donald Trump in the general election against Hillary Clinton. And so it's sort of his arc of progress in many ways reflects a lot of these delegates here who were tepid in their support of Donald Trump initially, but over the time of his administration and over the course of the last year when he announced his run for the presidency again, as you said it is Trump's Republican Party here, and it has been shaped in his image. And at 39 years old, they understand that there is a generational difference between him and Donald Trump, and somebody here who has a different vantage point, notably coming from Ohio here. There was in 2022, I was out there on the campaign trail when he was running in what was a competitive primary. The big question was who was going to get that endorsement of Donald Trump. And I remember that rally in Ohio when he said from the stage to the crowd, this guy, he said not a lot of nice things about me, but he acknowledged to the crowd, he's on our side now. And so that it's in a moment here when he had finalists, a great many of them that had said negative things about him in the past, it's acknowledged among many of these delegates who charted their own path to Donald Trump in a similar way that he is now going to be the nominee, accepting the VP running mate slot this upcoming Wednesday night, Tom.
Vaughn, talk to me about the temperature you've heard so far. You've been able to hear a handful of speeches, especially some earlier in the day. Is the temperature toned down a little bit, or is this what you expected?
It was Donald Trump on Sunday, about 24 hours after the assassination attempt on his life, when he put out the social media post unifying America. And I was talking with some campaign aides and folks that were close to Donald Trump, and they said that in large part they wanted that to be reflected over the next 4 days of this convention. And the gentleman that you just saw behind us, Mark Robinson, who followed Marjorie Taylor Greene on stage, he's running for governor of North Carolina, frankly has said very incendiary statements that led to this nomination. And up on stage, you didn't hear it. You heard a much more focused delivery and message, and one that resonated within this arena.
Hilliard for us, Vaughn, we appreciate that. In the wake of the assassination attempt against former President Trump just days ago, there are now heightened safety concerns surrounding the RNC. For more details of the measures being taken, NBC correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us now, live from outside the RNC, where protests swarmed the area earlier today. Maggie, I've been talking to some reporters who were out there. I know the protests weren't large. They didn't appear to be dangerous by any stretch of the imagination. What's it been like out there, what you've been seeing?
I mean, well, earlier today, Tom, it was chaotic. You saw that video. I mean, I'll step out of the way and show you. No one knows this better than you, but security here is intense. This is just the media checkpoint, right? And you know that we had to go through all kinds of clearances with local authorities, all the way up to Secret Service, of course, the RNC itself. So just we as journalists go through this intense checkpoint before we can even get inside. Our gear gets checked, etc. Looking at the video from earlier today, I mean, contrast that to the scene that we saw with easily, by our estimate, more than 1,000 people marching through a large portion of Milwaukee and getting within like a block or two of this place. They said they really wanted to be within sight and sound of the RNC itself. The name of that protest was March on the RNC 2024. It was quite a scene. Tom, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Maggie Vespa for us. Maggie, we appreciate that. Matt Gorman, you had to come in here. Did you notice an extra layer of security from other conventions you've attended?
I did. It was a little more intense in Cleveland. I also was trying to get out early this morning when the perimeter had just been locked down, and you could tell there was a different layer. Some of the areas where they expected folks to be security was even a little further up.
You know, you mentioned Cleveland. Because of the pandemic, a lot of people forget that, the conventions of years past. Do you think Republicans here are fired up because it's been a while since they've all gotten together?
Absolutely. I think people are hungry to be back in person in this sort of venue. It's almost in a weird way like a family reunion. You see people at certain conventions from all across the country that you haven't seen in a while. I think there's an eagerness there, and I think people are going to be fired up throughout the course of the week.
As somebody who works on communications and making sure the candidates are prepared for TV interviews and the way things look, was it smart for former President Trump, I know his hand was almost forced, but to roll out the nominee and mention that today?
And yes, and the one thing I took note of is we haven't seen President Trump yet. He's waiting for his big rollout Thursday night, I think. I think that was intentional. They're stage managing this very, very well.
Yeah, how has the rollout been so far and the convention kicking off? It's only been day one, night one, but you're coming off 2 days of a possible assassination attempt.
And of course, the court case got dismissed, too. It seems like there's been a ton of news in just this one day. I think the rollout of J.D. Vance will be very important how they define him.
Matt Gorman, we thank you for all your analysis. We thank for everybody who joined us this hour. That will do it for me. Our special coverage of the Republican National Convention continues right after this. I'm Tom Yamas in Milwaukee. Our next hour, I'm joined by Hallie Jackson. That starts right now.
Tonight, the Republican National Convention kicks off. Former President Trump's pick for vice president finally revealed.
We proudly cast our 79 votes for President Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance.
Ohio Senator J.D. Vance. The roll call earlier today.
Alabama, Texas, Wisconsin.
Every state weighing in. Florida and his family putting Mr. Trump over the top.
We hereby nominate every single one of them for the greatest president that's ever lived.
Making him the Republican Party's official nominee. Just 2 days after the failed assassination attempt.
Tonight, questions about whether he'll be seen and what Vance means for the Republicans' chances to take back the White House.
This hour, the speakers set to take the stage and make their case for President Trump as the RNC officially begins.
This is NBC News special coverage of the Republican National Convention. Live from Milwaukee, here are Tom Yamas and Hallie Jackson.
I'm Hallie Jackson, right in the thick of it here, live on the floor of the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee.
And I'm Tom Yamas as we kick off what's going to be a historic week after a weekend that's already rewriting history. And the big question we have that I'm sure everyone here in Milwaukee has as well, will we see former President Trump for the first time? Since that assassination attempt at his rally over the weekend in Pennsylvania, an attack that killed a 50-year-old father of two.
The former president already making news tonight, picking Ohio Senator J.D. Vance as his running mate. Want to show you this here, the freshman senator celebrating with his colleagues from Ohio on the convention floor. A source tells NBC News he only learned he'd be the pick from a call just 20 minutes before Mr. Trump made the news public in that online post. Now, the Trump campaign, based on our reporting, sees J.D. Vance as a potential next generation of the MAGA movement, somebody who could help him turn out voters in the Rust Belt in states like Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, states Mr. Trump won in 2016, but lost to President Biden in 2020. Republicans on the floor here, and listen, we're right in the middle of it. You can see, especially here back by the Texas delegation, giving big cheers to the speaker right now, who's from Texas. The question is, Mr. Trump's appearance, hours after he officially became his party's nominee, according to a source, we will see him.
Yeah, that's right. A formality to make a reality we've known for months. Donald Trump, the Republicans' presidential pick for the third time. And again, as Hallie just reported, we expect to see him at some point today. You see his son Eric earlier today announcing his dad had passed the tipping point for the nomination. And this was interesting. He did it, of course, in Florida, because that is where so many of the Trump family members now live. This, of course, pushed him over the top in the delegate count. He's no longer the presumptive nominee. He is the nominee. You see the celebrations right after. Celebration was actually the song they played. Tonight, you'll hear from not just Republicans, but also everyday Americans. The party wants tonight to be all about the economy. You'll also hear tonight from President Biden, only here on NBC, in an exclusive interview with our very own Lester Holt, as he faces questions about his age and the push from Democrats for him to drop out.
We will also hear more of his reaction to that assassination against Mr. Trump. As you see here, security super tight. The head of the Secret Service saying the plan was reviewed and strengthened to make sure that the RNC plays out safely. And that is part of what we're seeing here tonight. I will tell you, Tom, and you know this from being here too, we're here by the Texas delegation, and you can see, I want to show you some of these signs. Make America wealthy again, of course. Trump prosperity, Biden inflation. No Trump Vance signs, at least not yet, but you know those are coming. You know those are on the way. And while there is celebration here, I want to walk you back over this way. There is also, of course, top of mind what happened just 48 hours ago in Butler, Pennsylvania, at that rally. One person, one rally goer killed, two others badly hurt. Tom, you were on the ground there. You know. I want to take a quick walk. We've got Congressman Wesley Hunt speaking now, but I know that our Vaughn Hilliard is somewhere here in the room. We're going to search to find him at this point, because you can see all these people. This is it. This is the floor of the convention. These thousands of delegates, including from New York, including from Alabama, California, Georgia, and Tennessee, that have come out essentially to celebrate the Republican nomination here. This official ticket that we now know will be Trump Vance, and then that moment we expect to see now later tonight. I'm going to ask my producer Bianca Stewart if she sees Vaughn Hilliard anywhere. We're looking for him. I'm gonna cross the stage this way just to see one more time. But Tom, while I hunt for Vaughn here, I'm going to toss it back to you. I'm going to take a walk. Take it away for a sec.
All right, Hallie, thank you for that. I want to bring in now Meet the Press moderator Kristen Welker and NBC News senior political analyst Chuck Todd. Guys, thank you for being here. So just real quick, initial hot takes. We're here at the Republican National Convention. I got to tell you, I still think it feels weird to have been in Butler, Pennsylvania yesterday, to come here. I know people are thinking about it, but it is just such a shift in temperature. It's a shift in the way people feel, and people seem to be happy here.
I think that's one of the big takeaways, Tom, the sharp contrast you talk about, the fact that we've been talking about how somber this moment is, not just in our political discourse, but frankly for the entire country in the wake of that assassination attempt against former President Donald Trump. We've been talking to folks who've been in touch with him. We know that he is in the process, he says, of rewriting his speech that he will deliver on Thursday night. And contrast that with the fact that he did make a huge announcement today. His vice presidential nominee pick pick J.D. Vance, Senator J.D. Vance, 39 years old from the state of Ohio, someone who's only served in the Senate for 2 years. It's really a generational pick, Tom, and it's really a sign that former President Trump is, as you said earlier, doubling down on his MAGA credentials and also saying, I'm building this movement for the future. This is not necessarily an electoral pick like a Senator Rubio, some of his allies would say, but instead really about solidifying and expanding the MAGA base.
Chuck, if the reporting we have is true, it probably is, but if we do see former President Trump tonight, it is going to be the first time that anyone has seen him. I mean, we've seen video of him coming off the plane, but up close since that assassination attempt. I spoke to a photographer yesterday who zoomed in. He took a lot of photos saying the former president lost a chunk of his ear. I can't imagine the former president will come out here with a bandage. Maybe he will, but you know how much he cares about his public image. It took him so long to wear that mask during the pandemic. But talk to me about the image of coming out and the image of him with his fist raised, and if those truly are going to be images that are going to motivate people to vote in November.
By the way, while you're describing that, I was thinking of him on the Truman balcony, taking the COVID mask off when he came back from Walter Reed. You remember that moment? I envisioned something similar. I think you're 100% right. I don't think he wants. I don't think he wants to see the bandage on TV. That's not something he's going to want to see. But you know something? It's funny to hear you talk. You were in Butler. I was not. I got here Saturday. I was on a plane. We didn't have Wi-Fi, so we all landed. It's a plane full of press and Trump campaign staff, by the way. And what's been remarkable about the last 48 hours is how normal the campaign suddenly has gotten. I mean, look, we're going to have this Biden interview tonight that Lester Holt conducted. Joe Biden seems like not the Joe Biden we saw in the Oval Office just 24 hours ago. This crowd, they've turned the page. There's a part of me that thinks, are we this numb? Are we this sort of, is our emotions this callous down? That just nothing moves us, nothing shakes us. We're just like, yeah, that's the way the world works now, and we've moved on. Maybe that is what's happened. I don't know, but I'm shocked. But there's also how lack of numbness that there is here.
I've always described covering former President Trump like covering a hurricane. There's just, it just doesn't stop. The news mission doesn't stop. And that's what's happening here. It's rapid-fire news events. You had the former assassination, the attempted assassination, which is still unbelievable. But then you have the rollout of a new VP pick, and now we're going to see the president.
Well, and I think it gets to the point.
We didn't even bring up his case was just thrown out.
Well, it's like exactly.
Oh, by the way,
it's difficult to remember because there have been so many headlines. It's hard to keep them straight. But I think that it gets to this point, which is we do not know how that attempted assassination will impact the campaign overall. We know that image, as you say, Tom, the former president himself has called it iconic, where he got up in the minute after he'd been shot at, said fight, raised his fist in the air. That still photo that the world has now seen. There is a sense that could embolden him politically. On the other hand, we've spent a lot of time prior to that talking about whether President Biden would stay in this race. And the question becomes how, if in any way, if at all, the question may be not at all, will that impact President Biden's decision about whether to stay in the race? He has a very tough decision that he is facing. And there have been calls, obviously, within his own party for him to pass the torch. So there's so much, but as you say, the news cycle keeps moving so quickly, Tom. I think that's part of what you are seeing reflected here tonight, where people are just trying to keep up with it. They're coming here to celebrate their party, to celebrate their party's nominee, and quite frankly, to be in this moment, because in the next moment, everything could change again.
I'll just quickly contrast it. You were at the 04 convention in New York. That was the first Republican convention after 9/11. You didn't forget the moment. Every night it was about 9/11. It was this reminder, constant. I'm sure you thought the same thing I did. I thought, in some ways, this symbolism of him surviving this would be almost at the heart And so far it's not. That doesn't mean by Thursday night it won't be. And it doesn't mean that image isn't going to be the most indelible image of this campaign.
But you bring up a great point, and that is during that campaign, the candidates had to signify and signal strength, right? It was John Kerry, even though he was a veteran, right? Swift boat captains, the windsurfing, he's not strong enough. And now you have this situation where President Biden is facing some very tough headlines. He's facing that debate, and you have this picture of Trump surviving an assassination attempt, and he does look strong. You can't deny that. The question is, news events are moving so fast that we're talking about this now. Are we going to talk about it in November?
I don't know. And I'll say one other thing. This is turning into, I think we are overlooking what could be the biggest gender gap in the history of modern presidential politics. This Trump-Vance ticket and the whole almost sort of embracing the testosterone of the Republican movement here could have a sort of a boomerang that only strengthens the Democrats with women. I think we still don't know how this all plays out, but I have a feeling we're headed in some direction like that.
Well, and think about also on another point where we started this campaign. The big question, the big X factor looming over the entire campaign was how would Trump's legal battles impact him politically? And now here we are. The judge has thrown out his documents case. The other cases have been delayed. And
cases helped him win the primaries.
Correct.
Yeah.
Strengthened him in the primaries, has not weakened him in the general election. And so everything that we were curious about in terms of the political
when we walk
impact
to our booth, what do you see? They're not coming, when they're coming after me,
they're coming after you.
Yeah. And it's an empty podium of a MAGA rally. I mean, the symbolism is everywhere.
Right. And what I do think also is that we saw in his statement today, the former president, in response to word that his case had been thrown out, a very defiant statement.
Yeah, we're going to dip in. Kristen, give me a second here. We want to take a listen to this stage. This is Sarah Workman. She's a single mom who's working 2 jobs. The Republicans wanted America to hear from her. Let's listen in.
I'm honored to be here tonight on behalf of everyday Americans. I'm a single mother who works 2 jobs to support my family. I know Americans can relate when I say that every time I fill up my gas tank, go to the grocery store, and try to pay the bills, I think, who doesn't miss the Trump days? But it's not just the economic pain we're all feeling under Joe Biden. It's how they're destroying the American spirit. Everywhere we look, there's pain, chaos, and crisis. Inflation, open borders, woke indoctrination in our schools, violence in our cities, and unjust rulings in our courts. All of it is eroding one of America's greatest strengths, our optimism. While the left is trying to divide us with identity politics, we are here tonight because we believe that America is always, should be, one nation under God. In addition to the economic pain, the Democrats' open border policies have shattered my family. With drugs so readily available, my husband fell victim to the drug epidemic. It tore our family apart, and now I raise my son alone. But I know there is hope. That is what this election represents for all of us who have been forgotten over the last 4 years. Hope. We need God in our hearts and Donald Trump back in the White House. if you're watching tonight and you hear your own story and mine, Donald Trump put me on this stage to show that he hears us, he sees us, and we are forgotten no more. I find peace in God's promise that says, if my people who are called by my name would humble themselves and pray, I will heal your nation. Amen. With faith, hope, and love in my heart, I know we will make America great again.
Please welcome United States Senator Katie Britt of Alabama.
You have been listening to those emotional remarks from Sarah Workman there on the stage of the Republican National Convention here. I want to bring you to a couple of folks from the state where Sarah now lives. This is Stacy. You are an Arizona delegate. Stacy, what did you think of her speech?
I thought it was very moving, and I can relate to it.
You can, because it's affected your life as well.
Well, yes. Under Donald Trump, I served at Ground Zero. I was originally from New York and moved to Arizona for health reasons. Under Donald Trump, we were given some of the best health care. Under the current administration, we were given subpar medical care. A lot of us are fighting for medicines, and so I can relate to what she's saying. You know, she talks about how Trump hears us. President Trump does hear us, and he does care about us. He cares about the regular American person.
Stacey, thank you so much for talking with us. Appreciate it. A delegate here from Arizona. Arizona, of course, one of the critical states here in this election. And one of our correspondents who knows that well is Vaughn Hilliard. He's just down this way for us, here at the convention hall. We know, and we've been talking a lot, Tom, you and the crew up in the booth up there, about the Rust Belt states where J.D. Vance could play a part in helping with turnout. Vaughn is with us now. Vaughn, it's also states like, of course, Arizona that are going to be critical, Nevada, to this re-election effort for what is now the Trump-Vance ticket. Talk us through your reporting as you've been here at the convention.
All right. I think that this is a moment here where you're looking at the number of just battleground states. Let's just start off on that, right? If you're Donald Trump and you're able to win Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, and Pennsylvania, you win the election here. And that is where, if you're talking about Arizona and Georgia, of course, those are places where Donald Trump lost in 2020. But if you're the Trump team and the Biden teams here, you are looking at the fact that there's sort of a hodgepodge collection of states. If you win a couple of them, you can pull off the election. That is where nailing down Ohio is going to be crucial for them. And so I think that is where, having folks in conversations here, having somebody from the Midwest, much like a former vice president, Mike Pence.
Persona non grata here, I think, on these grounds.
Absolutely. But 8 years ago, we were having the same conversation. Selecting a governor from Indiana, from the Midwest, would bring some legitimacy to people from Wisconsin and Michigan to have somebody that would reflect more of their values, right? And so J.D. Vance, author of Hillbilly Elegy, somebody who has now served for 1.5 years in the U.S. Senate representing Ohio, a Midwest state. 8 years later, he's going the same sort of route that he did the first time that it worked for him.
One of the things that's so interesting about a convention like this, Vaughn, is that, as you can see, we have access to the floor. We're trying to be respectful. Vaughn, walk with me and stay out of people's way. But you can chat with a lot of different folks, and that includes, of course, the former president's children. They have been out here on the floor. You saw Eric Trump take Donald Trump, so to speak, over the top, meaning lock down the number of delegates he needed to officially clinch the nomination. And Vaughn, you spoke with Donald Trump Jr. just today, right?
Right. Don Jr., Eric. We expect Ivanka Trump to be here, as well as we saw Tiffany Trump, another one of his daughters here. I was looking down over at the...
Yeah, who do you see?
Laura Trump, the wife of Eric Trump, who is also serving now as the RNC co-chair, essentially the number 2 position at the Republican National Committee. She is the first family member that I see up in the box over there. But Don Jr., who is close with J.D. Vance, they came down here earlier. I asked him about the VP pick. He was clearly pleased with that selection because he feels like he has not only a professional colleague through the political sense, but also a friend in the position next to his father.
Vaughn Hilliard, thank you much, friend. I'm sure we talk talking much more throughout the night. I want to show you the stage. On stage, of course, Senator Britt, who memorably delivered that State of the Union rebuttal earlier this year. Another high-profile moment for her. More speeches to come, more special coverage to come when we pick up right after this quick break here on NBC News Now. We'll see you in just a second.
Lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Senator Tim Scott on stage now at the RNC. Let's listen in.
On his feet, and he roared! Oh, yeah! He roared! Yeah! Yes, he did! You see, America, this is a difficult time for our nation. Inflation is crushing families. Illegal immigration is crushing American workers. Failing schools and victimhood culture are crushing our poorest kids. And the weakness of the commander-in-chief has invited world wars all around our world. Joe Biden is asleep at the wheel, and we're headed over a cliff. We hear despair in the voices of a millennial couple raising 2 kids in a 1-bedroom apartment because they can't afford a house. We see pain on the faces of Gold Star parents because their commander-in-chief, Joe Biden, literally forgets their son died in uniform on his watch. America, we deserve better. We deserve so much better. I was raised by a single mom in poverty. We had plastic spoons, not silver spoons. But she taught me to work hard, to take responsibility, and reject victimhood. Thank God for my wonderful mama. I know this is going to offend the liberal elites. Every time I say it, it offends them. But let me say it one more time. America is not a racist country. No, we're not. But if you were looking for racism today, you'd find it in cities run by Democrats. Look on the south side of Chicago. Poor black kids trapped in failing schools. Thousands shot every single year, including one of my former interns, Daquan. But there's good news. It's conservative values that restores hope. It's Republican policies that lifts people up. I partnered with the greatest president of my generation, President Donald J. Trump. On the biggest tax cuts ever for working people and single moms, and opportunity zones for neighborhoods that need them most. But Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, they give illegal immigrants free hotel rooms while our veterans sleep on the streets. Disgusting. Trump secured our border once, and Donald Trump will secure it again. This November, we are not deciding simply the fate for the next 4 years. We're setting a course for the next 40 years. I see our heartland filled with huge American factories, powered by abundant American energy, building what America needs, creating generational wealth for blue-collar workers. You see, we are the Republican Party of Frederick Douglass and of Abraham Lincoln, of Ronald Reagan and Donald Trump. But we, 4 more years. I love it. Awesome. We are not simply the party of our leaders. We are also the party of a young woman in Wisconsin taking over her family farm, an Hispanic father working 16-hour days in Nevada, and a black teenager in Philly starving for opportunity. We're not just the grand old party of the past. We are the great opportunity party of America's future. And there's only, hear me clearly, and there's only one person who can make that vision a reality: Donald J. Trump. God bless America.
were just listening to Senator Tim Scott there. A quick reminder, Senator Scott, who ran against former President Donald Trump. I had the chance to sit down with him when he announced his candidacy, and now up on the first night delivering his speech in support of the president and the new ticket. Joining me now is Florida Congressman Mike Waltz, someone who has served our country, and we thank you for your service, sir. How excited were you when you heard that Senator J.D. Vance was going to be the running mate here, someone who also served?
Well, look, I'm co-chair of the party platform with Senator Marsha Blackburn, We introduced the platform today based on the working man and woman, the forgotten man and woman. J.D. Vance's story embodies that. And then selfishly, I'm thrilled to see a veteran on the ticket, a Marine. So Semper Fi to all those Marines out there.
We are right here by the Florida delegation here on the convention floor, right?
All right.
Representative, were you upset that your own senator, Marco Rubio, did not get selected?
Well, look, I'm of course biased to my own senator. He's a great senator, Marco Rubio. But what I think was really on display with everybody on the short list is what a bench of thoughtful, serious members, senators, governors, people of all walks of life that we have.
Has Senator Vance been tested, though? I mean, he hasn't been in office very long. He's a neophyte to politics. Yeah. Do you think he has what it takes to be commander-in-chief?
But look, I think that's what you got to appreciate. He hasn't been in office for decades and decades, so he really can't come in as an outsider. The president has to be comfortable with his VP. I think they'll fit hand in glove.
I do want to ask you, since you served in the military, special forces as well, how upset were you with what happened on Saturday? There's been a lot of focus on the Secret Service. How could they have let that area just outside of the perimeter go unguarded?
Yeah, I can tell you that shot, 150 yards, you got to do 300 yards just to get out of basic training. That's a chip shot in terms of shooting. Something clearly failed. I have agents reaching out to me saying that the campaign was denied the resources that they asked for. They were given some.
We have reporting.
Services saying, yeah, we gave them resources. But if you give 2 and they ask for 20, you're kind of splitting hairs there.
I hear you. We also have our own reporting that the Secret Service themselves added additional resources to the Trump campaign. They knew that there was going to be a lot of campaigning, and so they added those resources. But we were also asking questions why they did not provide people in that outside perimeter, which was completely unguarded.
What I'm being told by agents directly, with direct knowledge, is that they were relying on local law enforcement because they didn't have all the agents that they need to handle the frequency of these rallies. And keep in mind, you also have Iranian threats on top of the domestic threats. Trump is not a standard former president, and he should not just have a standard former president package. And I think that's what we're going to find out is going to be the Delta.
Before we go, former President Trump is expected to make an appearance. It'll be the first time we see him up close after losing a part of his ear, almost losing his life. What do you think is going to happen here on the convention floor?
Oh, I think the roof is going to come off of this place. I really do, because I've seen men and women get shot at in combat. You either duck and hide and seek cover, or you stand in the face of it. Your basic instincts come out, and his number one instinct was to tell the crowd and the country, I'm okay.
Congressman Mike Waltz from the great state of Florida. Congressman, we thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hallie, I'm going to send it back over to you.
Thank you so much, Tom. I appreciate it. We are in the thick of it here, and I want to just show you a little bit as there's a bit of a break. As you've talked about, the tone of this convention, the way that things tend to go in these critical moments. And I'm here with a couple of people who we know well, including our NBC News analyst, Mark Short, who's joining us now. And Mark, what's so interesting, I was talking with Vaughn as we're waiting to hear now from, of course, Virginia's Glenn Youngkin. You, as a Virginian, I think know the state. You know the politics of a state like that. Talk through the anticipation for what Youngkin might say, the messaging here. He is somebody who at one point was considered to be rumored to be running for president himself. As we talk about that so-called next generation of people holding the MAGA mantle, how do you see Youngkin fitting into that?
Well, I think 3 years ago, Glenn won, and I think what is a decidedly blue state now. I don't actually think Virginia is much of a swing state, but Glenn showed a pathway forward. And I think as Donald Trump looks to expand the map, whether it's Minnesota or Virginia, Glenn is a good person who can speak into that moment. And I think obviously he's a very popular governor in a state that has continued to drift further and further left.
There's also, of course, the dynamics of the person who was last on the Trump ticket, and that is your former boss, Mike Pence. Persona non grata here at this convention, presumably, after his falling out with former President Trump. How do you see the Pence legacy, if you will, living on in this room, which is very much Donald Trump's room?
Oh, I think his legacy is going to be secure. I think Mike was always a strong conservative. He was selected because of his support among Tea Party conservatives, but ultimately he held true to his oath to the Constitution, and I think that he'll be remembered fondly by that.
Do you see any similarities between J.D. Vance and Mike Pence?
I don't think there are many similarities. I think that J.D. Vance drifts the party in a far more populist direction, not a conservative direction, and he certainly opined on TV that Mike Pence did the wrong thing on January 6th. So I think he's chosen to go a different direction.
Well, and speaking to where the party is at this moment, Mark, thank you very much. We're going to come back with more from Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin as we pick up our special coverage of the RNC right after this quick break. Don't go anywhere. Lots more to come.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to our special coverage here on NBC of the Republican National Convention. Hallie, a big speaker about to take the stage.
That's right. On stage now, Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin. Let's listen in.
I'm Glenn Youngkin, the governor. The governor of the home of Washington, Jefferson, Madison, and Monroe, the great Commonwealth of Virginia. Tonight, we stop for a moment. We ask for God's grace to be on innocent victims. We ask Him to be with their families. We thank Him for this moment of unity. And we thank Him for protecting our next president, Donald J. Trump. And tonight, our nation can have the conversation that so many families have at their kitchen tables. Yes, those tough conversations. How do we make it all work? The conversation young families from Midlothian, Virginia to Milwaukee, Wisconsin, whose dreams of buying a home have been shattered by 7.5% mortgage rates. The veterans from Fredericksburg, Virginia to Phoenix, Arizona, whose raises can't keep up with 30% increases in grocery prices and 40% increases in gas. the retirees from Roanoke, Virginia to Reno, Nevada, whose fixed income has been crushed by the silent thief of inflation unleashed by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Tonight, America, the land of opportunity, just doesn't feel like that anymore. But 8 years ago, there was an outsider, a businessman, who stepped out of his career to rebuild a great nation with the strongest economy, the mightiest military, energy independence, unlimited opportunity, lifting up every American. That outsider businessman was Donald J. Trump, and he will do it again. I'm proud to be a homegrown Virginian, from a family like a lot of families, with ups and downs and highs and lows. My mom was a nurse, and she was my hero. She pulled our family together after my dad lost his job. At 15, washing dishes and flipping eggs, I learned that there is dignity in work. At the height of the pandemic 4 years ago, I asked my amazing wife, Suzanne, to go on a walk with me. I told her I planned to quit my job and run for governor. She looked at me with tears in her eyes and a quivering lip and asked, "Governor of what?" We prayed together, and we asked God for guidance and wisdom, and we said if elected, we would serve. After 12 years of only electing Democrats statewide, in November 2021, Virginians elected a Republican outside businessman as their 74th governor. And I believe this year, Virginia will elect another Republican outside businessman as President of the United States. President Trump proved that common sense conservative leadership works. It works for America. And we're proving it in Virginia, too. $5 billion of tax relief, backing the blue, slashing red tape, declaring loudly that, yes, parents matter, and creating jobs, lots of jobs. Virginia now has record job growth, and we were just named America's top state for business. Friends, could this election be more simple? It's common sense versus chaos. It's strength versus weakness. Friends, it's not just Republicans who see this. It's Republicans, independents, and lots of Democrats. It's Americans. Under President Trump, America had high growth and low inflation. Under Joe Biden, America has low growth and high inflation. 66% of Americans now live paycheck to paycheck. Moms and dads worrying, can they buy new shoes for their kids going back to school? Can they write the tuition check for college? Will they ever be able to retire? Under President Trump, 2.4 million Americans were lifted out of poverty. Women, Black Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans all saw record low employment. Under Donald J. Trump, we once again will have that rip-roaring economy that lifts up all Americans. That is our tomorrow. A tomorrow where work is celebrated, where taxes are cut and inflation is slashed, where we cut red tape where we unleash American energy dominance, where businesses proudly say, "Made in America." Where entrepreneurs dream and small businesses thrive, where Americans from any background can pour their God-given talents into building their American dream. This is the moment. This is our moment to make America the land of opportunity again. A nation built on a basic truth that we are granted certain unalienable rights, not by a king, but by an almighty creator. And that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Our foundational principles are non-negotiable. They are inscribed on our national soul. My fellow Americans, the spirit of hope is spreading. Everyone can feel it, and it will sweep across this nation when we elect Donald J. Trump, the 47th President of the United States. May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Please welcome the CEO of Vance.
And we've just been listening to Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin here at the Republican National Convention. Joining me here on the convention floor is Mark Lauder. He's ran strategic communications for the Trump-Hess re-election in 2020. Virginia is a state a lot of Republicans are talking about. It's been solidly blue for a while now. Some people think it's purple. Is it really in play in 2024 for Republicans?
Well, we saw some polling come out right before the debate, had it about a 2-point margin within the margin of error. So you would have to think that it's there. Then now we've had post-debate, all of the other things. So is it in play? Yes. Is that a problem for Joe Biden? Even if he wins it, if he has to spend any time and any money there, it's money he's not spending in Pennsylvania, in Wisconsin, and Michigan. That's the problem within a map that's expanding in favor of your opponent.
Mark, there were a lot of Republicans that were hoping Glenn Youngkin would maybe be the running mate with former President Trump. Some people said he was on a list, not the short list. Is he a type of Republican you think that would appeal now to the MAGA base of this party?
I think it is. I think he actually could be a bridge to the MAGA and the more traditional conservative base that we've had pre-Trump, because he speaks the language of business. He speaks small government, but he does fire up the MAGA base. So I think, you're looking at someone who has a long future ahead of them, even though he's term limited, obviously, in Virginia. I do think you're seeing a future star in the Republican Party.
Because of the pandemic and other issues, it's been a long time since Republicans could get together like this. Talk to me about the atmosphere here, even though it's been 2 days since former President Trump was almost assassinated.
I think there's a lot of people who are just excited to get this started, to be able to talk about it. Obviously, following the tragic events on Saturday, and obviously we've been kind of watching with what's been going on with President Biden and his campaign since the debate. So there's been a lot of pent-up energy to get this thing going, and so I think you see it here tonight. You see them focusing on the issues that really matter in the campaign, the economy, energy, tomorrow, immigration, foreign policy on Wednesday. I think they're ready to go.
All right, Mark Lauder, we appreciate it. We're going to have much more live from the Republican National Convention coming up right after this break.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Oh yeah, this is it.
We are back down on the floor of the Republican National Convention. I want to bring in a special guest here, the mayor of Slippery Rock, Pennsylvania. He was there with former President Trump just behind him in that attempted assassination. Mayor Longo, thanks so much for joining us here. Here with Pennsylvania, your delegates. How strange is it to be here knowing that less than 2 days ago, you were right there with former President Trump when he was almost killed?
It's hard to imagine that just on Saturday that Butler County was thrown into horror by a violent maniac. But I have to say, it's refreshing to be here. It fills me full of hope to see all of these conservatives, these patriotic Americans that came here to the Republican National Convention to continue this mission that we set off on at the beginning of the year. I just want to say before I say anything else, of course, that always in the back of my mind, since Saturday has been the fire chief hero, Corey Campadore, and the individuals who were injured, who are in my thoughts and prayers, and the Slippery Rock community is thinking of them.
The whole nation is thinking of them, really, the whole nation. I do want to ask you about the former president's pick now for vice president, J.D. Vance. He's somebody from a neighboring state, Ohio. You're in western Pennsylvania. Were you satisfied with that pick?
Absolutely. As a United States Marine, I couldn't be more happy to see Senator J.D. Vance there. I know that the Marine Corps values of honor, courage, and commitment are something that he's going to carry with him to the White House to support President Trump in administering governance over this nation and serving as our commander-in-chief and leader of the free world. I know J.D. Vance is going to be a great asset to the Trump administration. I can't wait to see him get started.
How do you want the nation to remember what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania, but also acknowledge this convention is going on and it is a moment for Republicans?
I would just ask people to please, when they think of Butler, Pennsylvania, not to just settle on the fact that this violent act was perpetrated against President Trump and the rally-goers, but more so to focus on all of the good that came out of that situation. I saw so many people on the ground who did so much to step up in a time of need where everybody was looking for some help, and my God, it was inspirational. When I think about it, despite all of the ugliness, we saw a lot of beauty in that moment. People were helping each other, and it's what it means to be a good American citizen. It's what it means to be a Republican, quite frankly.
Mayor Longo from Slippery Rock, Pennsylvania, we thank you for your service. Thank you for being here. Yeah, we're going to go catch one of our friends over here. Let's take a walk with me, guy. We're going to spin around here. We're on the convention floor here at the Republican National Convention live. Garrett Haig here, one of my good friends, buddy. How you doing? Good seeing you. Right. Easy to spot. It was harder from up there in the booth. I can see you now. You've been working your sources. You've been working the room. You're talking to delegates. What have you learned on day one?
Well, look, I think it's so clear now that this is Donald Trump's party. I think that's the biggest difference between the convention in 2016 and now. Then there was so much confusion and a little bit of mistrust about this guy who had taken over the Republican Party, was just starting to put his stamp on it. Now that's completely gone. You know, when I was trying to report out reaction to the VP pick earlier, what I heard over and over again from people, even folks who really liked some of these other candidates, was we trust Trump. There is total buy-in, at least in the activist set that's represented here, that this guy, Donald Trump, knows the direction he's going to take this party, and the old guard folks are going to get left behind if they're not going to be part of it.
Talk to me about your reaction when you found out it was Senator J.D. Vance and he was going to be the running mate. From my reporting, the family, people in Trump world were split between Senator Rubio and Senator Vance. A lot of people were making different arguments for either candidate. It's clear with the pick J.D. Vance, the party's going in one direction.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think Donald Trump had been a little bit reticent to kind of put his hand on somebody and say this is a possible successor. You've covered him a long time, too. The idea that he would be splitting the spotlight with anyone may be a tough sell for Donald Trump. But here I think there's some of that, a willingness to say there's got to be a next generation. I need to do that. Marco Rubio, Doug Burgum weren't quite the same way, certainly not the same buy-in from the base. I think that was a big part of the decision. Vance was probably always the odds-on favorite, despite the maybe weaknesses in terms of what he provides to the ticket. If you're looking at it from a purely, how do we win this race? I don't know that he does as much for you as a Marco Rubio.
Yeah. Loyal viewers of NBC News may have noticed they haven't seen you in a while, right? You've been on daddy duty. So what is tough for daddy duty or covering the campaign right now?
There's no sleep in either one. This is a little bit more of a high energy enterprise, but I definitely miss my girls at bedtime, which would be about half an hour ago.
Sometimes it's easier to be here because the work with the kids is so much.
My wife would tell you right now, bedtime is definitely harder than this.
Garrett Haig, all right, buddy. No sleep for the weary. Good to see you, bud. We're going to continue our coverage here. I love talking to the dancing delegates here. Sir, can we talk to you real quick? Where are you from, sir?
North Carolina.
North Carolina. Talk to me about being at the convention right now. I saw you dancing.
I love it, man. It's like a football game, basketball game, soccer game, all put together, man. We're having a ball.
Yeah, it's been a while since Republicans have gotten together. Do you think they're so fired up because of that, or is it because of former President Donald Trump and he's your nominee now?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's it, because everything is so bad, and he's the only one that can fix it, and he's going to fix it, and he's going to be our next president.
It was horrific what happened on Saturday. The entire country watched that. They couldn't believe it. How do you balance sort of never forgetting what happened there and trying to celebrate this moment?
It's a awakening. It's some people who were kind of like, a lot of my friends were like, okay, let's see what happens. Now they're calling, they're like, let's go, let's get it. We got to fix it. We got to take care of this hate and this division. We got to get unified, and we got to pull together and become one, become a country again that we all work for, that we deserve and we work for, and we're going to get back.
Yeah. Sir, I didn't catch your name. What was your name?
Dale Moore.
Dale Moore, pleasure to meet you. Thank you for talking to us. Yeah. We're going to take a walk now, Guy. I'm going to follow you. You can walk back, our photographer, Guy. Randy, you can walk with him, our audio tech, and Ignacio here. It's very hard to move people here. I see you smiling. Can I talk to you? Can I talk to you guys? Where are you guys from?
North Carolina.
North Carolina, too. How are you? You happy to be here?
Happy to be here. Thrilled to be here. Yes,
Why are people so, just jumping around and dancing and going nuts? What is it? Talk to me about the convention atmosphere.
Yeah, I think it's just a really exciting time. You've got all your people here that are just have the same passion, same goals, ready to get Republicans elected.
You excited about Senator J.D. Vance?
Thrilled. I couldn't be more excited about him. I think he brings a youthful energy to the Republican Party that I'm very excited about.
I didn't catch your name. What was your name?
I'm Sarah.
Sarah, thank you so much for talking to us. We appreciate it. So we're here, night one of the convention. There's still a lot of coverage coming up on NBC News. A quick reminder, we're about to run that exclusive interview. Lester Holt sitting down with President Biden at the White House. Lester asked a lot of very tough and probing questions about the state of the race, about the president's mental acuity, about the pick of Senator J.D. Vance, and about the rhetoric in politics right now, and whether that rhetoric led to what happened, that unfortunate event in Butler, Pennsylvania, we've just been covering. As we look out over the floor right now, you can see people are excited, people are dancing. It is the first night of the Republican convention here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Usually, the Milwaukee Bucks are on this floor right now. Giannis is maybe slamming the ball somewhere around here. I don't know exactly where they have the hoops, but the music is blaring, people are dancing, people are happy, and again, we can't forget what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania, and the delegates here have not forgotten that either, but they do want to take a moment and also celebrate this moment in politics, their politics, and the new ticket, which is former President Donald Trump and Senator J.D. Vance. That does it for this half hour of coverage. Hallie Jackson's going to be back with me later on. We're going to see you right back here from the Republican National Convention. We thank you, of course, to my co-anchor, Hallie Jackson. Up next here on NBC News Now, Lester Holt's full, unedited interview with President Joe Biden.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Governor Kristi Noem of South Dakota.
Good evening. You all look fantastic. I love the cowboy hats. And a shout out to South Dakota. Hi. Woo. Listen, I'm Governor Kristi Noem from the great state of South Dakota. Leadership has consequences. It matters who's in the White House. Now, I've been governor under both President Trump and Joe Biden. And people ask me all the time, what's the biggest difference? And I tell them that President Trump honored the Constitution. He let me do my job. And he let me keep my people free. Now, leadership on the state level, it matters too. It certainly mattered in South Dakota. I am so proud to say that South Dakota's strong economy has been a beacon of freedom for America. Most of you probably first heard about me during COVID, didn't you? Because South Dakota was the only state in the country that stayed open for business. We didn't mandate anything. We never ordered a single business or a church to close. I never even defined what an essential business was, because I don't believe that the government has the authority to tell you that your business isn't essential. When other states were pushing mandates and lockdowns, instead in South Dakota, we hit the gas. We embraced liberty. We told our story and we invited people to come and to enjoy our beautiful state. Now, all of the things that conservatives have always talked about, we just did it, and it worked. Our economy took off, and since I've been governor, we broke the national record for the lowest unemployment rate in American history at 1.8%. In South Dakota, everybody works. We paid off state debts and bonds. We fixed dams and bridges. We built roads. We have a fully funded pension plan and a AAA credit rating. We broke records for surpluses, and we balance our budget every single year. And last year in South Dakota, we passed the largest tax cut in South Dakota history. Under my administration, incomes in our state have gone up 36%. Women-owned businesses are thriving. We also have the highest birth rate in the nation. People are having babies because they're happy. And in South Dakota, we love babies. Our mental health challenges have gone down, our suicide rates are declining, and we are the #1 state in the country for a decline in overdoses because people have hope. We're growing so fast that we needed more workers to catch up. So we launched the most successful workforce recruitment campaign in the history of South Dakota. And they have come by the thousands to join us and to live with us. Do you guys remember those ads when I was a really lousy plumber and a really terrible electrician? Do you remember those? Well, since we started those ads, we have seen a 78% increase in licensed plumbers in the state of South Dakota. We've seen a 44% increase in electricians in our state. Now, people aren't moving to South Dakota for our beaches or for our beautiful January weather. They are moving to our state for opportunity and for freedom. And all of this happened because our people were bold. We took action, and I was strong. Now, South Dakota proved that freedom will make America wealthy again. And with President Trump in the White House, with Senator J.D. Vance by his side, we will prove it across America. Listen, 2 days ago, the whole world changed. Evil displayed itself in the very worst way, through a cowardly act. An innocent American lost his life, and we will continue to lift his family up in our prayers every single day. Prior to this week, we already knew that President Donald Trump was a fighter. He is the toughest man that I have ever met. Nobody has endured more than what he has gone through. They've attacked his reputation, they impeached him, they tried to bankrupt him, and they unjustly prosecuted him. But even in the most perilous moment this week, his instinct was to stand and to fight. Donald J. Trump is our man in the arena. He will never stop fighting for us. He will never stop, and now he is bringing all of us together. Now, I know that many of you are angry, but now is the time to unite. And we have to get to work. We have to win the hearts and minds of every single American. Wake them up with truth and with wisdom. We need to listen to them. You can't win people over by arguing with them. Visit with your neighbors, at your job, at your church, at the gas station, or even at the grocery store. Listen, there are moments in our history, often after great hardship and tragedy, when true leaders unite our country. At one time, President Lincoln, he united our country. He delivered my favorite presidential address of all time. In fact, it's the only speech or poem or song that I ever made my kids memorize when they were young, when they were little. It was the Gettysburg Address, and it was delivered during our nation's bloodiest conflict. That speech so inspired people that they continued to fight for years, and they lost loved ones in order to preserve this union we call the United States of America. Now, at that time, President Lincoln encouraged us to take increased devotion, that this nation under God shall have a new birth of freedom, and that a government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from this earth. Like Lincoln, in the midst of our pain and division, Donald Trump is calling us to be touched by the better angels of our nature. As Paul wrote in 2 Timothy, God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and a sound mind. We must not be afraid. Even in our darkest days, we have never once given up hope. So don't quit on America. If we lose this country, where else will we go that provides more freedom and opportunity for our kids and our grandkids? And I've got 3 grandkids, and I'm counting on a whole lot more. And yes, democracy can be messy, but there is a great invisible strength to a people's union. We have shown the world that we can endure sacrifice and that we can still unite. We should still aspire to be worthy of this union, America. President Donald J. Trump is the leader we need for such a time as this. So now, I need you to get to work. Get out there, go do it. Don't quit. Keep fighting, keep uniting, keep talking to people, win the hearts and minds, and may God bless you, and may God continue to bless the great United States of America. Thank you. Thank you.
Donald Trump's surprise visit to a construction site. Hundreds of cheering union members turned out to meet the former president. It was quite a scene.
These are hardworking New Yorkers, okay, union members who have been working on this big construction site here in Midtown Manhattan near Trump Tower.
I think these maybe were Democrats, but for me, they're a Republican. We built a lot of great buildings in this city with these people, and they've given me great support. They're very, very talented people. They don't get the credit for it. They have very few people can do what they do.
These union workers who are here to talk to the president are paying the price of failed economic policies currently in the country.
And you heard in New York City chants of "We want Trump."
We want Trump. We want Trump.
A lot of people are talking about how unusual it is to see so many Trump supporters in Manhattan at 4, 5, 6 in the morning. Does that surprise you?
No, absolutely not.
President Trump is leading Joe Biden 3-1 on my presidential poll out of my 9,000 members.
Trump's turn again. What's your message to Joe Biden?
You. We're a very patriotic group, and we love our country, and we want the best for America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bobby Bartles Jr., Business Manager of Steamfitters Local 638.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Bobby Bartels. I'm a proud member of Steamfitters Local Union 638. And like many of my fellow union members, I've been a Democrat my whole life. And like so many of my fellow union members, we have come to expect empty promises from Democratic politicians. In 1986, after a decade of Democratic politicians' mismanagement, Central Park's iconic Woolman ice rink had fallen into an unusable state of disrepair. Politicians made promise after promise to fix the rink, and yet they did nothing. That's when Donald Trump stepped up. He wasn't mayor, he wasn't running for anything, but he was a guy who cared about people, and he knew how to get a job done. He put his money and his reputation on the line and committed to getting it built. He did it using skilled local union labor like the men of Local 638. Together, we worked tirelessly on that project, completing it on time and ensuring kids would be skating that fall on that rink. And a quick note to President Biden, that involved working outside the hours of 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. Early one hot summer morning on that job, I saw Donald Trump visiting the site. I yelled out, "Are you here to buy us coffee?" President walked right over. He wasn't the president at the time, but he walked right over, grinning, and handed me some cash and told us it was too hot for coffee. Go buy sandwiches and drinks for everyone. Now, more than ever, we need a president who knows how to get things done. We have an open border inviting illegal immigrants to take our American jobs and lower our wages. Out of control inflation is squeezing budgets, and both violent crime and drug epidemic are pushing people out of our cities, all while Democrats do nothing. That's why this union Democrat will be voting Trump along So that's why this union Democrat, along with many of my local union members, will be voting Trump this November. So that we can take back the middle class, take back the country, and rebuild the middle class that my union has helped build over so many years. God bless America. Thank you.
Please welcome Congressman Byron Donalds of Florida.
Good evening, Milwaukee. You know, Milwaukee, we're on live television. You gotta let me get to the speech now. Thank you. I'm Byron Donalds, and I come from the great state of Florida. And I proudly represent the people of Southwest Florida. But I was raised by a single mother in Brooklyn, New York. Life was hard, and we struggled. When I was in the first grade, my mother took me out of public school because she could see that public education was failing me. I needed to be challenged, and I needed the opportunity that only a private school could provide. My mother is an educator, and she truly believed in my potential. But Democrat politicians wanted to trap me in a failing school, but my mom fought for me. Mom, I just want to take this opportunity to say thank you. Thank you, Mom. Words cannot describe how deeply grateful I am to be your son. When I was in the 7th grade, my mom lost her job. We went on government assistance, and my grandma helped us pay for private school. My mom and my grandma sacrificed to ensure that I could build a successful future through a commitment to academic achievement and hard work. I'm standing here today as a result of their love, good and safe schools, and great teachers. And to the teachers of America who pour your heart and your soul into your students and teach the next generation to love, honor, and serve our great country, we all say thank you. But what about those kids whose parents can't scrape money together for private school? Don't those kids who grew up like I grew up deserve the same chance that I had? Joe Biden and Kamala Harris sent their kids to high-priced private schools. But since they are in the pocket of the far-left teachers' unions, they trap poor kids like me in failing schools with no way out. They say they're pro-choice, but not if you want a choice over what your kids are taught. Donald Trump believes every parent deserves a choice, and every child deserves a chance. And in November, when Donald Trump is elected, our nation's 47th president, we will make sure all America's children get that chance. Growing up poor, I know the pain of high food prices, high energy prices, and housing costs. I remember as a kid, my mom yelling at me, "Turn off that light, you don't pay the bill." We know there's a bunch of kids in America today who are hearing that from their parents. The massive inflation created by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris has only made it worse. During my first term in Congress, I served on the Budget Committee and the Small Business Committee. We told Joe Biden that his so-called American Rescue Plan was going to cause inflation. The Biden-Harris administration told us not to worry, but I knew better. I have nearly 2 decades of experience as a financial professional, and the evidence is in. Go to any grocery store, buy eggs, buy beef, buy milk. Even housing prices have skyrocketed. All Americans deserve a shot at the American dream. But under Joe Biden's debilitating economic policies, far many Americans, far too many of them, that dream has slipped away. This shows that we were right, that Joe Biden was wrong, and that you, the American people, are paying the price. As Americans, we've all been struggling. The disastrous results of the Biden-Harris agenda transcend race, religion, or income. But under President Trump, all of this will change. And if there was ever a time in our nation to come together, that time is now. With Trump, our economy will boom again. You will have more money in your pocket again. And your children will have a future again. Together, I know we will make America wealthy again. And together, America, we will make America great again. God bless you, Milwaukee. God bless the United States of America.
Place that I'd rather be. Well, can you do a half Francisco too. Everywhere's music, real life music, been through the million styles, but still that same old rock and roll music. It really, really drives them wild. They say the heart of rock and roll is so beating, and the word I've seen, I believe them. Now the old forever barely breathing, but the heart of rock and roll is the beating. Cleveland, Detroit, heart of rock and roll.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I can go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hi there, everybody. Good evening and welcome to our special coverage of the first night of the Republican National Convention. I'm Savannah Guthrie. This is the first night of a big week ahead. This is also the first traditional convention we've seen in 8 years because of the pandemic. And it is, of course, also a remarkable and somber moment in American history. One of the country's major parties nominating and also celebrating its presidential candidate less than 2 days after he survived an assassination attempt. Well, tonight it is all about former President Donald Trump. NBC News has learned that this crowd here in Milwaukee will see him in the flesh, in person, later this evening. This will be his first public appearance since he survived that attack on his life. We're going to talk to his son, Eric Trump, who's with me here in Milwaukee in just a moment. It was just a few moments ago that he put his father over the top, pledging the delegates from the former president's home state of Florida, giving him the majority needed to officially secure the Republican nomination for president. That moment coming just as Mr. Trump revealed his vice presidential running mate. It's going to be Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, a former Trump critic, but now elevated to be the leading heir of the Trump political legacy, potentially the next vice president of the United States. So we've got a lot to talk about tonight, a lot to show you, including speeches about tonight's theme, which is the economy. But let's go right down to the floor now. Our senior national correspondent, Tom Yamas, live for us. Tom, What is the mood in the hall? People wondered. Usually these conventions are so celebratory. We've obviously had this disturbing event over the weekend. How has it been so far?
Well, Savannah, I could tell you, but I'd rather show you. Come here, let's take a walk. We are on the floor right now. Usually the Milwaukee Bucks call this home. Right now the Republicans are calling this home. Thousands of Republicans have taken over this arena in Milwaukee. The first night of the Republican National Convention. Delegates from all over the country are here. As you mentioned earlier today, they pushed President Trump, former President Trump, over the edge. He is now, of course, the official nominee of the Republican Party. And, of course, that breaking news that Senator J.D. Vance is going to join him on that ticket. This place went nuts once that information and once that news broke. People are very excited. But to your larger question, what is the sentiment here? I got to be honest with you. Just leaving Butler, Pennsylvania, seeing everything that occurred there on Saturday night, talking to the people there who are still very much in shock, still very sad, still very confused, and then coming here and seeing this where people are excited, they're pumped up. They haven't been together since pre-pandemic, since the last convention back in 2016, I should say. But I talk to people and they're like, listen, we haven't forgotten what happened Saturday, right? That is still in the back of our minds, but we're here to celebrate our nominee. We're here to celebrate our party. We're never going to forget what happened in Butler, especially to that 50-year-old father who lost his life protecting his family, protecting his children, and also not forgetting how close former President Trump came to death. And you hear that over and over, Savannah, from people here. They're excited when the music starts blaring. They start dancing, they're cheering, but they always remind you is they're thinking about that man who lost his life, Corey Comprador, and also they're thinking about how former President Trump came just inches from losing his life. Savannah, and I do want to point out one more thing, Savannah, because you mentioned this. We are going to see former President Trump today. We expect to see him. It is going to be an incredible moment here on the floor because this will be the first time we see him up close. And I spoke to a photographer who was at the rally who took very close images of the president. And I know this is a little graphic, but the former president apparently lost a piece of his ear. And so this is the first time we're going to see former President Trump post, the assassination attempt. It's unclear how this room will react, but if earlier is any telling, they're going to be excited, they're going to be happy to support their nominee, and they're going to hopefully think it'll unite them to be stronger in November, Savannah.
All right, Tom, thank you very much. We also saw newly minted VP candidate J.D. Vance walking the floor of Milwaukee a little bit. I'm joined now by Eric Trump. He's the executive vice president of the Trump Organization and, of course, the president's son. I want to pick up with what Tom was just saying. And I watched an interview with you earlier, and you said this bullet tore off a part of your father's ear. We haven't seen him physically, so let's just start right there. I mean, what should people expect? What is the physical injury here?
Well, he's doing well. I mean, obviously he has a bad earache, to say the least, but it was too close. This cannot happen in America. It's just absolutely crazy. And I think Tom actually said it beautifully, but you see kind of the dichotomy between two sides of life, right? I mean, 2 days ago, I was on the couch with my children watching my father almost get assassinated on national TV, and here I show up to Milwaukee and I cast the deciding vote that makes him the Republican candidate for the United States of America. I mean, the highs and lows of the emotions of all of that are just almost unthinkable. But I'm proud of him. He's the toughest guy I've ever met in my entire life. He literally got to the hospital. I spoke to him 45 minutes after that shooting, and he goes, nothing changes with the convention. I'm going to be there. Nothing changes with the convention. And his fortitude, his backbone, he's a tremendous human being, and I'm incredibly proud of him.
It's always good to remember that these are human beings on both sides. Were you watching live when this happened? Did you see that unfold live, or did somebody call you and say, go turn on the television?
No, I saw it live. And I was there with Laura. I was there with my children, and I clearly understand the sound of a bullet, and I heard the shots, and my eyes went right up to the TV, and I just couldn't believe what I was seeing. And you instantly see blood. You instantly see somebody on the ground. You don't know if they were hit multiple times, and you're just praying to God that they stand up. And when he got up and when he started pumping his fist in the air, saying fight, 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 even though he had blood all over his face, at least we knew he was mobile at that point, and that gave you a little bit of hope that he was going to be okay. But those are not fun moments. Those are not fun moments. This cannot happen in this country. I mean, we're the best country on earth. This cannot happen in any way, shape, or form. And it gives a whole different perspective to life and frankly, the whole political narrative among the media and among people and among politics. It's got to get toned down in a big way.
I was going to ask you about that because, I mean, first of all, anyone who has survived something like that, you have to be changed somehow. I wonder what his mindset is right now. He told an interviewer he basically tore up the convention speech he planned to give on Thursday and is going to do something totally new.
I was there when he did that, and his speech is beautiful. It's inspirational. It's forward-looking for this country. It's incredibly positive. It's exactly what we need right now. That's exactly what this country needs. It's the right tone, and frankly, I think it's a lot of what you're seeing out here. I mean, people are dancing. They're holding the American flag. The patriotism in this room is unbelievable. I mean, these people in here, they love America. They bleed red, white, and blue, and we need a lot more of that in this country.
You know, President Biden just did an interview with NBC's Lester Holt, and in it, Lester asked about Biden's use of the word bullseye. The bullseye needs to be on Donald Trump. This was said, of course, before the shooting. The president said it was a mistake to use those words and clarified, of course, he meant the focus should be. He didn't literally mean bullseye, so poor choice of words. I wonder what you think of that. And also, do you think your father is reconsidering some of his own rhetoric on the campaign trail?
Yeah, probably on both sides. I don't think Biden's use of that word was genius. Certainly the timing didn't work well, whether it was intentional or not. It wasn't great. And listen, again, I think
it was before the shooting.
Oh, of course, yes, yeah. Of course it was. But I think everybody's rhetoric just needs to change. It does, right? We live in the greatest country on earth, and no one can stop the United States of America if we're together. And I think so much of the tone of this whole convention is going to be exactly that. And he has a great VP pick today. He's doing well. He's going to come out here. I'm going to be sitting next to him a couple of minutes. He's strong. I've never seen him more determined to go out and fight and win. And again, as a son, it's been an emotional roller coaster, but I'm proud of the man. I mean, I love the guy to death. He's the greatest father I could have ever imagined. What he's accomplished, what he's had to endure, the way that they've attacked him, the way they've gone after him, the way they tried to kill him 2 days ago. And yet he'll still walk in proud tonight. That's the fighter America needs. That's exactly what this country needs.
You mentioned J.D. Vance, now vice presidential candidate. Did you know that this was what the choice was going to be? Because his advisors were saying earlier this morning that it was still a jump ball. They didn't know. Has this decision, though, been made in his mind for a while, do you think?
No, honestly, it hasn't. I think he's obviously has inclinations of what he's going to do, but no, there's a lot of great candidates out there, a lot of people he respects tremendously, a lot of people with great strength. The chemistry between the two of them, between JD and my father, is really tremendous. And I've seen that, over time, and they communicate well together. They really like being around each other. And when you're in the highest stress job in the world, which is commander-in-chief and vice president, having that good line of communication is important.
What about the fact that J.D. Vance used to be quite the critic of your father? Usually he has a long memory for things like that.
Listen, I think that's politics in America, right? Kamala Harris used to call Joe Biden a racist, right? Now all of a sudden they sit in the White House together. That's politics in the United States, but I don't think there's anybody that really, embodies the movement more than JD. He's totally aligned with my father in terms of his policies. They work incredibly well together. They've been really, locked at the hip over the last, couple of years, and he's an amazing guy, and they truly love each other.
We're talking about tone. You're talking about your father possibly toning down the rhetoric. The Republican platform, interestingly, has moved to the center on a couple of key issues. For the first time in 40 years, the Republican platform does not call for a federal abortion ban. It no longer defines marriage as between one man and one woman, but it doesn't. So is this a sign that your father is moving to the center in some ways or on some issues?
I think he's always been there on those issues, to tell you the truth. And I think that's reflective of who my father is and what he believes in. And I think that's reflective of my wife, Laura, who runs the RNC, and clearly what she believes in. And I'm proud of the party. I mean, listen, at the end of the day, this country has real holes in the roof, and you've got to fix those holes, and you've got to stop worrying about the little, spot on the wall in the basement. You've got to fix those holes, and we've got real immigration problems. We've got fentanyl problems. I can't tell you how many friends, I'm a young guy, I can't tell you how many friends I have who have lost children to fentanyl that's pouring over the border. Our economy isn't great. Everything's more expensive. Inflation's crazy. Gas is crazy. The wars all over the world. We didn't have any wars under my father, and it's just really sad to see what's happened over the last 3 years, and he wants to bring it back. He wants to bring back American greatness, and he will.
Do you think that it's still a competitive race? I mean, since the debate, we've seen polls in swing states favor your father. He had a recent tweet where he said, we're going to win maybe by a historic margin. Do you consider this a competitive race?
Listen, I always want to run behind. I think after the debate was a disaster, and the way the pendulum has moved over the last 6 months and really over the last couple of weeks is tremendous. But I never want to count anybody as being ahead or behind. I always want to run the hardest races you possibly can, and I promise I'll be out there every single day working my butt off, as will my father, as will our entire family, and a lot of amazing people. Is it competitive? They're always competitive. They're always competitive. You have a lot of emotion on both sides, but We're going to win. We're going to win on November 5th. I've never felt more confident in anything in my life.
If you had to guess, do you think it will be President Biden as the nominee straight through November, or do you think Democrats will make a change?
I think it'd be pretty obnoxious for them to make the change. Nothing would surprise me, but I think it will be Biden. And I might be in the minority in thinking that, but I think Biden makes it.
All right, Eric Trump, I know you have a date on the convention floor, and we'll see your father for the first time, so thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you for the kindness.
Appreciate it. All right, we're going to sneak in a break right here. We've got much more live from the Republican National Convention right after this.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Welcome back. This is our special coverage of the first night of the Republican National Convention. We're live in Milwaukee. That's a glimpse of the stage. It is a big night for the Republican Party. It has formally nominated former President Donald Trump for the third time as their candidate for the next president of the United States. NBC News has learned that he just entered this building in Milwaukee and set to make his first public appearance tonight since he survived that assassination attempt over the weekend. And as we wait for that, we should mention the programming tonight, all about the economy. The Republicans are calling it Make America Wealthy Again. That's the theme of tonight. And we are expecting speeches from many, many people tonight, including model and influencer Amber Rose, Sean O'Brien, president of the influential Teamsters union, which has not yet made an endorsement. So we will show you all of this live as we continue our coverage. I want to check in with the two ladies riding with me tonight. We've got Hallie Jackson and Kristen Welker. It is so interesting, and we really are in a moment in American history where we have to have humility about it. Nobody knows how this will play out. Everybody who thinks they can predict and have their crystal ball, throw them out. It's all changed. But isn't it interesting, even Eric Trump saying, like, he thinks, there could be a real change in the rhetoric and on both sides.
Savannah, that was, I think, the big takeaway from your conversation with Eric, which was so revealing. He leaned into this idea that, yes, his father is rethinking and was changed in that moment during that assassination attempt. When you pressed him to respond to President Biden saying, yes, it was a mistake to say, let's put Trump in the bullseye, he said, look, yes, the rhetoric does need to come down for everyone.
It's just interesting because I've interviewed Eric and Don Jr. and all these guys, and a lot of times it can get really combative. You know, they're like sitting there wanting to make these points, and that's fine. That's what people do in politics. Right. Everyone does it. But it was as though he didn't want to go there.
He talked about watching what happened live, Savannah, and you got the sense that not only was former President Trump impacted significantly, but that his family was as well. You're right. This wasn't the combative Eric Trump that we have seen in the past. And there does seem to be a recognition on the part not only of former President Trump, his family, his campaign, but there needs to be a lowering of the temperature. Now, how will that play out? That's still the question mark. How will that actually translate into the speech that we see on Thursday night when former President Trump takes the podium?
I got Hallie chomping in the bit.
Well, only because in our many years, of course, covering former President Trump, there have been other instances in which staffers, aides, those close to the former president at the time that he was in the White House would suggest this is a moment for him to show some unity. This is sort of a pivot moment for him. And those, if they happened at all, were short-lived. And so let's be clear-eyed about the reality of what has happened before. Now, that said, this is an not unprecedented moment in American politics, but certainly in the last several decades.
Well, it is, but also, and we often say that it's these moments like this, the convention, where quote unquote regular people, not political news junkie nerds like us, start to pay attention.
Right.
So give us a lay of the land, Hallie.
Yes.
Where does this race stand? I think most people would agree right now President Trump, former President Trump, is ahead. Is that why he's having a more gracious tone as well?
Ahead, not by much. I think he also understands the reality of what happened on Saturday. Remember that a person who came to his rally to see him, a spectator, a fan, somebody who showed up simply wanting to celebrate Donald Trump, was killed. 2 other people were badly hurt. We still are obviously reporting out their status here. So there is the human element to this, and I think the former president is aware of that. He's also been aware of the dynamics of the race on the other side of the aisle, of President Biden's struggles, as we've talked about now, with his own party, and these extraordinary public calls for him to step off the ticket here. You have seen the Trump campaign let that play out over the course of the last 12 days, 14 days, 17 days, however many days it is, until, of course, this moment here.
Well, even that, though, I mean, former President Trump had been sitting on this vice presidential candidate announcement and had been wanting to do it. Some thought he might do it at the debate 2.5, 3 weeks ago. He held it when he obviously saw that President Biden was having difficulty, his own political difficulties, so he got out of the way and let that play out. But that is also something that's somewhat out of character for the former president.
This is a more disciplined campaign, Savannah, than we have seen in former President Trump's past 3 campaigns. And so the announcement today, the first time that anyone has announced their running mate during the convention in decades. And so it was a really significant moment. And the person he chose, Senator J.D. Vance of the great state of Ohio, it was really fascinating to hear Eric Trump talk about that, the fact that the two get along so well, their interpersonal relationship. He's doubling down on the MAGA brand. Well,
that's what's so interesting is we talked with Eric Trump a little bit how there are aspects that are moderating where on some of these social issues like gay marriage or abortion, Trump has steered this party to the center, and some of his evangelical supporters have been quite dismayed. But then when he chooses someone like J.D. Vance, he is doubling down on this MAGA orthodoxy.
And you heard Eric Trump describe J.D. Vance as essentially the next generation of that movement. I think you said the leading heir is the way that so many in the conservative movement see him. He is speaking to those rural ex-urban voters in key states that Donald Trump will need to win. Think about the Rust Belt, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. Those are critical battlegrounds. And the thinking is that perhaps J.D. Vance, listen, Donald Trump is not at risk of losing many of those places, but it's about turnout. We know that this election is going to be decided by very few people.
I want to see if we can take a few shots of what's happening on the convention floor just behind us. And I'll say a warning if you're watching with us tonight, it can get loud in here, especially when the band gets going. We've also got NBC's Garrett Haake, who's been covering the Trump campaign for us. He's down what we call the podium position. It's right off of the stage. So, oh, there we go. Garrett, are you with me? What can you tell us about what we should expect tonight?
We killed them.
Well, Savannah, I am with you. I'm just behind the stage, kind of a unique perspective where I'm looking at the backs of the heads of the speakers here tonight and at their teleprompter comments as they work their way through. We're hearing from Marsha Blackburn now, a very committed Trump supporter in the United States Senate, largely sticking to the theme here on wealth, praising the former president for his tax cuts that he put in place while he was in office. But I just have to say that I was struck by your question to Eric Trump about J.D. Vance's past opposition to Donald Trump, as we hear from more Trump, sort of more traditional Trump loyalists here tonight. And being on the floor today when that his pick was announced, hearing how much trust there is in Trump from the delegates here, but also from talking to people in and around the campaign about those past criticisms Vance had given of Trump. The idea that he described him as noxious and someone who was leading the white working class in this country to a bad place and to now come around. The campaign and Trump's allies hope that J.D. Vance conversion to Trumpism can offer a permission structure, essentially, to voters all across this country who might have their own misgivings about Donald Trump, who either had them in the past or have them still now and can perhaps be won over either by Donald Trump's record or by someone who might be slightly more eloquent than Trump at explaining it in the person of J.D. Vance, who can kind of help people who just aren't that comfortable with Donald Trump come around. It's another thing that he potentially brings to this ticket, and a skill set that was warmly welcomed by his supporters here, who've really been pushing for him behind the scenes these last several days to get him over the finish line when it was announced today.
All right, Garrett Haake, right down there by the stage behind the scenes of the Republican National Convention here in Milwaukee. We're just moments away from the top of the hour. The main event here, we'll get a performance by Lee Greenwood, God bless the USA, and then former President Trump's first public appearance since surviving that assassination attempt. He'll be joined by members of his family. We will have much more live from Milwaukee and the Republican National Convention right after this.
NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to our special coverage of the first night of the Republican National Convention 10 o'clock Eastern time, 9 o'clock here in Milwaukee. Been a very, very busy day. We're giving you a glimpse onto the floor. That is VP candidate J.D. Vance, the Ohio senator who was just named today, mixing and mingling with the crowd here in Milwaukee. He was just announced today. The Republican Party did the official business of this convention this afternoon, officially nominating both Trump and Vance for the general election ticket this November. And NBC News has learned Donald Trump himself will be here in just a few moments. It'll be his first public appearance since he survived that assassination attempt over the weekend. We know that he is in the building here right now, so we are waiting just moments from now. A performance by Lee Greenwood, the country music star most famous for God Bless the USA, and then an appearance by Donald Trump on the stage here in Milwaukee. Right now the band is going and it can get loud in here. Like so many conventions, there is that party atmosphere. As I turn to Tom Yamas, our correspondent, who is on the floor of the convention hall right now. And Tom, you know, this appearance tonight by former President Trump, generally speaking, these conventions, you don't see the candidate till the final night of the convention. Donald Trump in past conventions has made those previous appearances. But I wonder if the crowd here knows he's coming. Are they expecting it? Has word gotten around?
Yeah, Savannah, I want to show you once again. I mean, the crowd is on their feet. Look at this just behind me. Everyone here is standing up. Let me paint the scene for you. This is the center of the convention hall, right? You can see all the delegate flags, all the different states from across the country. And that line of people you see there, they're waiting at the entrance. They believe former President Trump's about to walk out here at any moment. If you have a camera now, I'm going to ask Guy to point up there at the VIP section where the Trump family is right now. About 5 minutes ago, Senator J.D. Vance, the running mate, came in here, the junior senator from Ohio. The place erupted in cheers. People were so excited to see him. And now he is sort of sitting and mingling and talking with the Trump family, because if you've ever covered former President Donald Trump, you know that the Trump family is one, right? If you're with former President, here he comes. Former President Trump is being shown right now, I should say, excuse me, he's being shown right now on the big screen. He actually has a bandage over his ear. This is just behind backstage. We're expecting him to come out where we are.
And Tom,
at any moment.
Tom,
Savannah, I'm going to send it back over to you.
Yeah, it's gotten loud in here. This is, of course, former President Trump. He is being projected on the monitor here in the convention hall, and you can see a rather large bandage on his ear. This is the first sighting of him since the assassination attempt that he survived on Saturday night. And right now, members of his family, that's his daughter right there, awaiting him to address this convention hall. We see many of the family members there, Speaker Mike Johnson. So this is Donald Trump's moment, and the crowd went wild. And now he's, if you can see in the monitor, he was just pointing to the bandage on his ear. So let's listen in for a moment. Hear this moment. About 10 o'clock Eastern time, and this is prime time at the Republican National Convention, and former President Trump has entered the building. He has appeared before the cameras, and in a moment from now, he is going to walk out on stage, and this crowd is ready to see him. Hallie, as we well know, the former president knows how to entertain an audience. He knows how to dazzle an audience. He's very focused on events like this, to choreograph them, to stage them, to give the people what they want. And you have to believe he's happy with this moment tonight.
He understands the power of television, Savannah. He understands the power of a moment, and this is the moment of the night.
Ladies and gentlemen, Lee Greenwood.
President of the United States. Prayer works. This nation based on faith. Prayer works. Because he was sure, as Donald Trump turned his head just slightly, that the bullet missed him just enough to save his life to be the next president of the United States. We have believed for so long
that God will make some changes in this country. And he's about to make a change in the current administration and send them home. Thank you, everybody, for being here tonight. Tonight, we make the decision on what's right for America. More prosperity, less gas prices, less food prices, help for our veterans, and God bless our military wherever they are in these United States and abroad. There would be no wars.
Ladies
there wasn't
and
any when
gentlemen,
President Trump was
please
president.
welcome the next president of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
If tomorrow all the things were gone, I'd work for all my life, and I had to start again, just my children and my wife. Thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause the flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. There ain't no doubt I love this land. Sing it! God bless the USA. We are here tonight for one purpose, and that is to elect Donald J. Trump as the next president of the United States. He is here tonight to show his courage, his defiance against somebody who tried to kill him. You will not take this man down. He has the courage, the strength, and he will be the next president of the United States. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea. Ladies and gentlemen, the 45th President of the United States and soon to be the 47th President of the United States, please welcome Donald J. Trump. Defend her still
Please welcome Mark Laws from Cedar Springs, Michigan.
We are watching as former President Donald Trump and his running mate, J.D. Vance, Ohio Senator just named today, basks in the crowd's applause here. We're about to hear some more speeches, but for the moment, the crowd is chanting USA. And a moment ago, as I turned to Hallie Jackson and Kristen Welker, how interesting this crowd spontaneously just went into cheers of fight, 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 which is so interesting because it seems like Donald Trump himself and certainly Eric Trump a few moments ago are trying to set a different tone.
Absolutely, Savannah. And what's so notable about that is that is what former President Trump said and did in the moments after he was shot. He put his fist up.
And in fairness, that's what he's known for. That is his political brand.
But Savannah, I'm struck by the fact that there's almost a religious overtone to all of this. Lee Greenwood, when he was introducing Trump, said he survived that bullet to become the next president of the United States. And I think that that's the type of tone that you're going to hear moving forward. You talked about the fact that he is someone who understands TV as a former reality TV star. This is the moment, this is the entrance that he was clearly hoping for. But how striking to see that bandage on his ear, a reminder how serious and somber the backdrop is to all of this.
No question about it. And in fact, we wondered, this is our first look, Hallie, at the former president. His son, Eric Trump, said today in an interview that he lost half of his ear, which I think perhaps, we'll see. We'll see. But it's clearly bandaged. It's an injury. But the larger issue is also surviving something where, people have looked at it, just an inch difference could have changed everything. He might have lost his life.
In the hours after the shooting, that is something I heard again and again as we were talking with people who were there, members of Congress, Republican supporters, that it was just a matter of a couple inches. That bandage is such a literal visual reminder of what the former president has been through in that attempted assassination. And I have to tell you, you could plainly, I think, see the emotion on his face, on his family member's face in that moment, which was, to be here in the room, rather extraordinary. I will tell you, just to give folks a sense, it's happening on the other side of where we're sitting, but the crowd just below us where we're sitting had their cameras out. I think every smartphone in the building was aimed at one of these screens. This was the emotional crescendo of the day, absolutely, and likely the highest emotional peak that we will get until the former president speaks on Thursday night.
Now we have the former president listening in the VIP box along with his family members, Senator Vance, House Speaker Mike Johnson.
And that is the Republican Party, Savannah. Think about this. This is the third time in his political career that the former president has accepted the Republican nomination to run for the White House here. It wasn't like this in 2016. The party had not united in this way behind him then. Now here we are, flash forward 8 years later, and that visual, that image of Donald Trump, of his vice presidential pick, widely seen as the person who holds the mantle to the MAGA movement, and House Speaker Mike Johnson, who is backing former President Trump, they are clearly united, is what that says.
It also is striking to see former President Trump sitting next to his VP nominee for the first time, Savannah. The age difference is stunning, and I think it puts on display J.D. Vance, 39 years old. The fact that this is to some extent a generational pick, aimed at so many of the people in this country who said they're frustrated by this rematch. This is to some extent a way to reach out to those people. This is the next generation, not only of the MAGA movement, but of politics within the Republican Party more broadly.
Well, I want to go to Tom Yamas, who's on the floor for us this evening. And what was the moment like? You were right there amongst the crowd when we saw Donald Trump appear on that monitor.
Yeah, Savannah, I'm here with Ellen Cox, and I wanted to ask her about that moment, right? Because this is all about the delegates and the members of the Republican Party that are here, the people who are going to vote for former President Trump in November. Ellen, I was watching you. You were so excited when the president came in. Talk to me about the moment you first saw him with the bandage up here on camera.
That just absolutely filled my heart, and I mean, when he went down the other day, we didn't know if he was going to get back up. And the fact that he reassured us, and that fist in the air was reassurance. It was the fight, and it's the hope, and it's the fact that they're coming after us, but he's in the way. And he will do anything for us, and we'll do anything for him. So him coming in tonight was just... amazing.
You have a clear side of him now. You can see him right there, standing in the VIP box. It's sort of strange, right, to see a former president with a bandage over his ear, knowing he had just almost been killed.
Absolutely. And as a former military member, I knew the sounds, and I know how a centimeter, it could have been a completely different story. But God's had his hand on him, and he is here for it. He's going to save our country. And
What do you hope happens with the political rhetoric and this campaign going forward after sort of seeing this, experiencing this in your home state of Pennsylvania?
My home state of Pennsylvania, and I'm Bucks County. We are a swing county and a swing state, and we've got to stop the rhetoric, the violent rhetoric, which has become the norm for Trump and Trump supporters. It's not right. And this is what happened because of that. People feel emboldened to do it. So let's move forward. That's not the way you want to win. You want to win fair and square and not violence.
If you could talk to former President Trump, what would you tell him tonight?
President Trump, I have been working for you and behind you and doing anything I can to help you make America great since 2015. Thank you, sir, for everything you've done for us. We love you, and we are going to be doing everything to bring you to victory in November. And thank you, sir.
Ellen Cox, we appreciate it from Pennsylvania. Savannah, just a snippet of some of the emotion here, a snippet of some of the motivation here that's going to be so important for both parties as they head to the polls in November and as voting starts to get underway. Savannah?
And interesting to hear her say the rhetoric's got to get less violent and less divisive on both sides, which perhaps will be a theme as we go ahead. We're going to take a break right here. We're awaiting a speech by Amber Rose, who's an influencer and a model. We also have the Teamsters Union President Sean O'Brien, someone whose endorsement the former President Trump badly wants. President Biden wants it too. He'll be speaking as the Republicans focus on the economy, and moments away, Donald Trump appearing as well, right after this.
Now he's raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now he's real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Our coverage of the Republican National Convention continues from Milwaukee. Let's go to the floor now. Amber Rose, social media influencer, on the podium.
I know this because for a long time I believed those lies, so I'm here to set the record straight. The first person I knew who supported Donald Trump was my father. I was shocked. My entire family is racially diverse. And I believed the left-wing propaganda that Donald Trump was a racist. My father said, "No, he's not, Amber. What are you talking about?" And when I insisted, he said, "Prove it." So to prove my father wrong, I did my research and looked into all things Donald Trump. People have to do their research. I watched all the rallies, and I started meeting so many of you, his red hat wearing supporters. I realized Donald Trump and his supporters don't care if you're black, white, gay, or straight. It's all love. And that's when it hit me. These are my people. This is where I belong. So I let go of my fear of judgment, of being misunderstood, of getting attacked by the left, and I put the red hat on too. Thank you. Love you too. I never felt more free and more love for my country than I do now. I want to thank my father, who's in the audience tonight, for opening my eyes. He served over 20 years in the U.S. military. Thank you for your service, Dad. Where's he at? I love you, Dad. I love you. I love you so much. Thank you. When I met the president and Melania for the first time, he was kind and generous and funny as hell. Very funny. The First Lady was gracious and smart with a smile that will brighten up any room. If you're watching this tonight, you know our country is in trouble. Just like me. When you go to the store and buy food for your family, you're shocked. When you fill up your gas tank, you're pissed. I know I am. And when you turn on the news, you are just exhausted. Inflation is out of control. And you know in your heart it was not like this under Donald Trump. My message to you tonight comes from a humble place. The left told me to hate Trump, and even worse, to hate the other side, the people who support him. When you cut through the lies, you realize the truth. American families were better when Donald Trump was president. We were safer, wealthier, and stronger. A vote for Donald Trump is a vote to put money back in our pockets and good food on our kids' plates. Yes. Or, as Trump would say, it's a vote to make America great again. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Amber Rose, rapper and influencer, addressing the convention hall in a speech that seems squarely aimed at going to those Trump doubters, people who think that perhaps he's too combative, he's too incendiary. This is a kinder, softer Donald Trump the Republican National Convention is attempting to portray tonight. We have a lot more of our coverage from the Republican National Convention as they focus on the economy. We're expecting the keynote speaker, Teamsters Union President Sean O'Brien. We're back from Milwaukee right after this.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. This is our special coverage live in Milwaukee of the Republican National Convention, the opening night. We've seen the former President Donald Trump here in the hall making an unexpected appearance, and for the first time being seen since the attempted assassination, the attempt on his life Saturday night in Pennsylvania. And you see rather clearly the bandage on his right ear, which was grazed by that gunman's bullet. One man killed, a rally goer, others injured, and the shooter dead as police continue to investigate and Secret Service looks at the breach of security there. We want to continue our coverage here. We just, as I turn to Hallie and Kristen, who've been with me all night, such an extraordinary moment. We just had Amber Rose, who's a rapper and an influencer, and there's been a lot of emphasis, and it will be this week. They want a lot of regular people, which maybe she's regular, maybe she's not. She's famous. So, but in the event, this was an attempt to say, look, I used to not like Donald Trump. I thought he was a racist. I thought he was this or that. I looked into it. I changed. It really feels like convention organizers are trying to soften the hard edges of a persona that Americans have gotten to be quite familiar with. That's quite different than the one we're seeing tonight.
Absolutely. And this is really the first time we've seen Donald Trump try to reach out, try to soften those edges. To some extent, Savannah, the fact that he survived this assassination attempt will, I think, help him do that. But the message, the tone is very striking. And then think about the platform. Think about the fact that for the first time in decades, in about 40 years, The platform does not include a call for a national abortion ban. That in and of itself is a huge attempt to try to moderate on what is one of the thorniest issues for the Republican Party. By the way, it's one of the reasons why it took him a while to make this decision about who to choose for his vice presidential nominee and running mate. J.D. Vance, initially more conservative than Donald Trump as it relates to abortion. He has moderated his tone on abortion as well. So the question is, how will voters absorb this? We'll have to see.
And look, we're observing in real time a different approach from the Trump campaign and perhaps from former President Trump himself, his surrogates, Eric Trump. And I can almost hear some people in the audience saying, well, wait a minute, don't be fooled by this glossy makeover. This is the same person. So how will we cover this? How will this going forward? How will this be analyzed? Is this something that's a cynical attempt to try to get more voters, or is this a real change of heart?
It's clearly about trying to reach new audiences, Savannah. I mean, that is what this election is going to be about in a couple of different ways. This idea that you heard from Amber Rose, that you are likely to hear from J.D. Vance. Hey, I didn't like him at first, but now I do. To people who have spent the last nearly decade watching Donald Trump on the national stage.
All right, well, we want to turn to the speech on the convention for Sean O'Brien, Teamsters Union president, who has not yet endorsed a candidate, but is here at the RNC.
You know what I see?
Let's listen to his speech tonight.
An American worker being taken for granted. Workers being sold out to big banks, big tech, corporates, and the elite. And I'm not the only one who sees this. Everyday families see it. The American people aren't stupid. They know the system is broken. We all know how Washington is run. Working people have no chance of winning this fight. That's why I'm here today. Because I refuse to keep doing the same things my predecessors did. Today, the Teamsters are here to say we are not beholden to anyone or any party. We will create an agenda and work with a bipartisan coalition ready to accomplish something real for the American worker. And I don't care about getting criticized. It's an honor to be the first Teamster in our 121-year history to address the Republican National Convention. Several months ago, I asked the RNC and the DNC for the opportunity to speak. To be frank, when President Trump invited me to speak at this convention, there was political unrest on the left and on the right. Hard to believe. Anti-union groups demanded the president rescind his invitation. The left called me a traitor. And this is precisely why it's so important for me to be here today. Think about this. Think about this. The Teamsters are doing something correct. If the extremes in both parties think I shouldn't be on this stage. President Trump had the backbone to open the doors to this Republican convention, and that's unprecedented. No other nominee in the race would have invited the Teamsters into this arena. Now, you can have whatever opinion you want, but one thing is clear. President Trump is a candidate who is not afraid of hearing from new, loud, and often critical voices. And I think we all can agree, whether people like him or they don't like him, in light of what happened to him on Saturday, he has proven to be one tough SOB. the presidency of the Teamsters in a national election 2.5 years ago, we started reaching across the aisle. In the past, the Teamsters have endorsed GOP candidates, including Nixon, Reagan, and George H.W. Bush. But over the last 40 years, the Republican Party has really pursued strong relationships with organized labor. There are some in the party who stand in active opposition to labor unions. This, too, must change. And I want to be clear. At the end of the day, the Teamsters are not interested if you have a D, R, or an I next to your name. We want to know one thing. What are you doing to help American workers? As a negotiator, I know that no window or door should ever be permanently shut. In my administration, the Teamsters reached out to 8 Republican senators who stood up for railroad Teamsters over our fight for paid sick leave. Josh Hawley was one of them. We started talking. Senator Hawley changed his position on national right to work. Then we started walking. Senator Hawley walked a Teamsters picket line in St. Louis and a UAW picket line in Wentzville, Missouri. More than that, I want to recognize Senator Hawley for his direct, relentless, and pointed questioning of corporate talking heads, lawyers, CEOs, and apologists. He has shown he is not willing to accept their pillaging of working people's pocketbooks. I know from a career in negotiating that you get nowhere by slamming your fist on the table. The first step is to listen. The Teamsters and the GOP may not agree on many issues, but a growing group has shown the courage to sit down and consider points of view that aren't funded by big money think tanks. Senators like J.D. Vance, Roger Marshall, and Representatives Nicole Malliotakis, Mike Lawler, and Brian Fitzpatrick are among elected officials who truly care about working people. And this group is expanding and is putting fear into those who have monopolized our very broken system in America today. There are far too many people on both sides of the aisle still caught up in knee-jerk reactions to unions, who subscribe to the same tired claptrap that unions destroy American companies. Take a moment to consider United Parcel Service, which is the largest private sector logistics company, and it's been unionized for more than 100 years. More than 350,000 Teamsters make it run. We work for good middle-class wages, quality health care, and secure pensions. There are work rules that ensure fairness and due process for both sides. UPS is the most efficient package delivery company in the world. But let's not forget that UPS doesn't provide these great wages and benefits out of the kindness of its heart. UPS does it because the Teamsters fight for it, all 350,000 of us. You know, corporatists hate when working people join together to form unions. But for a century, major employers have waged a war against labor by forming corporate unions of their own. We need to call the Chamber of Commerce and the business roundtables what they are. They are unions for big business. And here's another fact. Against gigantic multinational corporation, an individual worker has zero power. It's only when Americans band together in democratic unions that we win real improvements on wages, benefits, and working conditions. Companies like Amazon are bigger than most national economies. Amazon is valued over $2 trillion. That makes it the 14th largest economy in the world. What is sickening is that Amazon has abandoned any national allegiance. Amazon's sole focus is on lining its own pockets. Remember, elites have no party, elites have no nation. Their loyalty is to the balance sheet and to the stock price at the expense of the American worker. In my office in Washington, D.C., I can see the United States Capitol from my window. I see well-intentioned people arrive in Washington and get eaten up by an unforgiving system. The responsibility to average Americans takes a back seat. The objective now becomes survival. Fundraiser after fundraiser, corporate consultants hedge every initiative. The Hill crawls with lifers, bouncing from government jobs to corporate jobs and back again. I think we can all agree D.C. is a pretty treacherous area. Most legislation is never meant to go anywhere, and it's all talk. And in America, talk isn't cheap. It's very expensive, and it comes at the cost of our own country. Working people know our system is broken. The elites are not laboring on behalf of workers. There is a political caste system that prevents citizens from accessing their representatives to hold them accountable. For a moment in time, working people in America were seen as essential. Sadly, it took a global pandemic for political and corporate elites to notice this fact. But ask yourself this question. Since the end of the pandemic, when was the last time you heard major news outlets regularly refer to workers as essential? You haven't. The men and women who provide goods and services, deliver packages, stock grocery shelves, care for patients, pick up your trash, and keep our communities safe are taken for granted. All the while, the stock market booms, housing prices hit record highs, and corporate salaries skyrocket. But the income of everyday Americans are shrinking in the face of inflation. At the gas pumps, at the grocery store, with the electrical bill, and with the car insurance. This has got to change. Never forget, American workers own this nation. We are not renters. We are not tenants. But the corporate elite treat us like squatters, and that is a crime. We've got to fix it. Now, this will shock you. This will shock you. To paraphrase Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, it's time for both sides of Congress to stand their butts up. We need trade policies that put American workers first. It needs to be easier for companies to remain in America. We need legal protections that make it safer for workers to get a contract. We must stop corporations from abandoning local communities to inflate their bottom line. We need meaningful bankruptcy reform. Today, corporate vultures buy up companies like Yellow Freight with the intent of driving them into bankruptcy and feasting on their remains. The courts leave workers begging for crumbs as third-tier creditors. Labor law must be reformed. Americans vote for a union but can never get a union contract. Companies fire workers who try to join unions and hide behind toothless laws that are meant to protect working people but are manipulated to benefit corporations. This is economic terrorism at its best. An individual cannot withstand such an assault. A fired worker cannot afford corporate delays, and these greedy employers know it. There are no consequences for the company, only the worker. We need corporate welfare reform. Under our current system, massive companies like Amazon, Uber, Lyft, and Walmart take zero responsibilities for the workers they employ. These companies offer no real health insurance, no retirement benefits, no paid leave, relying on underfunded public assistance. And who foots the bill? The individual taxpayer. The biggest recipients of welfare in this country are corporations, and this is real corruption. We must put workers first. What could be more important to the security of our nation than a long-term investment in the American worker? In 2021, Teamsters nationwide elected me to fight for them, and that's precisely what I'm doing. Something is wrong in this country, and we need to say it out loud. I will always speak for America and the American worker, both union and non-union. I challenge each and every one of you, and especially my friends on the Democratic side, to embrace cooperation, to truly collaborate, to achieve meaningful and productive change, to ensure we make this great nation in this world the bigger, faster, and strongest nation in the entire world. I love this country. The Teamsters love this country. Our 1.3 million members move America on the roads, in the ports, on the rail, and in the air. And at the end of the day, if the powers to be stop me from raising my voice on behalf of American workers, I will not have one single regret. I still carry my commercial driver's license. I still have my place on the union seniority list. You'll find me back in Boston driving a tractor trailer, delivering equipment for Shaughnessy and Ahern, because I have the protection of a union contract that gives me the freedom to speak my mind and to fight like hell. God bless the greatest nation. Thank you very much.
Well, there's some history being made right here at the RNC. The Teamsters president, one of the nation's largest union, addressing the Republican National Convention here as Donald Trump, you see him right there in the hall, watched. This is perhaps unprecedented. I believe he said that never before had a union leader address the Republican National Convention. I want to turn to our senior business correspondent, Christine Romans, with more on this. That the economy is tonight's theme. And Christine, I'm just so struck by this because it does make history. We're not used to seeing union leaders at Republican conventions, and this is not your grandfather's Republican Party. I mean, here you have a fiery speaker, the keynote speaker, ripping corporations, blaming elites, talking about the plight of the workers. This is not the usual Republican orthodoxy.
Yeah, that's the kind of speech you would hear on the stage of a Democratic National Convention, not a Republican National Convention. It really shows you how this former president and this campaign is really trying to appeal to working class voters, to working men and women. The number of times tonight we've heard about grocery bills, gas bills, we've heard about immigration, and we've heard about inflation and drugs coming across the border, really trying to tap into the things that real people are talking about at their kitchen tables. It did strike me during that speech, the president was pretty straight-faced for much of it when he was really going after companies. You know, the president's platform is to cut taxes more for companies, to cut regulation more for companies, to give companies more breaks. But you heard that union leader there talking about how stock prices don't reflect what's happening, in the American kitchen table. It's interesting to me in the Trump administration, the first Trump administration, he took credit for record highs in the stock market. And you do have record highs, Savannah, again in the stock market. But now the focus here for this president is on gas prices, grocery prices, and pointing out they say that it's because of Joe Biden and his policies, not just because of the pandemic, Savannah.
And Christine, as we continue to keep our eye on the floor of the Republican National Convention, there's a prayer going on right now. So you see former President Trump closing his eyes. Let's listen for a moment.
Saturday. And we pray you would send your holy angels to guard and keep President Trump from all harm and danger. Grant that we who came from many nations with many different languages may become a united people. Support us in defending our liberties, and give those to whom we have entrusted the authority of government the spirit and wisdom that there may be justice and peace in our land. When times are prosperous, may our hearts be thankful. And in troubled times, do not let our trust in you fail. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
The Republican National Convention, a prayer offered as Donald Trump bows his head and closes his eyes. Clearly, this has been a moment for the president coming as he has never been seen since, of course, not publicly, not live, since the attempt on his life on Saturday night. So it's an extraordinary moment here in this hall as he is surrounded by his supporters. I want to turn back to Christine Romans. We were discussing the economy. That is the theme of the event tonight, of the Republican convention. And Christine, I mean, the age-old question in presidential politics is, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? So I know you have all these numbers committed to memory.
Sure.
What are, when you look at the metrics, you look at unemployment, you look at wages, you look at inflation, what are the facts in terms of what we have now and what we had then?
It's a very strong economy. It's a strong labor market. It's a record high in the stock market, record high prices for homes, which makes it difficult for first-time home buyers and people, of course, who are trying to get into that housing market. But when you look back 4 years ago, where were you 4 years ago? Much of the country was in lockdown 4 years ago. So that kind of framing is a little more difficult this time, having lived through a, once in a generation or once in a 100-year pandemic that really skews all of the metrics. But, the stock market is not a measure of how Americans are feeling, of course, but regular buy and hold investors, their stocks are up 85% in the S&P 500 over the past 5 years, right? So that big stock market rally and expansion that began in the Trump administration has largely continued over the past 4 years. But what this administration wants to really do is focus in on those pain points, Savannah, of families who feel the car insurance is up 40%, homeowners insurance is up. These things that are sort of non-negotiable in middle-class living have become out of reach for some people, and that's what they're really going to hammer on here, I think, in the final days of the campaign. And of course, the Biden team is really focusing on the ways it is trying to fix those ways that people feel nickel to dime as well, and talking about their legacy. But it'll really be how people feel in their pocketbooks, I think, heading into the voting booth.
And it's fair to say that those markers, inflation, grocery prices, your rent, your mortgage, gas prices, those are the economic indicators that everyone feels.
They are. And also interest rates, right? You could be in a situation where the Federal Reserve is starting to lower those key interest rates as we get closer to the election, because things are improving here. Job market's still strong, but not too hot. Inflation is cooling. It really is. And the Fed chief and Fed officials have been saying they can see the light at the end of the tunnel here for interest rates to begin to start to lower them. And that will be more relief for American families. The question is, when does that begin? And is it happen in time?
All right, Christine, thank you very much. We continue to watch the convention floor. Donald Trump there sitting next to his newly named vice presidential nominee, J.D. Vance, the senator from Ohio. Many members of the Trump family there tonight. We saw Tiffany Trump, Don Jr., Eric Trump. Notably, Melania Trump is not here yet. The former First Lady, Ivanka Trump, the president's daughter, not here tonight. Not clear she'll be coming for the convention, and of course was the key advisor during the first Trump administration, along with her husband, Jared Kushner, but we have not seen them yet here in Milwaukee. I want to turn to Garrett Hake, who is on the floor of the convention. So what do we expect for the rest of the week here?
Well, Savannah, I think we're going to continue to see a mix of the original programming here, talking about making America strong again, making America great again, a focus on national security later in the week, mixed in with these references to the assassination attempt on the former president on Saturday. And as we're seeing a moment here for J.D. Vance, an effort to try to make the Republican Party a little bit more forward-looking, trying to look to a new sort of more America First version of the Republican Party that Donald Trump is trying to put forward. And on that note, I just have to say about that Teamsters union speech, went over with a decidedly mixed reaction here in the hall. A lot of these folks here in the hall, more traditional Republican activists, or at least have some of that background. But the Trump campaign strategy is heavily focused on the fact that they know they're going to lose folks who are maybe more highly educated Republican voters, upper middle class folks who might have voted for someone like Nikki Haley in a primary. For every one of those voters they lose in the suburbs, they want to try to replace them with a blue-collar worker, primarily men, primarily voters from urban areas, folks who might not have ever identified as a Republican, but might have seen or might hear about a speech like that from a Teamsters president and say, maybe there is something for me here with this guy. Maybe this group is different. J.D. Vance very much comes from that wing of the party. You see that pivot to a whole new kind of Republicanism happening on stage tonight, and I suspect throughout the remainder of the week.
Thank you, Garrett. Let's pause for a moment, listen in. The spontaneous chants of USA just breaking out as we continue to watch these final moments. Donald Trump once again addressing the crowd and waving and giving the smiles there. I want to go to Vaughn Hilliard, also on the floor as well. We're here in Wisconsin. Of course, Garrett just mentioned those blue-collar workers. It used to be the blue wall. Democrats reliably able to carry states like Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. Donald Trump turned that around in 2016 as they're in the closing moments here. It is no mistake that we're here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, a state that went for Biden by less than 1% in 2020, Vaughn.
And it's an understanding in a lot of ways what the conversation we were having around the vice presidential pick by Donald Trump 8 years ago with Mike Pence. 8 years to the day, I might add, the Indiana governor at the time. The idea that he could win over some Midwest voters, the idea that he effectuates the ethos that is the Midwest. Of course, hillbilly elegy and talking to the delegates here repeatedly came up. That's how folks became familiar with who J.D. Vance was. He's only been in the U.S. Senate for 18 months, but clearly there is an understanding that between Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Ohio, if you're the Trump campaign and you secure those 4 states, you win the nomination. You hit 270 electoral college votes. You don't need Arizona. You don't need Georgia. Of course, those would be ideal, but if you win those Midwest states for the Trump campaign, you were able to secure the nomination. And you said it, Savannah, this is a Republican Party that understands to the extent that they can galvanize a base of support around somebody who, frankly, in a lot of ways has become almost a folk hero to his supporters through 4 indictments, through a civil penalty of $350 million against him and his family business, and now through getting shot just over 48 hours ago. The way that he entered this arena here compared to 4 years ago when there were still folks like Paul Ryan and Ted Cruz that were still voices, Liz Cheney. This is a Republican Party that is confident in itself, confident in being a party that is Donald Trump's. And that is where you see J.D. Vance in a lot of ways represents a lot of the delegates that we talked to here. There were folks 8 years ago that were reticent towards Donald Trump. They were questioned his faith, his morals, and yet where are they now? These are the party activists, they are elected officials, and there is no dissent inside of this room. When J.D. Vance's name was called for the acclamation of the vote, everybody was a yay. There was not a single nay, and I think it speaks to where this party is heading into the final 3.5 months, Savannah.
It is Donald Trump's party now, full stop. Vaughn Hilliard on the floor there. Thank you so much. And we've just been watching Mr. Trump and the Trump family exit the convention hall. It was an enraptured audience tonight, seeing their nominee in person since his assassination attempt. We see Trump supporter Tucker Carlson there, other key members of the Trump inner circle. I want to go to Tom Yamas on the convention floor with that view from the floor. How was this received tonight?
You know, Savannah, I was just talking to some delegates, and I said good night, and they all said great night. You know, the convention really serves 2 purposes. One is to nominate, right, the former president and his running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, but it's also to unify the party. And by unifying the party, they have events like this. They have speakers. They have these seats filled. And I think tonight the party was definitely unified. You see MAGA hats everywhere. You see red shirts, red coats. people were unified, not only because of the message and what they believe in former President Trump's platform, but also because of what happened 2 days ago. I actually had a Texas delegate. It's okay. It's live. It's all good. I actually had a Texas delegate grab me, and he said, I was on your show about 6 months ago when former President Trump announced. Everyone on that panel laughed at me. I said he would be the nominee, and everyone laughed at me. This delegate was telling me, and now this is a full circle moment. I'm here, and I can't believe he's the nominee once again. This is the podium right up here. That's the podium where former President Trump's going to speak on Thursday. We know that he's torn up his speech, Savannah. He said he had written a speech, and after nearly dying, after nearly being assassinated, he tore up that speech. The speech he's going to give, nobody knows, but apparently the message is going to be to unify the country. It would be a unique message, because if you study former President Trump's history, especially in these big moments, it has been a message not about uniting, but a message about how he wants to take the country and where he wants to take it. Savannah?
All right, Tom Yamas, thank you. The final song here at the Convention Hall in Milwaukee, Don't Stop Believing. I want to get some final thoughts in these final moments from Kristen Welker and Hallie Jackson. It's interesting because this is a rematch, and it's a rematch that, let's be honest, a lot of Americans never wanted to see. They even have a moniker this time. They call them double haters, people who don't like Trump and they don't like Biden. But tonight, Hallie, it does seem the Trump campaign is trying to reach out and expand the tent a bit.
Yeah, there are no haters in this room, we can say. And while Don't Stop Believing just wrapped up, these are all believers, enraptured by seeing the former president here. When you talk about those olive branches that the Trump campaign is trying to extend, we saw it in a couple of different ways. Amber Rose, that celebrity influencer and rapper, doing some outreach to communities of color, to black voters. We heard other speeches, outreach to Latino voters. The Teamsters speech that we were talking about from Sean O'Brien there, that is not typically a Republican coalition, as you and Garrett have laid out. But look at the polling in this issue. This is an area where, based on our most recent numbers, while President Biden holds a lead, it's down from where he was in 2020, from about 16 points to about 9 points now. It is eroding, and that is one of the coalitions that President Biden will need to keep him strong in this race if, in fact, he wants to end up, of course, taking the White House come November, Savannah.
Yeah, we've seen President Biden lose some ground with some of that demographic, which, of course, is part of the Biden coalition. Talk about that, and also where independents are, because so often independents are decisive in a race like this.
You're right, Savannah. Look, President Biden is down with union households. He's getting about 9% support, down from 16. He's down with independents. It's so critical. And that's why that speech tonight by Sean O'Brien was such an inflection point, because I interviewed Senator Bernie Sanders over the weekend. He said President Biden's got to reach out to working class voters if he wants to win this election. And you can see former President Trump trying to make the same type of outreach. That is where this battle is going to be fought and won, Savannah.
Well, for many, many years, Republicans weren't even really vying for that endorsement, and clearly they're hoping they may get it. It's not one man's decision, but a board of the Teamsters Union will decide. We've got a lot more to cover this week from Milwaukee. This concludes night one of the Republican National Convention. We'll see you back here tomorrow night, Lester Holt and I, right here on NBC.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5, 7, 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours until the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just did too.
Tonight, an NBC News special, our exclusive interview with President Biden. This president has a lot to talk about. The president's urgent message to a deeply divided nation. Grappling with the fallout from the assassination attempt on former President Trump. The president calling for unity, even as he presses on in his bid to defeat him. And Republicans gathered to nominate and celebrate the man looking to reclaim the White House.
This is an NBC News special. Live from the White House, here's Lester Holt.
Good evening and welcome to our special coverage. We're live at the White House, where earlier today I sat down for an exclusive one-on-one interview with President Biden. During our conversation, the president called on all Americans to tone down the heated rhetoric in the wake of the assassination attempt on former President Trump at a rally over the weekend. But he also doubled down on staying in the presidential race himself, despite calls from within his party to step aside. Our interview comes as Republicans kick off the first night of their convention in Milwaukee, formally making Mr. Trump their nominee to be the next president. We'll have full coverage led by my colleague Savannah Guthrie from the convention center after our interview with the president. But earlier today, I started by asking President Biden about his phone call with Mr. Trump after the assassination attempt. Here's our unedited conversation in its entirety. Mr. President, thank you for sitting down with us. There's a lot to talk about. I'd like to start with the horrible events of last weekend. It has shocked a lot of Americans. A political rally, your opponent, Donald Trump, shot in the middle of greeting his supporters. You spoke to Mr. Trump afterward. Can you give me a sense of that conversation?
Very cordial. I told him how concerned I was and wanted to make sure I knew how he was actually doing. He sounded good. He said he was fine. And he thanked me for calling him. I told him he was literally in the prayers of Jill and me. And I hope his whole family was weathering this.
You were in Delaware when this happened. What was your first reaction?
My first reaction was, my God, look, there's so much violence now, the way we talk about it. I mean, the whole notion that there is this, there's no place at all for violence in politics in America. None. Zero. And we've reached a point where it's become too commonplace, not assassinations, but to talk about it. For example, the January 6th, the attack on the Capitol. Lester, I got in this race early on in 2020 for the 2020 race. I wasn't going to run again because I lost my son. I didn't feel